I talk about New Vegas a lot. In most of my retrospectives, I have something to say about New Vegas that relates to my opinion on the topic at hand. Games can cover political themes. They look at our real-world politics and their effects on us both individually and as a populace. How history affects us, how economics affects us, how these things might be changed for the better and how they may be failing us currently. New Vegas, in my eyes, is a perfect example of this type of game. One that not only looks to critique certain aspects of politics, militarism, and capitalism, but also make a clear stance on where the developers stand on those topics, as well as many social issues that we are used to in our lives. New Vegas isn't just a game with a story to tell you about a career. It's a game that wants to discuss topics of your social existence with you. Countless games are like this, and there's a large percentage of their audience that seems to miss this. There are times where you will witness an individual state that they don't like politics in their games. They believe the concept of political themes and critique within a game will ruin the experience. Then you check their Twitter timeline and you find out that Metal Gear Solid is their favorite series ever created. I find that there's a distinct lack of media comprehension within a large portion of the audiences that consume it. This is not to say that those audiences are stupid. I'm not saying that, but rather that they've made a choice, intentioned or otherwise. Those individuals have already decided on their stance regarding certain topics, and when the game they enjoy presents critiques on those topics, they are reasoned away by the consumer. I have many comments on the New Vegas video asking why I would even bring capitalism into the equation when discussing the game. But the simple fact is that the game itself touches on these topics within the text. Capitalism is a huge discussion point within New Vegas. You can see how important it was to the developers to discuss and critique when looking at how they presented the same topics in the Outer Worlds, a New Vegas style video game also developed by Obsidian. The Outer Worlds is heavy-handed in not just its critique of capitalism, but its detest of the concept. It's not just the people that are the villains, but the entire economic system that has taken control of every living being in the game. It's a comical display because of how on the nose it is in comparison to New Vegas, to the point that while the Outer Worlds makes its stance incredibly clear, New Vegas still managed to do it better, in a more nuanced and not so obvious capacity. If you listen to the dialogue in New Vegas, if you look at what the developers and writers created after the fact, you'll be hard-pressed to argue that the game doesn't have critiques of capitalism. Those are the themes of the game, and that's why I wanted to discuss them. That's why I discussed them in the KOTOR video, and why I'll discuss them in the future as they get brought up in the media I'm covering. To discuss the injustices of capitalism in New Vegas has led to individuals who enjoy the game referring to me as a communist, as a means of dismissing both my opinions on the subject and my interpretation of the developer's work. I have to point out to these people that the actions they are displaying are that of the people the game is critiquing. There's a sentient book shoot in Old World Blues that hates communism so much and loves capitalism so much that it won't hear any different. There's comedic propaganda in every Fallout game designed to show how the American government attempted to manipulate their populace by vilifying both communism and the Chinese. These aren't presented in the game just to offer a setting for your character. They are saying something about the American government, about the use of propaganda and how it influences us, how we should question the things we are used to or we used to believe. I didn't always question or critique the economic systems in place. I had to build a skill set that would allow me to do so. I had to change my outlook to one more accepting of being wrong, of wanting to learn more about the systems that have been in place and why they have succeeded or failed, why communism is often vilified and what led to its failures. To question things doesn't make you a communist. Once you're able to be presented with a piece of media and properly analyze what it has to say, then you'll be able to get more out of the overall product. concept. New Vegas isn't just a game about shooting people and taking back a dam. It's a socio-political critique. It's a critique on capitalism and on propaganda, on the pitfalls of the American government and the American way of life. How the Americans attempt to vilify those who do not see eye to eye with their way of life, whether or not that even affects them. How the systems in place lead to the oppression of people within them, despite it supposedly being the land of the free. These things are present in the game's text. I didn't conjure them out of thin air. These are things they want to discuss with you. They don't want to force their ideology on you, but they do want you to at least think about it. I'm bringing all this up because New Vegas is a game that has more to say on these topics than most. A large portion of the games you play today and the games you played in the past had something to say, often involving political themes. Games like Metal Gear and Fallout go a bit further in these critiques and discussions by hyper-focusing on them and presenting a world to you that is meant to have you question the systems in place and how they could do better. To critique capitalism doesn't mean to abolish capitalism. To critique the US government doesn't make you a traitor. That's what your freedom is supposed to be. The freedom to critique and make better. And one of the ways we work towards making it better is creating media that discusses these topics through writing, painting, programming, and so much more besides. Fallout has a lot to say on the topic of a war and its never-ending cycle, how it's always the same. "War never changes" is the main quote of every Fallout game. It looks to discuss how societies have a tendency to cling to the past. Fallout takes place far into the future, but is always stuck in the 50s. Even after the bombs drop, many try to go back to the way of life they have learned from the 50s as it was preserved within the vaults. Some, like Kaisar, even try to go further, attempting to rebuild Roman culture. There's an entire DLC in New Vegas discussing the concept known as Old World Blues. It's a series that wants to explore the inability to let go of the past, the struggle to change one's outlook when presented with new information that may be contrary to what they once believed, to discuss greed and its prevalence within these societies that are under a capitalist system and how said system is designed to vilify others. Fallout 3 is specific in focusing on the concept of morality, due to the designer's choice to focus on the karma system more than the other games. A lot of content is presented to you as moral dilemmas, and the game likes to focus on this concept by attempting to offer you choices that it considers difficult to reason the correct course of action for. There are discussions to be had, there are critiques to be given. You can play through a Fallout game and pay no attention to these aspects of the product presented to you. But to do so is to ignore part of the presentation. These games aren't just about killing people and leveling up. They aren't just about getting the water chip for your vault in Fallout 1, and while the developers and writers expect you to pay attention to these aspects, they facilitate the process by letting you shoot things and complete quests while doing so. So the question is, why do you focus on these things in your retrospective? My answer is because the games focus on them. When I look at these games in retrospect, I am not just looking at the gameplay, I am looking at the storylines, mechanics, theming, and development. I am talking about things because I want to. I am not selling this video to you. I'm making it for myself because I like it, because I want to talk about it, and so did the developers. So that's what I'll be doing today. I'll be talking about Fallout 3 as a whole, looking back on it, how it took a different path from its predecessors, how that bothered longtime fans, the development process that went into making it, and its acquisition as an IP via Bethesda taking control. I'll focus on the storyline and setting and what that storyline and setting is trying to convey to you, whether you agree with it or not. Not everything Fallout 3 or even New Vegas says is something I agree with, but they do say it and I do want to talk about it. Fallout 3 is a first-person open-world RPG developed by Bethesda, but that's not how it started. Originally, the third Fallout game, Van Buren, was going to be created by the same developers who had developed Fallout 1 and 2. Black Isle Studios, under the umbrella studio Interplay Entertainment, began work on Van Buren, but the project was cancelled in 2003 due to the legal and financial issues that were plaguing Interplay. Interplay would later lay off the entirety of Black Isle Studio staff, with multiple former employees going on to create Obsidian, and later Fallout New Vegas, which included concepts and themes from Van Buren. Presumably, to help with their financial struggles, Interplay sold the rights to create Fallout 3 to Bethesda Softworks for a minimum advance of over $1 million. Coming off the tails of development for one of my personal favorite games, The Elder Scrolls IV: Oblivion. This agreement also stipulated that Bethesda would have the rights to create an additional 2 Fallout games after the release of Fallout 3, and the royalties of all 3 games would be paid to Interplay. The announcement for the game was made in 2004, but focus remained on Oblivion until its completion and release. The 2 games would share the Gamebryo engine as well. This agreement would turn into a purchase for the rights of Fallout as a series, giving Bethesda control over the IP and any future games or media they wish to create, with Fallout 3 releasing in October of 2008. Much like New Vegas, Fallout 3 was a revolutionary experience in terms of games at the time. The concept of an open-world RPG was strongly tied to, but not limited to, the Elder Scrolls series, of which was beginning to explode in popularity with the release of Morrowind, followed by Oblivion. It's understandable that a lot of eyes were on Fallout 3 from individuals who had never heard of the series before. I had never heard of the series until the third game's announcement. With no experience in CRPGs at the time and an affection towards the gameplay style of the Elder Scrolls, I was interested in taking the concept of those games and placing them in a post-apocalyptic setting with a focus on ranged combat over the fantastical elements presented in Oblivion. It's the Elder Scrolls with guns. What could go wrong there? It's Call of Duty. While I can't call it a statistical fact, there is good reason to believe that the majority of individuals who purchased and played Fallout 3 were new to the series, especially when you look at how it dominated sales in comparison to the first 2 games. This led to the game having a popular reception overall, but there were a subset of fans of the original games that were disappointed with the direction the series was taking. Many fans of Fallout wanted more Fallout-style content. They wanted CRPG games set in the Fallout universe. Fallout 3 was a departure from this concept. It's an open-world first-person shooter, while also being an RPG. This conflicts with the game's original genre for better or for worse. There's a discussion to be had for completely reshaping the gameplay design of an established series, even when changing ownership between developers. It's not an incorrect path to take, in my opinion, but there will always be criticisms to be had. Take Monster Hunter World, for example. I am someone that enjoys the old-school experience presented in the games that came before it, and I can critique some of the changes made in the newer entries due to how they deviate from the older experience. I wouldn't allow this criticism to ruin my overall experience, however. If a game is trying to do something new and they do it well, it's still a good game, despite it not being the same as it once was. Fallout 2 to Fallout 3, however, is a much more drastic example of this. There is going to be a whiplash effect for longtime fans of the series, especially those who have been anticipating Van Buren. Looking back, the people who had a real issue with the series and not criticisms with the change, people who got vocally angry at the thought, seem to be in the minority of not just Fallout 3 fans, but Fallout fans in general. Coming into this retrospective, I had assumed based on what I had heard that most of the original fans of the series not only disliked Fallout 3 due to its changes, but openly and vocally detested it. However, upon researching and looking into discussions on the subject all the way back to 2008, this doesn't seem to be the case. There are people upset with the acquisition and change, but they don't make up a large portion of the fandom. This isn't my attempt to say anything about the previous games, but merely lay out the reception of Fallout 3 specifically. On the topic of the 2 previous entries, I have actually played and enjoyed them very much so. I've gained a large respect and affinity for the genre, and so Fallout 1 and 2 were both games I ended up enjoying immensely, while also enjoying Fallout 3's experience. Where the old and new diverge more drastically is probably in presentation and writing. Fallout 3 took a drastic change in setting by placing the storyline within the capital wasteland. We can't lump all Fallout 1 and 2 fans together to the negative feedback from a loud minority. I think there's a perception nowadays that older fans of the series don't like new games, but I think that's a misconception that just became the popular understanding without being true. The people I'm describing are out there though, make no mistake. So going into this retrospective, it needs to be said that my perspective is that of a player who started with 3, continued into New Vegas and Fallout 4, and has played and respects the older games in the series. And while there are some comparisons I'd like to make between Fallout 3 and the original games through writing and presentation of the narrative, there's less I'll be comparing in terms of gameplay differences. This is a look at Fallout 3 as a Fallout 3 initiate, what Fallout 3 did right and wrong on its own with respect to the older games, but not solely focusing on said comparison. Changes to lore, lack of respect for source materials, and retcons can have their place in the discussion, but we are looking at Fallout 3 present and forward more than backwards. Don't come into my comments bashing me for enjoying this game because it isn't the old one. And please, for the love of God, do not make an 8-hour response video that I won't watch because I have nice things to say about it. Seriously, that was a pretty bonkers thing to see happen to another dude. I feel bad for that guy. A lot of what I said about the stability and gameplay of New Vegas during the introduction of its video, I do not want to repeat in this one. I suggest watching that video first to get a frame of mind of how I will be viewing and presenting this experience specifically, but it's not necessary. I have a lot of love and respect for the Bethesda Fallout series with 3 and New Vegas. Not so much 4 or 76, but I still enjoy those games to some capacity. Like the previous video, I will be going through the journey of the Lone Wanderer, from birth to leaving the vault to the search for their father and onward. While exploring this world and discussing the journey, I will also discuss the various side quests there are to be had, where they succeed and fail, and what messages they are trying to convey. Within these story beats, we will look at the overall setting and presentation of the game and its mechanics. Along the way, we will discuss the various DLCs, but this may or may not be in release order like in New Vegas. It turned out to be in release order. This is due to one of the DLCs being a pure continuation of the game's main storyline, which originally ended abruptly and didn't allow you to continue playing afterward. This DLC allows you to continue after this point, and I generally feel that's a good point to complete the other DLCs as well, although I may end up playing through and discussing them earlier than that. Rating these scripts takes about a month or so. I think this one took maybe 1.5, and I don't always know the entirety of the structure it will take shape within. If you enjoy this content, please consider liking, commenting, and subscribing, as it helps me continue to make these videos for you all. With that out of the way, I'm SuperRAD, and this is the big Fallout 3 retrospective. I've said it before and I'll say it again, open world RPGs have a better time allowing you to set up a backstory for your character when there's little established backstory to go on. In Oblivion and Morrowind, you're a prisoner, but it isn't explained what landed you there, why you are in the situation you're in. Fallout New Vegas, you're a courier, but everything leading up to you being shot in the head is left blank. They aren't perfect examples, and games rarely offer a perfect option for the player. A favorite way of mine used in both the Shadowrun trilogy and Cyberpunk 2077 is to offer you a set of options that help frame your backstory based on your input. In Cyberpunk, you can choose to start as a member of the corporate elite, a street kid, or a nomad, and each of these options will lead to their own introductory segment at the beginning of the game. Shadowrun is similar, allowing you to select an etiquette that will dictate how your character behaves in situations based on their past experiences. It feels more freeform when the player choice is introduced. In Fallout 1, you will always start as the Vault Dweller, but you are given the option to select an assortment of characters with predetermined stats and backstories. Alternatively, you can create your own character with your own backstory. The only thing that is set in stone at that point is the concept that you are a Vault Dweller. Your family is unknown, your past in the vault is unknown, and you can shape that within your head as you please. It's a better experience for players who enjoy inserting themselves into the character that they are playing, but it isn't a law that needs to be followed, even if I prefer it as well. I bring this up because Fallout 3 wants to tell a story, not just of the capital wasteland, but of a father and their child. When the introductory sequence begins, we are shown the remnants of Washington, D.C. after the bombs fell, around 200 years since the Great War. Ron Perlman talks talks about war and how it never changes. It's the typical Fallout experience so far. Where the deviation begins is with the sequence following this, where the player character is literally birthed into existence. Your father and another doctor looking over you, with your mother just off screen. Rather than leaving your past open-ended, Fallout 3 instead looks to show you your past from start to present. But rather than allow you to be the one doing the building, it's the developers and writers instead. They have a story to tell about the past of your character, and they will establish it, not you. You have a father and a mother. You know what your father looks like. You learn his past, and with all of this information and build-up, it becomes harder for you to establish much of your own past to work with, as it's already been laid out for you. That may sound limiting, and in a way it is. That doesn't mean it's wrong. It's about personal preference. I enjoy the freeform nature of New Vegas' start, but I also enjoy the linearity of the Nevada over the openness of the Capital Wasteland. It's my preference. In the same vein, individuals may like the structured story of the Lone Wanderer while also appreciating the open world the game offers. I don't believe either of these options are the wrong call, even if I prefer one over the other. It's still possible to insert yourself into the role of the Lone Wanderer if you want. It may be harder to immerse yourself than something more open-ended and blank, but it isn't impossible. And it doesn't ruin the overall experience. Even Fallout 2 had a bit of a more structured backstory for your character as a descendant of the character from the first game. There's always going to be aspects the developers want to set in stone for the player. Sometimes it is more heavy-handed than in other scenarios. Fallout 3 wants to tell a story, and to do so they need to set up a backstory for you to be aware of. So here we are, a fresh one just out of the womb and staring down Liam Neeson for the better part of 20 minutes while you design your character. Yes, this is the character creation process. The doctors apparently have a device that will show you what you will look like in the future, and you use said device to design your character's appearance. I won't be going over the process again. I also won't be talking about how potato-like or waxy the models appear, as I've already said all of this before. The creation process is both limiting and simple, and that's fine for what it is. The Gamebryo engine was limited in functionality, and character creation suffers for it slightly. While I think it is important to be able to make a character you appreciate and feel comfortable with, this is also a first-person RPG where you won't be seeing the face of your character very often. I'm not trying to make excuses for what the developers presented to us. I do believe the characters in Fallout 3 look abysmal, even in comparison to Fallout New Vegas, which is on the same engine with a few upgrades. Bethesda is notorious for having ugly-looking potato demons that could melt if left out in the sun too long. After over a decade of playing the game, you just kind of get used to it. Once your character is designed, your mother experiences complications of some kind and kicks the bucket, leading to a bright light washing over you and sending you a year into the future. The entirety of your stay within Vault 101 is a series of set pieces. They are designed to allow the player character to experience life within a vault. Now, if you don't know anything about Fallout as a series, it takes place after the events of a great war that took place in 2077, which led to the majority of the planet getting destroyed via nuclear warfare. A company known as Vault Tech created a series of vaults that would house individuals should the war come to this and protect them from being eradicated. The vaults were framed to act as a safe space for these individuals until it was possible to return to the surface. Unfortunately, things aren't that simple. The truth is that the majority of, if not all of the vaults were designed with an experiment in mind, and the people within would be used as lab rats to collect data. This concept wasn't established within Fallout 1, but was created by Tim Kaine during the development of Fallout 2. The experiment for Vault 101 is to see what happens when a vault stays closed indefinitely with no expectation of opening up again. In fact, most vaults have their own unique experiments, some of which I went over in the New Vegas video, and some I will also discuss during the journey through the Capital Wasteland, though they aren't as interesting in my opinion. The experiment of the vault is passed down from overseer to overseer as time goes on. Since it's 200 years since the bombs fell, the title of overseer has moved hands multiple times, with Alphonse Almodovar being the latest overseer and one who is focused on keeping true to the isolationism expected of the vault experiment. This is a key factor that plays into the overseer's opinion of you and your father, and later both of your backstories. In the first segment, you're 1 year old. It's a short segment designed to instill that your father is watching over you, lovingly so. Mechanically, this is the step you select your special stats in. There's a children's book near you as your father leaves you to play, and by interacting with it, you can allocate points into your various stats. Like New Vegas, this game is easily completed regardless of how you allocate your points. Just like any of my other playthroughs, I like to boost intelligence for the extra skill point gain per level up, but I Pip-Boy also makes sure to never set a special to its maximum of 10. While New Vegas had implants which could be bought to upgrade your special stats, Fallout 3 has unique bobbleheads that do the same for free. There are bobbleheads for special and bobbleheads for skills. A special bobblehead offers an additional point in the category the bobblehead is related to, meaning that a stat of 9 can become its maximum value of 10 later on, allowing you to allocate points elsewhere for a more balanced and effective build. Skill-based bobbleheads offer an additional 10 points to the relevant skills, and skills can go up to a maximum of 100 points total. This is all fairly similar to that of New Vegas, which changed the formula in many ways, but not so much in terms of stats and special. As you complete the allocation of your special, your father, James by the way, will appear to talk to you about your mother, reading an excerpt of Revelations 21:6. I am Alpha and Omega, the beginning and the end. I will give unto him that is athirst of the fountain of the water of life freely. It was your mother's favorite passage and one that is directly related to the events of the game's narrative, although this isn't immediately apparent. As you walk out of the room with your father, you are washed into another glow of white light, and it is 9 years later, the day of your 10th birthday. The Pip-Boy is an iconic item used throughout the entirety of the Fallout series. It's generally a device that fits on the wrist of an individual as their personal computer with the ability to display personal statistics involving health, inventory, etc. It also has the functionality to be a journal, to display local and world maps, and the ability to read electronic notes or even play the radio. What this means is that the Pip-Boy is your menu system in Fallout. It's what lets you manage your inventory and heal, to see where you are in the wasteland or within a specific interior location, the ability to listen to distress signals or Galaxy News radio, etc. An important device for any Vault Dweller, and one handed out to 10-year-olds in Vault 101 as they are reaching the age where they can be useful to the Vault by performing labor, although this is never shown off. The birthday segment of the introduction, like the rest, looks to help set up your character via stats or tutorials. As an infant, we set up our special. Now we are learning to interact with various NPCs while also displaying their personalities. Amada, for example, is your childhood friend. She offers you a present and you can decide how you react to her about it, either with appreciation or by being rude. Now, the dialogue and writing in Fallout 3 is nothing to write home about. If you're looking for an engaging narrative and sharp dialogue with nuance, you're better off playing New Vegas. Fallout 3 instead suffers from some of the pitfalls I discussed in my KOTOR retrospective. The dialogue of characters and even yourself are more often than not played for a laugh. Sometimes this ends up being unintentional. Characters that are mean or evil are often comically so, with no amount of depth adding to the reasoning for why they are the way they are. Arguably, Fallout 3 handles this better than BioWare did with KOTOR, but the point I'm trying to make here is that the game focuses more on humor than its messaging, and this is due to the writers trying to emulate the previous entries to an extent. The writing and reasoning within Fallout 3's narrative ends up being either silly or illogical, but if you go back and play Fallout 2, you'll find a lot of these same hiccups, such as the shaman who can convey his thoughts to you from across the wasteland, and a set of women from a mafia family that both want to sleep with you. The point I'm making isn't that the writing is necessarily bad, but that it doesn't take itself too seriously until it finds a need to. There are serious points in Fallout 2 and 3, but the game is filled with weak dialogue and humor that probably fit better in a text-based environment over a spoken one. Hearing people say the things that you would normally read in Fallout 2 delivers a different effect overall, and this ends up making Fallout 3 feel incredibly juvenile. And this theme is ever present throughout your entire playthrough. Butch is another example, a child who is a bully just for the sake of being one. He has a bit of a backstory you can delve into later, sure, but for your initial stay in Vault 101, the storyline of Butch and his friends is purely comedic. They go from simple bullies to a gang of leather jacket wearing, motorbike lacking bikers known as the Tunnel Snakes who shout "Tunnel Snakes rule" at any chance they get. They aren't taken seriously, but they also aren't supposed to be taken seriously. When the game wants you to focus on something properly, it will be more apparent, regardless of how well it actually presents itself. In terms of personalities, you can talk to the Overseer who, as I mentioned previously, seems to hold a resentment towards you and your father. He has his eye on you and wants you to watch yourself around Amada, who turns out to be his daughter. After some time has passed in the cafeteria, your father will tell you to go meet Jonas down in the reactor level for a surprise. Once you run into Jonas, your father is quick to show up behind you with a BB gun for your birthday, and this then acts as the tutorial segment for how to shoot at your enemies. You're given a few makeshift targets to take out before a rad roach appears, and then you have to kill it as well. If you're wondering what a rad roach is doing in a vault that is supposed to have never been opened, first off, you're more astute than I was as a kid playing this section, and second, it gets explained later on during the introductory sequence. Once the rad roach is dead, your father has Jonas take a picture of the two of you to commemorate the moment, and the camera's flash becomes the familiar white light that leads into the next segment of your life within the vault 6 years later. The scene begins with your father performing an eye exam on you and determining you are fit enough to take part in today's annual GOAT exam. GOAT stands for Generalized Occupational Aptitude Test, and within the universe of the game is used to establish which role the student will eventually take on within the vault as they get older. For the player, this is a means of selecting your tag skills. Tag skills are 3 skills you select to give a 15-point boost to before you start your main journey of the game. In New Vegas, these were assigned with a personality test given to you by Doc Mitchell. In Fallout 3, it's the GOAT exam, but both of these tests are farces. Just like New Vegas, you can select your tag skills manually by talking to your teacher even after the test is completed, or by bypassing the test altogether by telling him you don't want to take part ahead of time. Before leaving your father's office, you may notice a bobblehead I mentioned previously. This is the medicine bobblehead and will add an additional 10 points to the skill. Without spoiling anything, not picking it up now will lock you out of obtaining it for some time, so grab it if you're playing along. Upon leaving James's office, you'll witness Amada being harassed by the tunnel snakes, and they are as comedic looking as I described them to be earlier. You can fight them off for Amada or talk them down, and this is your first example of a skill check in Fallout 3. In 3, the speech skill checks are percentage-based checks relative to the associated skill. Skill checks are different between Fallout 3 and New Vegas. A high speech skill will give you a better chance of convincing someone to do something for you, but it's still just that, a chance. The chance can be boosted to 100% potentially, but more often than not you will be dealing with a dice roll. This is how most new players were used to speech checks in Fallout and may have felt some whiplash when entering New Vegas. Instead of percentage-based checks, New Vegas had hard requirements. If you didn't have 25 points in explosives, you weren't getting dynamite from Easy Pete. I've seen some people complain about how New Vegas handled this setup. The appeal of the Fallout 3 way of doing things is that you always have a chance to come out lucky even with a low skill level. While in New Vegas, you are locked out of specific checks completely unless you come back later, and sometimes that isn't an option. I believe that the New Vegas approach is more impactful for a variety of reasons. For one, the progression is more dynamic when you can't complete everything every time. This is less true in subsequent playthroughs when you can plan ahead, but I appreciate how a run changes when I can't do everything perfectly every time. The same is technically true in Fallout 3 considering how low your chances can be in comparison to your skill level, but Fallout 3 does facilitate save scumming, while New Vegas has fixed this issue. Obviously you don't have to save scum, and that is what I am doing in this current playthrough whenever I fail a speech check, but New Vegas offers a level of peace of mind by removing the option from the equation. Again though, you don't have to use it. Don't think that an option being there means you have to use it. Be a little stronger than that. Have a little more will than that. More importantly, New Vegas doesn't limit your ability to persuade just by speech skill. Rather, your experience and other skills can directly affect your effectiveness in dialogue. Like I mentioned, Easy Pete is convinced with an explosives check, but if this was Fallout 3, you'd only be using a speech skill for almost everything. Again, it's dynamic in this sense. You aren't aware of what skills are going to be useful in what situation when talking to someone. You can't focus solely on speech and expect to get by in every scenario. After dealing with the tunnel snakes and taking part in the GOAT exam, you'll see a final flash of white light as we progress 3 years into the future, making your character 19 years old. You're woken up abruptly by Amada as things within the vault seem to be in a chaotic state. Amada informs you that vault security is looking for you and that your father has managed to open the vault entrance and escape, thus being labeled as a traitor. He managed this by escaping during a large rad roach infestation, which is currently still taking place. Your father's friend Jonas was subsequently interrogated and beaten to death in the process, something that is affecting Amada heavily. Amada can hand you a pistol to defend yourself with, and this is where the game begins to open up in terms of exploring and combat. Amada runs off to deal with her father, and as you exit your room, you'll see a security guard being attacked by various roaches. Both the guard and the roaches are hostile, so regardless of who wins, you have to fight your way out of the situation situation. In fact, all security except for one individual will be hostile to the point of attacking you no matter what you do. It seems that, on the orders of the Overseer, that these men are out for blood. Worse is a scene where two individual dwellers wish to escape similar to your father, and upon attempting to escape are shot down by security while unarmed. There's a level of police oppression to be seen within the vault. Everyone is controlled by the Overseer, and he exerts his power via the police force, who are tools of his will, rather than individuals who are meant to keep the populace safe. As you make your way around, Butch will approach you in a panic. Turns out his mother is being attacked by rad roaches as he speaks, and he begs for your assistance in the matter. You can tell Butch to eat shit if you want, but by helping him, you'll gain his respect and appreciation, as well as his tunnel snake's jacket, which you can wear. It's such a quick sequence of events too. Butch goes from an individual who has bullied and vilified you his entire life to a man begging for assistance and quickly forgetting about how he treated you for so long. He's at least somewhat apologetic for how he's acted over a decade of your life, but the amount of remorse you may expect from someone within this scenario is severely lacking. I wouldn't care about this as much if Fallout 3 itself didn't care about putting forth events that evoke an emotional impact, but it does. There are situations and scenarios in the game that want you to feel something: sadness or grief, happiness or anger. It's an important aspect to the storyline from a narrative perspective, and something the writers clearly cared about. That's why we can look at how Butch reacts to you saving his family members from being eaten alive by roaches, something he was too scared to do, and find his response lackluster in terms of narrative and emotional impact. The game is full of situations like this as we go. There's not too much more to say about your journey through the vault as you make your way to the entrance. Since the door leading to the entrance is blocked off, you need to find an alternative route through the Overseer's office. As you reach the security office, or jail, you can find the Overseer and Officer Mac interrogating Amada. This leads to an altercation where you are forced to kill Officer Mac as Amada runs off to her domicile. Once Mac is taken care of, you can talk to the Overseer about what's going on. He won't fill you in on too many details, stating that he believes he is doing what is best for the vault and that you are somehow a danger to the citizens within. You can threaten him, which will lead to an altercation followed by his death at your hands, or you can threaten the well-being of Amada to get his key to the Overseer's office. Neither of these are actually necessary, and killing Amada's father will have repercussions on how she views you as an individual. I personally allow him to live even after everything he did due to our history with Amada and the fact that you can find the Overseer's password within his bedroom, making the altercation entirely optional in the first place. Amada states she will meet you at the entrance when she has the opportunity to do so, and you can head to the Overseer's chamber to learn a bit more about Vault 101. There's a terminal entry within that suggests that the vault had actually been opened at least once or twice in the past in order for scouting parties to determine if it was safe to leave. Whether it was through this event or the other non-documented openings of the vault, rad roaches made their way inside, which led to the current infestation. The terminal can open a hidden passageway which allows one to reach the entrance of the vault. As you make your way there and open the door, Amada will reappear and be shocked at the sight, considering she has never seen this happen before. You can have your goodbyes with Amada and even offer for her to join you, but she refuses as she wants to try and fix what her father has ruined. She's also crucial to a later quest here, so she can't come with you anyway. As you're about to leave, some security will appear to attack you and you make your way to escape into the capital wasteland. It's at this point that you can reset any of your creation steps you took for your character, including name, tag skills, special, and even your appearance, proving that the GOAT exam really is as useless as was claimed. While your time in Vault 101 is brief, I believe that it does what something like Terrace and KOTOR aim to do, but better and shorter. You're given a short segment that briefly teaches you the mechanics of the game by having you experience them naturally firsthand. You see enough development of your character within the vault to build up some sort of emotional bond within, and then you experience losing your home and your father. I believe there are several players who do not enjoy the Vault 101 segment based on what I described when discussing immersion and the ability to insert yourself into the setting of the game. But the introductory sequence, while dated now, was revolutionary for its time. No other reputable, well-known games allowed you to grow from child to adult quite like this, except for something like Fable, where that was the entire point of the series. Vault 101 doesn't overstay its welcome. It acts as a tutorial mechanism and it does it well, leaving you potentially missing or resenting the people within that have have forced you out. And with the confines and linearity of the vault out of the way, you can make your way out into the wasteland proper to be met with the experience of the capital that acts as a contrast to what you have just experienced. I believe for first-time players of the series especially, this whiplash effect from the cleanliness of the vault to the post-apocalyptic is impactful and effective at showing you just how bad things have gotten, while also making you interested in exploring how humanity has dealt with life in the apocalypse so far, starting with the nearby town of Megaton. Exiting the vault will offer you a sum of EXP that will allow you your first level up. Leveling up in Fallout 3 is a consistent experience. What I mean is that each level offers you both one perk and your assortment of skill points to allocate. In previous Fallout games, you would receive perks every 3 levels, making perks more rare and therefore more valuable in terms of character build. While perks are still valuable in Fallout 3, there's 30 levels to work through with the DLC, meaning you'll have a total of 29 perks once you reach that point. In New Vegas, you gained perks every 2 levels and started the game with a level cap of 30 instead of 20, which was raised by 5 with the release of each subsequent DLC. This means that the courier in New Vegas can have a total of 25 in comparison to the total of 29 in Fallout 3, which was originally a total of 19 before the Broken Steel DLC. As Fallout 3 was my first experience with the series, I was used to an entry that offered me perks at every level, leaving me disappointed when I played New Vegas and realized that this wasn't the case there. There's something gratifying about perks that I feel we can all agree on to some capacity. The ability to level up and gain a new passive or active benefit means the ability to refresh or bolster the gameplay style of our character. Dungeons and Dragons does it with feats. Knights of the Old Republic does it with feats and force powers. Game after game after game has offered some form of perk progression, whether it's an RPG or not, because the concept of the design is something a majority of players appreciate. The market is so saturated with this aspect of a game that the gratification factor is starting to wear thin, but back in 2008, they were still a novel concept. Players loved looking forward to these rewards, adding to the overall experience of building your character and watching their effectiveness grow. Leveling up isn't the only way to gain perks either. There are various side quests and tasks you can complete that may lead to you unlocking free, unique perks. Helping Moira Brown in Megaton is an example of this, and one we will go over in detail as we work towards finishing the Wasteland Survival Guide. Skill points, the other consistent aspect of a level up, are awarded based on a formula involving your intelligence stat. It's a hard bonus based on the value of your special stat, meaning you gain a base value of 10 skill points plus the value of your intelligence. For example, if I have an intelligence of 8 on level up, I'll gain 18 skill points total. And there's perks early on that allows you to gain an additional 3 per level up, making it highly useful to get as soon as it is unlocked. That's the thing about perks, they aren't readily available to you. There will be an assortment of perks you can select from as you reach level 2, but most perks have both level and special stat requirements. The Fortune Finder perk unlocks at level 6, but you can only select it if you have a luck stat of 5 or more. This means that your build is somewhat dictated by how you decided to build your character at the start, plus what your choice is based on what is available to you as you level up. If you have the knowledge ahead of time and plan ahead, you can plan out your optimal build, but it's not necessary, and the Fallout series has always allowed for satisfying free-form progression. Even if you have a perk you want but can't obtain, you can consider sacrificing a level up to the intensive training perk, which can be selected multiple times and allow you to allocate a new point into your special stats. Even better, the special bobbleheads are free, and may be the one point you need to get that new perk you've been eyeing. The free-form leveling system offers a wide variety of paths for the player to build their character towards, based on what they plan on using. This is in contrast to Bethesda's Elder Scrolls series, where a good portion of your abilities are dictated based on your use with them. In Oblivion, you build skill with bladed weaponry by using swords and daggers. When you level up, the stats that you get the biggest bonuses are based on the skills you leveled up to that point, and there's merit to the concept of that system. I used to play an MMO called Mortal Online, mostly because of how much I loved Oblivion. It was an open world PvP first-person MMO where all of your skills were dictated based on use and grew as you used them. There's a rewarding aspect of that progression that you can't get in something like Fallout, but that doesn't mean Fallout's progression is worse, it's just different. And I appreciate both for different reasons. I like watching numbers go up every time I level up, and I enjoy learning new perks and skills regardless of what I did between level ups to get there, and Fallout 3 manages to offer that. The system could have more depth if the developers had intended it to, but they didn't, and it doesn't. That's fine. New Vegas' system is almost completely similar, and I love it just as much, mostly because its limiting nature forces me to assign higher value to specific choices I make, but I still have the ability to make said choices. So you leveled up, chosen your first perks, and allocated your skill points. What's next? In a way, the start at this point between Fallout 3 and New Vegas is incredibly similar. The goal of Fallout 3 at this moment is to find your father. The goal of New Vegas at the end of the Goodsprings segment is to find Benny, the man who shot you in the head. Both games have a clear task they want you to take, but where they deviate is how the game presents the solution to your problem, in terms of exploration options. In Fallout 3, the Capital Wasteland is completely open to you. In New Vegas, you have two real paths to take in order to reach the Strip. One of the biggest issues players had when moving from Fallout 3 to New Vegas was the sense of more linearity within the Nevada versus the Capital Wasteland. One of the biggest aspects of Fallout 3 is its open world nature. While New Vegas is also open world, a large amount of the paths from point A to B are just that. Paths. You can't climb mountains to cut through the middle of the map because there's invisible walls that prevent you from doing so. There's options, but there's also direction. To players at the time, it seemed like immersion was the end-all be-all aspect of any RPG. If there was anything within the game that could potentially take you out of being immersed, it was not only a failure, but something to be vilified. This was the case for invisible walls in New Vegas because they may take away from believing you are within the world presented to you, that it's real or at least presenting itself to be real. But the invisible walls had a purpose. Linearity in games has a purpose. I've said this in a past video, but there is nothing wrong with linearity. Like all other aspects of game design, it's all about how it's used. If linearity is used effectively, it's just another design decision that lends to the game's strength. I've seen people complain that BioShock had linear maps while System Shock was more open, winding paths that doubled back on one another. It was a sin to consumers at the time. Those games were somehow regressing, as if it makes sense for every game to have these elaborate maps with plenty of paths and mazes to choose from when the rest of the game's design philosophy doesn't call for it. Open world freedom has its place when it's planned and designed for, as all of the other mechanics will be intended to complement it. Linearity has its place for the same reasons. It depends what the developers are trying to offer you. I remember Final Fantasy XIII getting obliterated online for its linearity because other Final Fantasy games weren't like that previously, mostly due to their overworld map. In my opinion, you shouldn't be looking at a past game in the franchise about a mechanic when the developers are clearly choosing to go a different direction. It doesn't make sense to critique a game for its linearity when the linearity is the point, just because Final Fantasy VII had a world map and 13 didn't. It's the same thing here. Fallout 3 and New Vegas offer similar but different experiences. Fallout 3 is open. New Vegas wants to guide you a little bit more than that. They are both valid design choices, and it doesn't make one better than the other, even if I prefer how New Vegas handled everything in comparison to 3. Additionally, I believe there's a misconception nowadays about the plotline of Fallout 3, where I see individuals claim it's about finding your father and nothing more. This isn't the case. If Fallout 3 was only about finding your father, the credits would roll once you save him later on. If we compared the same sentiment to New Vegas, the entire point of the game would be finding Benny and the credits would roll once you'd killed him. The truth of it is that finding your father in Fallout 3 is where the game opens up once more. It starts as an open experience and then it opens up further for the grand narrative and plotline. New Vegas guides you to Benny and then explodes in openness when the greater aspects of the Strip, Mr. House, and the Dam become apparent. These games have directions and plotlines to follow, but neither focuses on their simple introductory concepts. They have more to say and show than that. Once you have some experience within the world and have become used to it, these stories grow in scope and concept along with your understanding of the setting and how they fit inside of it. All of this to say that while I have criticisms of every game and every experience looking back, I often think that many of the things we have seen the general audience complain about are overall unreasonable and unjustified. I want to go in with a lens of what Bethesda was trying to do with Fallout 3, and where that worked and where it didn't. So while the game is open to explore, we will be following the path presented to us by the main questline and deviating from it along the way only to return later on. We are on the search for our father, but we are also going to take part in various side quests, discuss them, and see where they take us. As I already pointed out, this means we'll be hitting up Megaton, but there is an individual named Silver you can meet in an abandoned town just ahead of you. Silver is on the run from a man named friend Moriarty, who just so happens to reside in Megaton as well. Moriarty believes Silver owes him caps, and Silver explains that Moriarty is a sleazeball who is trying to drain her of all of her income, a sentiment that is shared with the greater population of Megaton. You can kill her to get the money or offer to take the amount owed and tell Moriarty that she has skipped town. Various decisions will affect your karmic value, which fluctuates between good, neutral, and bad. While New Vegas didn't have a large amount of functionality surrounding the karma mechanic, something I believed to be a waste, Fallout 3 attempts to do more with it, but it's more a lackluster and unrewarding experience overall. Karma affects exactly 3 things in this game. First, if you have good karma, you will sometimes be ambushed by Talon Company mercenaries. If you have bad karma, you'll be ambushed by a group known as regulators. Second, if you have good karma or bad karma, you can get a few supply rewards from Megaton or Paradise Falls, which is a slave camp. Finally, and most importantly, karma affects which characters you can get to join you as companions in Fallout 3. Yes, like New Vegas and previous games, Fallout 3 allows you to hire companions. Specifically, you can get a human or robot companion plus dog meat. Both dog meat and a ghoul companion known as Sharon have no karmic requirements, but everyone else requires you to be a specific alignment. Star Paladin Cross won't join you unless you have good karma. Sergeant RL3 won't join you unless you have neutral karma, and Jericho won't join you unless you have bad karma. There are more companions than that with their own requirements, but this brings us to a big difference between Fallout 3 and New Vegas. The companions in Fallout 3 do not matter. Outside of a few specific characters and circumstances, the companions in Fallout 3 have very little development, nor do they have any companion quests to take part in. Additionally, the companions do not have a status attached to them known as essential. In Fallout New Vegas, any of your companions that end up incapacitated will be knocked out and then revived later on. In Fallout 3, if a companion dies, they are gone for good. There's something to be said about tactics here, and taking an assessment of a situation to make sure that you and your party are safe. However, this is something that is easier to achieve in actual tactical games, which modern Fallout is not. Fallout 1 and 2, sure, it's a turn-based game where you plan everything ahead of time. If you lose a companion and they die forever, it makes sense. In Fallout 3, there's some tactical aspects within real-time FPS combat, but your companions can be so squishy that it can be impossible to save them in a variety of situations. Sometimes it can feel unfairly designed when you're out with your party, make no mistake of your own, and suddenly Dogmeat is dead due to cosmic events outside of your control. This is why companions are essential in New Vegas, because the gameplay style of modern Fallout doesn't facilitate a way for you to effectively protect your companions. It's fixed in New Vegas and in Fallout 4 because it makes more sense to do what you can for your companions, but expect them to sometimes die in an open world shooting RPG where anything can happen. For this reason, I'll mention companions from time to time, but I won't be focusing on them. There's no point outside of a few situations, and most of the characters have no real impact on the story. Even companions that should have an impact on the story don't, at least until the DLC. Megaton is a town of scrap. Everything is built out of scrap within some capacity, and it shows. As you approach the town, you're greeted by Deputy Weld, whose only job is to welcome you to Megaton. The name of the town comes from the fact that it is surrounding an active nuclear warhead. What would convince them to do something like this? Apparently it originates from a crashed plane carrying the warhead that created the crater we see today. The crater was used to protect survivors from dust storms as they tried to gain entry into Vault 101. Naturally, over time it became a base of operations that needed more and more protection from raiders and super mutants, leading to the town we see today. The interior of Megaton is exactly as described. It's built out of scrap from around the immediate area and the wasteland. There's parts of the crashed airplane I mentioned earlier, and the town works its way into the crater while building into the hills surrounding it. In the dead center of the crater is the nuclear warhead. Some of the original survivors who founded Megaton ended up worshipping the bomb and creating their own religion surrounding it, known as the Church of the Children of Adam. There's not much to say on religion because the game doesn't try to focus on them. The religion seems to exist to showcase its absurdity and dwindling support, although it does make a reappearance in Fallout 4. Once inside, you are greeted with the town's sheriff, Lucas Sims. It's almost a whiplash effect listening to the dialogue and performances of the characters you meet in Fallout 3 in comparison to New Vegas. The writing and complexity of the characters are simplistic in design compared to the development and backstory we received in the Nevada. If you're polite to Sims, it's very important to the developers that he points out you're being friendly and well-mannered. If you react negatively to him, the game wants that to be apparent as well. Not every character is like this, but many are designed to reflect your actions in a way that doesn't feel natural. Fallout 3 came at a time when morality was a huge grab within game design. Thus, characters seemed designed to showcase their morality rather than having any complexity of their own, a thing that Obsidian worked to remedy with their own release. Again, it isn't necessarily everyone. There's plenty of characters who have a unique sense of self, but many of the people you meet leave the game feeling bland and stagnant rather than vibrant and alive. People aren't realistic in how they perceive you. Megaton is home to an active nuclear bomb, and you can ask to take a look at it on your first meeting with Lucas Sims, and he'll agree to this despite not knowing you in the slightest. It doesn't even take a speech check. That's the focus of Fallout 3. They want to get you to take part in quests and perform actions. They don't want you to have to fight or work towards making these opportunities possible. Bethesda is more interested in having you interact with the bomb and everything surrounding it, rather than interacting with the people who have made a bomb a normalized aspect of their lives. Megaton is almost a special case. There is a lot of marketing and work that went into the concept of Megaton. The developers wanted to have a focus on the bomb early on because they use it as the ultimate showcase of karma and morality. This is because Megaton offers you two options. You either defuse the bomb for good karma, or you blow up Megaton for bad karma and some rewards. Yeah, you can blow up Megaton. And yes, it is one of Fallout 3's biggest highlights, as it's a decision with real mechanical weight. NPCs will disappear. Certain individuals will comment on the event. It's important in a way that many decisions in Fallout 3 want to be, but fail at doing so, and it still has its own problems. If you head into Moriarty's saloon, there's an individual sitting in the corner who tries to flag you down. This is Mr. Burke, and he is voiced by Wes Johnson, potentially one of the most unique voices in a Bethesda game, who held the role of Lucian LeChance of the Dark Brotherhood. He has other roles in both games, but his voice is the most impactful and unique in these specific roles. Burke has a job for you. A wealthy benefactor has hired him in the destruction of Megaton, a destruction of the apocalypse's past to make way for the future and pave the wasteland in his image. The image of capitalism and greed. Yeah, I'm bringing up capitalism again, but how Fallout 3 questions this economic concept in no way possesses the depth that Obsidian's take does. Tenpenny sees the tower as an eyesore over the wasteland that he is looking to build over, and thus wants it demolished in order to pave way for the future of his ideals. There's more to Tenpenny and his tower to discuss, but this isn't the time for it. We're still focusing on Megaton, and I'd be missing out if I did not showcase the events of what happens when you choose to blow up the town, witnessing it from the balcony of Tenpenny Tower.
Wish there was another nuke we could detonate. You don't see that very often.
You can tell the only reason Mr. Burke wanted to blow up Megaton was because it felt good to him. Tenpenny's reasoning has more to it, but it's also surface level and nonsensical. These characters aren't developed, their motivations aren't well established. There is no reasoning given to you for blowing up the town that is justifiable, not that there ever would be. The destruction of Megaton mechanically is for spectacle, and was created by the developers as such. They wanted you to see just how evil you could get in Fallout 3 and what that evil would do to the world around you, but the reality is that this falls flat. Megaton is a one-off. Nothing else you do truly affects the wasteland like what you do to Megaton, and even then the effects of Megaton's destruction are fairly contained. As you return to the town after the fact, you'll find it destroyed and irradiated. The robot deputy is destroyed but still semi-functional. An actually interesting development is that of a character we haven't met yet known as Moira Brown, who ends up surviving the blast but also ends up ghoulified in the process. Moira has a rather long quest with a lot of steps and rewards involved, and I imagine the developers didn't want you to miss out on all of it by killing her off. So having her become ghoulified is admittedly a pretty smart and unique way to fix the situation. But of course we aren't going to blow up Megaton. There's too much to do there and too much to get out of it. The only reason blowing up Megaton is there is because the developers want to show it to you. They don't actually care about the moral implications. They want it to be such an enticing option that you try it at least once, because that's what the game's marketed towards. That being said, if you do blow up Megaton, you can gain an executive room in Tenpenny Tower, and if you save Megaton, you will be rewarded with a house in the town. As for Mr. Burke, you can turn him into Lucas Sims, and he will have you join him in the arrest. Burke will try to kill Sims, and he can succeed, but if you're quick on the draw, you can take Burke out first, and Lucas will even thank you for it. Within Megaton, there's a major quest to take part in that will have you traveling around the capital wasteland. But before we discuss that, there's a few smaller quests to take care of if you're so inclined. Walter needs help fixing the water pipes around Megaton as they are leaking, and it's affecting the pressure to the plant. There's 3 pipes to fix, and you can spot them by following the various piping around the town. A repair skill of 30 is needed to do so, one of the static skill checks that exists in the game. While dialogue, as I discussed earlier, specifically focuses on the speech skill and uses a percentage-based RNG rule to decide your success, non-dialogue checks require specific skill thresholds, though it can sometimes be influenced. New Vegas ended up taking the concept of the static checks and applied those to all aspects of the dialogue as well, ultimately making what feels like a more dynamic product overall. If you want to be a good Samaritan, you can be told by the local doctor that Leo Stahl is a citizen of the town who gets high in the water processing plant late at night. If you go and talk to him, you have the opportunity to convince him to come clean. Now, the game isn't saying much here with these quests. They are designed to be completed on a mechanical level, but most of these aren't situations where there's something greater to be said about the interactions or the themes surrounding it. Instead, it's purely about you, the player. You get to decide if you do the right thing or wrong thing. Leo is a drug addict, and it's up to you to decide if you help him. This is Fallout 3's focus, to see what you would do in a given situation rather than deliver an overall message or topic to think about. It does offer that for the grander narratives and questlines sometimes, but overall the world is a sandbox for you to do good or evil within. The effort put into the writing seems to imply that you aren't supposed to think about it too much. Even the choice of blowing up Megaton doesn't feel like there's a lot of weight behind it, and that's a situation where you are nuking a village. It does have weight behind it, but the game doesn't convey it very well. The real major side quest in Megaton involves Moira Brown at the Craterside Supply. While you're here, you can grab a holotape from an individual who claims to be an android or a synthetic man, on the run from the Commonwealth after escaping his captors. The man is looking for reconstructive surgery on his mechanical body, and to have someone wipe his memory so he can live freely from his past. There are a couple of these tapes in Megaton, and the doctor of the town was specifically asked if he could do anything about the situation, but everyone seems to believe it to be a prank. If you played Fallout 4, you know that this isn't the case, and we'll pick this back up once we reach Rivet City. In the meantime, Moira has a job for us. It's one big job with an assortment of little tasks, a majority of which can be completed around Megaton or at least somewhat near it. Moira is working on a book, the Wasteland Survival Guide, and she would like to enlist your help in completing it, chapter by chapter. Each chapter has 3 tasks Moira wants you to complete, and each of these tasks always has an optional step that requires a little more effort but leads to greater rewards. Take the section about finding food and medicine in the wasteland. There's a supermarket nearby that has apparently never been explored by Megaton scavengers despite it being down the road. When you arrive, it's full of raiders, but your objective is a fridge near the entrance where you can find some food without having to partake in combat. It becomes more complicated due to the optional task of finding medicine within the supermarket as well, as that's past all the raiders in the back of the store. Once you find it, even more raiders show up before you have a chance to escape, leading to another firefight unless you're particularly stealthy by this point. If you return to Moira and offer her information only on the food you found, you'll get iguana bits as a reward, but if you go the extra mile, you get a passive item in your inventory known as a food sanitizer that increases the HP restoration effect of the food consumables by 20%. Every task is like this. Moira wants to learn about radiation poisoning, so you can either gain 200 rads or 600 rads before returning to her. If you hit 600, you unlock a secret perk that allows you to regenerate hurt limbs when you are above 400 rads. Finally, for chapter 1, Moira wants you to explore a nearby town that is known to be full of active mines. She wants you to reach the park there to learn about maneuvering around the mines, but would also like you to return one to her for a bonus. There's an active sniper in the town as well that you have to watch out for, which can make the quest particularly dangerous for the uninitiated. You gain a bottle cap mine schematic for going above and beyond here. Yes, the workbench is in this game as well, and you can use it to craft a variety of weapons and explosives if you have the schematics to do so. It's not designed very well. I hate finding stuff in the wasteland So much random stuff and you have no idea where to look for it. It's insane. Every time you return to Moira and explain to her the situation, you're given a selection of responses that actually dictate how the guide will be presented. If you have high intelligence, you can make a bunch of dialogue choices focusing on this aspect of the guide, and the effect of the guide in the game will change overall once completed. Its effect is via a perk and not the book itself, but the perk is dependent on your dialogue choices and overall completion of the tasks and optional aspects. Standard replies will increase overall HP. Intelligence replies will increase science and medical skill levels. There's multiple other potential bonuses here. After chapter 1 is complete, Moira will have an additional 3 tasks for you. These include bashing the heads of mole rats with a repellent stick that turns out to blow them up, as well as investigating mirelurks, and as well as injuring yourself. The extra optional aspects involve how many mole rats you kill, being stealthy when observing the mirelurks, and crippling a limb for Moira. The extra rewards include keeping the repellent stick, a hat, and an environment suit. The clothing options have their own bonuses. Moira's quest is so rewarding and so in-depth that it makes sense the developers wouldn't want to get rid of her even if you blew up Megaton, hence her ghoulification. In my opinion, I think it's a cool event to stumble upon, to see the ghoulification of someone that you met as a human previously. It's a good compromise because it still offers an effect on the player while not removing the ability to continue the quest. That being said, I would have been fine with all quests being removed entirely, as that is also an impactful aspect of blowing up the entire town. Moira has a final chapter to work through, but one of the tasks involves venturing out to Rivet City. Rivet City is one of the destinations on our main story path, so we'll revisit the quest once we get there. In the meantime, we need to head back to Moriarty's saloon and talk to the man himself about our father. Moriarty has some history with your father, which might sound odd considering you grew up in a vault. When you explain you were looking for him, he will recognize you as the baby James was carrying on his way to Vault 101. Turns out you weren't born in a vault, but after the death of your mother, your father took you there and persuaded his way in order to keep you safe. Since the vault needed a physician, they had to let James in despite their isolationist lifestyle. Rather than explaining this to you, your father wished for you to always stay safe in the vault and thus convinced you that you were born there and have been there for your entire existence. Why he escaped is still unclear. James apparently stopped by the saloon to get his bearings since he had been locked away for so long, and Moriarty knows where James went, but payment is something important to him and he won't give you the information for free. Moriarty wants 100 caps to divulge the information, but you can state you don't have them, which leads you down the quest involving Silver, who we met back in the town just outside Vault 101. You end up paying Moriarty 300 caps this way, but they weren't yours to begin with. Alternatively, you can hack into his computer to get all the information you need through Moriarty's personal journal, bypassing the cost entirely. Turns out your father has made his way to a radio station in the city proper known as Galaxy News Radio, meaning that's our next stop as well. Before that, I'd like to point out how the citizens of Megaton are framed here. They're good people for the most part, or at least they are portrayed as such. You have people like Moriarty who are portrayed as manipulative and greedy, but almost everyone else is just living their lives. There's a ghoul who works at the saloon named Gob. When you talk to him, he expects you to be rude over his appearance, and the game only gives you 2 options here. We treat Gob like an absolute gentleman, or essentially begin throwing up at the sight of him. There's no in-between here for a more natural conversation. In fact, if you are nice to Gob, he is so shocked by the concept that he reveres you and offers you a discount. Despite Moriarty being abusive towards him, he really sticks his neck out for you over a few lines, and I don't want to say it is unrealistic that he would do so, but I do believe it portrays something about Megaton residents that isn't made abundantly clear. Most of the people within Megaton are apparently prejudiced towards ghouls. No one in town seems to treat him with any form of respect. No one is ever nice to him, all because of how he looks due to radiation poisoning. Many ghouls are oppressed within the capital wasteland. It's a topic that gets presented multiple times, from Gob to another ghoul that we will meet at Tenpenny Tower. How the game handles it can feel sloppy at times, but it's still an interesting concept to focus on even a little. You never know the residents of Megaton held this prejudice unless you talk to Gob directly or witnessed it. You're blind to this aspect of the good karma town until you do a little digging. Even in the areas of society where people are trying their best to survive and potentially do good, there's still always these aspects of hate lurking just beneath the surface. On the topic of Gob, he was captured by slavers and purchased by Moriarty as his own personal slave, which I believe says enough about Moriarty and justifies not helping him with Silver, nor paying him to find out about your father. Slavery is a big aspect in Fallout in general, but it does have a larger focus in 3 than in like New Vegas Vegas, and we'll be exploring that more as we reach Paradise Falls, but that's far off into this script. In the meantime, that's all we have to do in Megaton for the moment. Well, there's a woman in the saloon by the name of Lucy West who would like us to deliver a letter to her family in Arefu. She can't pay us, but believes her father will be able to offer compensation for the journey. It's out of the way from Galaxy News Radio, but the journey there will allow us to make a stop along the way to discuss Big Town. Additionally, one of your potential companions, Jericho, is here, but he's a bad karma option we can't hire at the moment, and this run won't be focusing on companions anyway, so we're just gonna leave him. Arefu is far to the northwest of Megaton. If you veer slightly more north along the way, you'll reach the settlement of Big Town. Why is it called Big Town? Because all of the residents come from Little Lamplight once they're too old to live there. Why would they be too old to live there? We'll get to that. As you approach, you'll learn that Big Town is consistently attacked by both super mutants and slavers, leading to the citizens falling into a depressive spiral, with many of them giving up hope and staying alive and giving little to no fight when you push them on anything. The people of Big Town assume you are there to hurt them. If you aren't, they don't care. If you're going to hurt them or steal from them, get it over quick. It's dreary. The people are tired and harassed constantly, expecting to die at any moment or be taken away for who knows what. If these individuals aren't sitting there wallowing ready to die, they're more unhinged than not. Take Buttercup here, which has a content warning for self-harm.
Ever wonder what it would be like to slit your wrist? I watched someone die once. So I'm an expert on death. And so are many of my friends now.
There's some characters here to say the least, and they need some help. There's no message to be had here, at least in my opinion. No greater narrative to explore within the town of Big Town. There are just people here who need help, and you can choose to make their life better or worse. That's, again, the point of Fallout 3. You aren't here to think as much as you are here to do. Action is more important than message. Big Town needs help, and that's all there is to it. You may be asking why they haven't moved. Megaton is right down the road, and it's safer than anywhere else in the immediate area aside from maybe Vault 101. It's brushed off within dialogue by one of the residents saying that Megaton won't have them. Why they won't, I'm unsure. Megaton does have a bit of a housing crisis on its hands. You can see NPCs discussing how Lucas Sims won't give them their own residence, forcing them to live in the common house, yet Lucas still had an empty house on hand to offer you for disarming the nuke. Don't get me wrong, it's great to be rewarded, but there are actual residents of Megaton who are potentially homeless, so it isn't the win you immediately think it is when he hands you the deed and the keys. You're taking a home from the people that actually live there, and you aren't necessarily owed it just because you helped them out, so Megaton is probably packed, although I believe they could still help these people out. Rivet City is also too far a trek for these individuals considering how inexperienced they are at defending themselves. There's Arefu potentially, but it doesn't get brought up, not to mention that settlement has its own problems to explore as we get there. So they're stuck, and you are once again the sole individual who gets to be their savior if you choose to be. A few members of the town have been kidnapped by super mutants, and you can agree to go help find them, assuming that they are still alive. They are, and we just need to go find them. North of Big Town is Germantown, which has been completely taken over by super mutants. By making your way inside, you can find the town doctor, Red, locked up in one of the prisoner cells. After saving Red, she will tell you that another resident of the town, Shorty, is also being held in the station, and you need to head down a floor to find him. Once both are rescued, you can agree to escort them back to Big Town or have them make their own way there. Either way, the quest isn't fully complete just yet. Even if you have managed to save the two that have been taken, Big Town still has the issue of the constant invasions on their home by super mutants and slavers. Since the town is defenseless, you can help train them to be better prepared for an attack, and how you do so is dependent on which skills you have at level 50. For example, if you have a small gun skill of at least 50, like I did in this playthrough, you can take the citizens to a shooting range and show them how to use their weapons effectively. This is one of the more gratifying mechanics in the entirety of the game and doesn't happen again as far as I am aware. You have to actually shoot at the object at the firing range in order to prod the others to do the same. After enough shooting and training has taken place, the town will be attacked and you can help defend it, thus leaving the town in a better state than when you left it. It's one of the more rewarding quests, not in a material sense, but in a progression one. You're helping a town that was on the brink of extinction come back from said brink to get back on its feet. You're bestowing hope into a group of individuals who are all partially awaiting their death with nowhere to go. Additionally, there are various options for how you can better the town. I personally taught them how to shoot, but stealth-based characters can teach them how to effectively hide. Science characters can build robot bodyguards for them, and explosive characters can teach them to build minefields. There's a variety of options that allow you to build the town's character to a point that they can live in as much peace as the capital wasteland will allow. There's an individual in the town named Time Bomb who was left unconscious in Red's house. If you have a medical skill of 40, you can revive him. After the events of defending the town, he'll reward you with a very important passive item, his Lucky 8 Ball. Just having the item in your inventory bestows +1 to your luck stat, so it's a very strong reward to find early on. We need to come back to Big Town later for an unmarked quest, but now is the time to continue northwest towards Arefu. Arefu is a smaller settlement located on top of an old overpass. It's small in the sense that there are only 4 homes there, with most of them consisting of only 1 or 2 residents. As you approach the settlement, an explosion will go off. This is caused by the settlement's leader, Evan King, who thought you were a member of the family, a local gang that has been causing problems for the residents in increasing intensity. Evan will realize his mistake in attacking you and hail you over before you get seen by the family. Evan will inform you that everyone has been ordered to stay indoors for their own safety while he watches over the town. The family has been an annoyance for the most part, but they also recently killed all of the town's Brahmin, leaving them with little food supply. As the attacks get worse, the settlement worries for their safety, and Evan would like you to knock on the doors of all the other residents to see how they are holding up. The following sequence is just you visiting the first 2 houses to learn everyone is annoyed with the situation, but fear for their safety and feel Evan isn't doing enough to protect them or to resolve what is going on. We're here to visit the West residents, however, and what you'll come to notice is that you don't have to knock on the door to gain entry. This is due to the West parents having been murdered in a pretty gruesome fashion. There are bites over their neck and face to the bone, and you'd swear feral ghouls had gotten to them. If you bring this news to Evan, he assumes the family must have snuck in and attacked them. When he talks about Ian West, their son, you'll inform him that there were only 2 dead bodies inside, leaving Evan to again assume the family have kidnapped the boy. You can agree to look into this, but it's going to require a bit of searching. The family only ever come out at night, and it's hard to tell where they run off to. Evan gives you some direction by pointing out a metro station that you can explore, and if you make your way through it, you'll eventually reach a section that is filled with traps. The traps consist of mines and various tripwires tied to rigged shotguns or pitching machines. At the end of the traps is a guard for the family, but they aren't hostile. You can persuade your way in further or mention that you are looking for Ian, and the guard will let you pass as long as you agree to be on good behavior. Further in is the residence of the family. Turns out the gang lives underground in the metro away from civilization, and you can walk up to their leader, Vance, for more information. Turns out that Vance has been expecting you, as he assumed someone would come looking for Ian. Vance explains that they are the remnants of a society cast aside, but it isn't immediately clear why that is. Are these a group of criminals who couldn't exist in a typical settlement? No, there's more to it than that, and Vance continues to explain, revealing that they are a civilization of cannibals that he is attempting to reform into, get this, vampires. I'm not making that up. The family are a gang of cannibals turned pseudo-vampires by the direction of Vance. You might think that sounds bad, but it's actually a bit more nuanced than that, a little bit more nuanced than that. Vance understands that these individuals have certain cravings, ones that can apparently only be controlled by consuming human flesh. In a world where you can't actively be rehabilitated or attend therapy, Vance has found a way to help regulate these individuals through what is essentially religion or community guidance. Vance teaches the individuals willpower through the concept of vampirism, and in turn the villagers live off of blood rather than human flesh. Hence all the dead Brahmin in front of Arefu. There's a lot we could talk about involving the act of cannibalism and the mental effects of it, or the mental state an individual needs to be in to take part in the act itself. Cannibalism is a taboo act, one that is the product of various ideologies, but within nature often comes environments where there is a severe lack of nutrition. Originally, I thought this concept in Fallout 3 was silly, and it is silly, it's silly. Fallout as a series can be fairly silly, fairly often. But vampire cannibals living in a subway station? That seems a bit absurd. Especially this many cannibals all grouped together. Thinking about it now, it makes a bit more sense, even if it still remains fairly ludicrous. We can reason that the post-apocalypse and the lack of access to food and nutrition has led to a subset of society that has fallen into the acts of cannibalism, most likely due to an assortment of circumstances, with the wasteland being the catalyst. Regardless of how you feel about this silly vampire clan living underground, there's plenty of other silly groups within the series as a whole, from super mutants to ghouls to Roman slavers. It takes all sorts, I suppose. If you take the time to listen to Vance and understand his way of life, he'll inform you of Ian when asked. Turns out that the family had nothing to do with the death of Ian's parents. It was Ian who had succumbed to his cannibalistic urges and attacked his own parents, killing them in the process. When the family witnessed this during an attack on Arefu, Vance chose to take Ian in for what I guess you could consider rehabilitation. Turns out this wasn't the first time Ian had done this either. When Lucy was still living in Arefu, Ian attempted to stop a scavenger from harassing their Brahmin, which led to a scuffle and Ian falling onto a rock and hitting his head. Ian then pounced on the scavenger and ripped his neck open with his teeth, which Lucy witnessed, although the two agreed to never tell anyone about it. Not blaming Lucy for this one or anything, but leaving her family with a kid who was showing signs of cannibalism was overall not the best idea in my opinion. You can convince Vance to let you meet with Ian West, as he still has family that cares about him and may want to take him in. He agrees to let Ian hear you out as long as it ends up being Ian's decision to make. When you talk to Ian, he realizes there's something wrong with him. He does seem to have something wrong with him, and he and other members aren't in a situation where they can be analyzed and rehabilitated. Despite this, Vance has been helping Ian control himself, and you can inform Ian that his sister is still looking for him, which can convince him to pack his bags and head out to Megaton to find her, for better or worse. It seems irresponsible to let an active cannibal out into the wastes to meet up with his sister, but Lucy does at least have some experience with the situation, and I don't believe it gets brought up further after the completion of the quest. You don't even have to return to Lucy to finish everything. Personally, I probably wouldn't want him to leave the gang, even from a karmic perspective based on the game's mechanics, who knows. You can inform Evan that Ian is still alive and has decided to find his sister for good karma. If Ian didn't leave the gang, you can lie to Evan and still receive good karma for some reason. I suppose it has to do with respecting Ian's wishes. Additionally, Vance does seem to be trying to help his group to the best of his ability. He's doing wrong things for the right reasons, and killing him and his gang will even lead to negative karma. I'm not going to sit here and defend Vance's actions. He's been harassing and attacking the people of Arefu. And while one may be looking for justice, sometimes it's not that simple. Instead, you can actually find a way to ally the two groups for long-term benefits. By getting the people of Arefu to agree to donate their blood, Vance will be able to feed his gang via blood packs. In return, you can convince the gang to defend the settlement from attackers. Arefu gets to be protected, the cannibals get to be satiated, and no one has to die. It's a peaceful resolution, and not necessarily the lawful or justice-based one. I don't even know if I would say it's the best resolution, but that's a pretty good situation to be in, when we can't tell necessarily what is best. But as I've pointed out in the KOTOR video, the rules of justice and law don't always align with our morals or what is the right thing to do. Like I mentioned, I'm not saying that my choice here to ally the two groups is the definitive right answer, but it is the answer I personally think is the most right and will do the most good. You may disagree with that, and there's various ways you can handle the situation within the quest that may be preferred. See, sometimes quests in Fallout 3 can have a bit of nuance to them. They can leave you thinking about your choices and what the best course of action may be, what is right or wrong. While it's a rare occurrence to be sure, it's good to see that the game does at least have this ability. When people compare Fallout 3 to New Vegas, one of the biggest aspects of comparison is the difference in openness between the two. I've already talked about this, but Fallout 3 is considered a more open world experience in comparison to New Vegas, which is considered more linear due to the inclusion of desired paths to take, as well as invisible walls on mountains that prevent you from bypassing said paths. Regardless of your opinions on this comparison or the value of openness versus linearity, I'm always kind of shocked by the concept because a large portion, potentially 1/3 or more of Fallout 3 is fairly contained and linear. The Capital Wasteland surrounds the city of Washington, D.C. The entire area surrounding it for the most part is completely open and explorable. You could take a straight line from Megaton to Arefu and make it without touching a road or creating a pathway. Where this concept of openness begins to fall apart a little bit is when we start discussing and describing the city proper. D.C. is a series of instant set pieces within the game, connected via subterranean metro systems that are long since abandoned. To get get to any major point within the city, you will almost always find yourself entering into the metro or a sewer system and trekking through the underground until you make it to an entrance that brings you into another instanced area. If you wanted to go to the mall outpost where the Washington Monument can be found from Galaxy News Radio, you would not be able to use the streets solely to do so. You would have to take the subway system. While there's nothing wrong with a system of interconnected subterranean locations for safer or potentially streamlined travel, where Fallout 3 falls flat is in its inability to offer the player the choice on the matter. In a game that boasts about its openness, it's weird to see the core of its map be locked to instanced areas, thus limiting an aspect that is one of the game's main selling points. Fallout 3 had an opportunity to make the city fully explorable and traversable, while also offering the option of an underground playground for you to explore. Maybe a trail to the Washington Monument could be blazed by trucking through the dangers of the Raiders and super mutant-filled city. Or maybe you can test your luck underground, where the threats may be fewer but still present. Or maybe there would be more threats to make up for the streamlined path that bypasses many of the roads or building. That's the openness that Fallout 3 advertises, but it's also what they fail to fully deliver. What they do deliver is an empty-feeling wasteland with a few interesting set pieces scattered about, and a city that is cramped, linear, and a slog to get through. It's not completely locked off. Much of the ruins can be accessed by moving around the outside of them, but the core of the ruins seems to be isolated and locked off due to rubble. I'm not someone that dislikes fast travel systems and waymarks. I believe they have their place within game design and can lead to an overall better player experience if implemented well. Fast travel systems are at their best when the player doesn't want to use them. When the option is there, but exploring a location even multiple times is interesting enough that you'd rather make the journey than teleport to your destination. Fast travel systems are at their worst when they feel like they are a necessity to be used, and Fallout 3 is one of the most obvious examples of this. There is no feeling in the game more annoying than needing to make your way through one point of the city to another and being forced to take the metro system to do so. For this reason, the waypoint system is a necessity to make your way around the environments, which are not designed to effectively guide you through visual cues, aside from one instance of following a series of graffiti left by the Brotherhood of Steel. To this day, there are still online threads from individuals disappointed by the tunnel system and their inability to effectively navigate it, forcing them to rely on a waypoint system that would be best left as optional. Only once you have made it through the tunnels to a new point of interest can you finally use the fast travel system and skip this underground maze of identical pathways that don't try hard enough to have defining features to aid in your navigation. Say what you will about the realistic set design of a metro system, to the point that it may be accurate for the locations to appear similar, but in a game, some environmental design needs to be taken into account so that the player can ascertain their location and the direction to their destination without relying on the God Compass present in every Bethesda product. I believe this is something that's fixed in Fallout 4, as Boston is more open overall in comparison to the DC ruins. We also need to take into account the engine that Bethesda was working with at the time and its limitations. While not an excuse for the problem presented, the Gamebryo engine held a lot of design decisions back for both Bethesda and Obsidian when designing their game and environments, so it's at the very least understandable why the DC ruins are the way they are, similar to why the Imperial City isn't fully open in Oblivion. On your way to Galaxy News Radio, you'll run into a lot of enemies along the way. The DC ruins are mostly populated by super mutants, and a lot of them. Super mutants are some of the most prominent enemies within the early storyline of Fallout 3 due to how much time is spent in the ruins, but don't worry, you'll run into plenty of feral ghouls and raiders both above and below ground as you make your way towards the radio station. After a large amount of walking through the metro and ruins, you'll be ambushed by a group of super mutants, but during a battle, a group of Brotherhood of Steel members will assist you in dispatching them. I've talked about the Brotherhood in the New Vegas retrospective, but they're a militant, semi-religious organization dedicated to the preservation of old world tech by force if necessary. They believe themselves to be the end-all be-all good for the wasteland and the safety of those in it, kind of, and will do everything in their power to secure what they believe to be theirs or dangerous. One of the biggest issues with the Brotherhood is how selective they are in terms of what is important old world technology and what isn't. In New Vegas, it was important for the Brotherhood in the Mojave to secure the Hoover Dam and Helios 1. The dam was important to them because of the power and control it would have given them within the Mojave. Helios 1 was important to Father Elijah specifically because he believed it held a weapon that could be utilized to bolster the Brotherhood. Depending on who is leading leading the charge at the time, the actual mission of the Brotherhood can change significantly. Elijah only cared about weapons and devices that could make the Brotherhood more powerful and secure. He didn't care about the safety of civilians. In fact, the Brotherhood is also fairly exclusive. While not as isolationist as the Vault, the Brotherhood will rarely let anyone into their ranks, while also believing themselves to be better than and in charge of civilians. The Brotherhood are out to do good sometimes, but are also out for power and control, much like any other major faction in the Fallout series. We'll be interacting with the Brotherhood somewhat for now, but we'll go into more details surrounding the Eastern Division as we are reintroduced to them later on in the storyline. As you are saved or assisted by the Brotherhood of Steel, you will be chastised by Sentinel Sarah Lyons of Lion's Pride, her personal squad of paladins. Lion's Pride were on their way to defend Galaxy News Radio when they spotted you. Sarah mentions you can tag along if you want, but to not get yourself in any trouble. As she doesn't know you, she sees you as any other civilian, and she assumes you can't handle yourself. Not all the paladins are as tough on you as Sarah, but a lot of her gruff personality comes from her upbringing within the Brotherhood, becoming a decorated soldier like her father, the Elder of the Eastern Division. You'll follow and assist a squad of around 4 paladins. One of them is an initiate known as Redden, who's a bit more cocky than the others considering her inexperience in the field. As you fight your way through towards Galaxy News Radio, you'll work through waves of super mutants until you reach the main assault and begin attacking the mutants from behind, leading into a large-scale firefight as the mutants get pinned by your group and the paladins defending the radio station. The fight itself isn't particularly difficult due to all of the allies on your side. Redden in particular begins celebrating by shooting her gun into the air before being quickly chastised for wasting ammo. As the paladins begin to secure the location, a vehicle close to Redden is launched by a super mutant behemoth, killing her on impact. Super mutant behemoths originate in Fallout 3. I don't believe that they were ever showcased in games previously. They're unique in that there are only 5 found within the game, though more would feature later in Fallout 4. By killing all of them, the player can achieve a trophy, making them a sort of challenge to both hunt down and successfully kill, with each behemoth having a fair amount of loot to take after the fact. By this point in the game, depending on how fast you beelined it to GNR, you may not be completely ready to take on a behemoth, but the game makes up for this by placing a fat man on a nearby Brotherhood corpse. It's an optional weapon to use that launches miniature nukes at enemies, but it is suggested by Lions that you make use of it, and I suggest so as well considering how powerful mini nukes are and how effective it is, especially against a behemoth and especially early on in the game. The Fat Man is another Fallout 3 invention. It has a bit of an iconic presence within Fallout 3 due to the marketing. I remember a lot of interviews and reviews focusing on the concept of shooting out mini nuclear weapons and blowing up Megaton with a nuke for the spectacle. Always left a bad taste in my mouth considering Fallout is a series designed around the pain and suffering that follows a nuclear war. Galaxy News Radio is where you will meet the station's DJ and hosts 3 Dog. There's a lot to say about the radio stations in Fallout 3. Many of the radio signals you find are quest related, ones that either point you in the direction of the various DLC and are always available, or ones that are location based and can only come through when you are within the vicinity of their range. There are 2 exceptions to this, the radio stations Galaxy News Radio and Enclave Radio respectively. There's also Agatha, who we'll talk about later. Both radio stations can be selected on your Pip-Boy at any given time, but Galaxy News Radio unfortunately doesn't have the range to be effectively listened to outside of the DC ruins. If you do attempt to listen to it while out in the waste, you'll mostly just get static. Meanwhile, Enclave Radio can be heard from all over at any given time. The biggest differences of the 2 stations are that one is run by 3 Dog and the other by John Henry Eden, the president of the Enclave and thus technically the current president of the United States of America. Fallout as a series often focuses on critiquing the American government through the Enclave. I'd defined them before, but the Enclave are in essence the remnants of the American government and look to take control over America once more, both by controlling territory and power sources and by wiping out the entirety of the populace that has been exposed to radiation. To the Enclave, all of society within the Wasteland or New California are mutants that need to be exterminated, and the Enclave is willing to do anything to make this happen. This is usually through effective use of propaganda. What better way to spread said propaganda than through a radio station run by none other than the Enclave's president under the guise of a democracy? In truth, the Enclave's president was created and no vote actually took place as far as I'm aware, but we'll explore that more later on. I'm not going to dive deep into the Enclave again until we start interacting with them more. I touched on them a lot in the New Vegas video and how their portrayal is meant to criticize our real-world governments with a focus on America's. The Enclave has a pro-democracy message while not actually practicing democracy, and they use pro-capitalist propaganda to vilify other economic systems, with a specific focus on China and communism. It works, Propaganda works. I've said so before. It works in the game and in real life, as we see it all the time. You can see it in my comments section when individuals call me a communist, meaning this as an insult, for not licking the boots of the capitalist machine. To critique capitalism to some is so insulting that you must be part of another economic system that these individuals have been taught to blindly vilify. This is particularly ironic considering the game we are discussing and the video these comments appear under. Fallout loves to make fun of individuals who blindly attack other economic structures and systems. It's one of the main jokes within the series, and yet you still get people who the game is making fun of show up in my YouTube comments to be the butt of the joke without realizing it. So there's a propaganda machine out there in the wasteland. It's not just on your Pip-Boy or local radios, it's on various iBots patrolling the wasteland and spreading the Enclave's message. If the Enclave is out to convince, trick, and control the population before wiping them out, Galaxy News Radio is the journalists that look to shed light on these falsehoods, to show what is really happening in the wastes, to fight the good fight and bring to light the lies that the Enclave is establishing. Galaxy News Radio wants to deliver actual, real news. It has a beloved mechanical feature within RPGs where 3Dog will discuss your exploits as you complete quests. It even takes into account the openness and freedom of the game by allowing you to kill 3Dog and then having his radio station taken over by one of his partners. It's a great system. 3Dog knows where your father is because your father stopped by to learn about the current state of the wasteland. He's willing to tell you about it as well, and you can convince him to tell you right away, but really he has a job for you and is willing to trade information for action. Galaxy News Radio can't reach the entirety of the wasteland, but it used to have this ability. High up on the Washington Monument is a radio dish that needs to be fixed, and by fixing it, the range of the radio station will be extended throughout the entirety of the wasteland, allowing news to reach everyone and help fight against the propaganda of the US government. If you agree to help 3Dog, you'll make your way through the metro system once more until you eventually reach an area known as the Mall Outpost. This is a large open location surrounded mostly by museums, stores, the Capitol building, and the Washington Monument. It's fought over by a large squad of super mutants and the Brotherhood of Steel who are in constant combat with one another. I cannot stress enough how many super mutants seem to exist within Eastern America. It's a criticism of the writing I have seen a lot online. Unlike the super mutants from previous Fallout games, these individuals did not originate from the Master. In the Capital Wasteland, the super mutants were created by the FEV, sure, but this was done within Vault 87, which was converted into a research center for the forced evolutionary virus. After the creation of several super mutants, many of them would begin to kidnap other wastelanders in order to create more super mutants, leading to a race of mutants that had the ability to generate more. With this understanding, it makes some sense why there are so many super mutants around the DC ruins and wasteland. The super mutants aren't an army of the scale we have heard about or seen in Fallout 1 with the Master, but the fact that they are essentially self-generating now does leave a reason for why there are so many in total. The Capital Wasteland mutants are in no way as intelligent as those within Western America. The Master was able to create super mutants while keeping them fairly intelligent overall. Meanwhile, the mutants in the Capital Wasteland are much more instinctual. In the Commonwealth, super mutants were created by the Institute and are slightly more intelligent than those in the Wasteland, but I believe the Western American creations are still the most intelligent overall. Before you make your way to the Washington Monument, you need a transmitter dish that will be used to replace the broken one. 3Dog points you towards the Museum of Science and Technology, which, you guessed it, is full of super mutants. The most interesting aspect of the museum is their presentation of Vault-Tec vaults. They have an entire setup where you get to walk into a recreation of a vault and make your way to an exit on the other side, while learning about what Vault-Tec was offering at the time, or at least what they said they were offering. For the lone wanderer, this is a lot of interesting information, even if it isn't completely accurate. The presentation promises safety from nukes while offering a home life that will allow individuals to rest easy, but as we know from Vault 101, the vaults from New Vegas, and future vaults we will explore in the Wasteland, this isn't actually the case. These vaults were designed in majority to conduct various experiments for research purposes. Vault 101 was all about keeping the doors closed and seeing how this affected the residents. Vault 87 had its own experiment before being turned into a research center. There's various other vaults all with their own unique experiments for you to explore, and we'll take a look at some of the more interesting ones when we're out exploring. I say interesting with air quotes because Fallout 3 does a very bad job with their unique vaults. I just do not like them. Once you have the dish, you can take it to the Washington Monument, which is guarded by the Brotherhood. They'll allow you to enter, and you can take an elevator to the top in order to install it. Once installed, the range of Galaxy News radio will reach the majority of the surrounding wasteland, and by tuning into the station on your Pip-Boy, you'll hear from 3Dog talking about how you managed to install everything and save the station. Again, I'm a big fan of the mechanic of radio station hosts commenting on your actions. 3Dog's opinion of you changes drastically based on your actions and karma, so it's good to see that there is at least one major feature that focuses on the morality aspect of the game, even if Fallout 3 is really about giving you a god complex. Once you return to 3Dog, he will reward your effort by explaining how your father made it to Rivet City, which is our next major destination in the storyline. But before we head to Rivet City, it's good to discuss a few more explorable areas around the wasteland, starting with Underworld, which can be found near the Washington Monument in the Mall Outpost. Underworld is a city of ghouls situated within the Washington Museum of History. There's a lot of prejudice and misinformation towards ghouls in Fallout, especially so in Fallout 3. They are the punching bags of the wasteland and as such have become hyper defensive and protective of themselves and their territory, and understandably so. For you, a smooth skin to show up in Underworld is a rare occurrence, and while not hostile towards you, the ghouls are wary. They have to be. If the ghouls stepped foot outside, they'd most likely be shot dead by the Brotherhood of Steel, Raiders, the Enclave, etc. Out of every faction or race in this situation, ghouls get the shortest end of the stick, and their culture begins to form around this predicament. This is in contrast to the West Coast setting of Fallout, where the inclusion of ghouls have become more normalized over time. This doesn't mean that there is a lack of prejudice in the Nevada, but it's less present overall in comparison to the Capital Wasteland, where ghouls seem to be so openly hated more often than not. Moriarty has a ghoul slave, Herbert Dashwood had a ghoul manservant, the Brotherhood of Steel kills ghouls whether they are feral or not. I think this says the most about the Brotherhood. There's a larger discussion to be had over the greater prejudice within the Wasteland, but it may be surprising to some that the Brotherhood are so openly hostile to ghouls without the desire to learn about them or give them a chance. The Brotherhood in Fallout 3 are for the most part seen as the inherent good of the wasteland. Even 3Dog aligns himself with them and has Brotherhood members guarding his radio station. The Brotherhood are, in 3Dog's words, fighting the good fight, and I think this portrayal of them is inaccurate on purpose, and it would go on to become more nuanced in Fallout 4. The Brotherhood are not an inherent good within the wasteland, just as every faction within Fallout is not meant to be perceived as such. The creation of some factions was the desire to make something cool. The Brotherhood was created because the developers wanted to have cool futuristic armor knights running around the post-apocalyptic wasteland, but the faction still had something to say and be criticized for. The Brotherhood have their problems, their exclusionary mindset, their lack of a desire to help people, how they hoard technology and keep it all for themselves. It's all to show that while the Brotherhood can do good, they can also lead to a lot of bad. They aren't perfect and often can be the catalyst for a lot of conflict within the setting of Fallout. Bethesda tries to show this here by not excluding the Brotherhood from the individuals who are oppressing the ghouls. And while this is jumping ahead a bit, despite the fact that the Eastern chapter has broken off into two factions, the one that is presented as good is still the one that will fire at ghouls on sight. Lion's Pride, who you fought with to GNR, would kill them on sight. What makes this more confusing is that 3Dog will broadcast a PSA informing people that not all ghouls are feral, and that some of them are just people. Yet the people that 3Dog aligns himself with don't seem to share this sentiment. So this is what the ghouls are dealing with. They're just humans like you or me, forced underground or into buildings with no real means of leaving safely. It's then understandable their wariness when someone who isn't a ghoul shows up at their door. In fact, a lot of ghouls will assume you are a bigot from the get-go because that's been the majority of their experience in the wasteland, fearing for their life over not only the oppressiveness of the wasteland itself, but the oppressiveness of non-ghoul humans. There's two quests I'd like to pick up during my initial visit here, those being Reillys Rangers and You've Gotta Shoot 'em in the Head. For the former, you can find the city's infirmary, and within will be a comatose smooth skin. This is Riley of Reillys Rangers, a mercenary group who have been scouring the city's downtown core. She was found unconscious and brought to Underworld for treatment, and you can convince the doctor to force her out of her comatose state in order to learn what happened to her. When Riley awakens, she's confused about where she is, but memories come flooding back quickly about how her team of mercenaries are trapped and under attack attack on the roof of the Statesman's Hotel. Reilly attempted to sneak away from the attack in order to go find help, but she was ambushed by super mutants, leading to her being incapacitated. Now injured, Reilly can't do much for her team, and you can offer to go help in her stead. If you do agree to help, she will allow you access to her group's base, as well as a code for an ammo box that you can find on your way to the roof of said hotel. What's interesting about the quest is that there are multiple ways to start it. I started it by finding Reilly in Underworld, but you could also receive a distress signal from the team on the hotel if you're close enough. Alternatively, you could just find Reilly's compound, enter, and read her terminal in order to learn that the team headed to the area of the hotel recently. You can even find the group by making your way through what is effectively a dungeon of super mutants with no knowledge of what you'll find at the end. It's the kind of quest that feels like it's happening in real time in a living world. It doesn't wait for you to activate it, it's just something that is happening and you can stumble upon it if you're exploring around the city. The journey to the hospital that allows you to reach the hotel is full of raiders and super mutants, since you have to take the roads and metro stations throughout the area to get there. One interesting encounter you'll run into if heading to Reilly's compound first is a preacher within a nearby building in an alleyway who is spouting nonsense over an intercom system that can be heard throughout the area. If you head into the alleyway, you'll see a series of mines and bombs set up to explode if you're noticed by the preacher, but even if you disarmed all of them, the area would still explode and kill you if you got caught. You can't even reach the guy, you're just supposed to snipe him from a distance or leave him alone. It's up to you and just a random encounter to help flesh out the streets of DC. Once you do make it to the hospital, you fight your way through waves of super mutants until you find a makeshift bridge that leads to the hotel. Along the way, you'll find the ammo crate next to a dead mercenary. You can open the crate if given the passcode by Reilly, and then head to the roof to witness a battle between the attacking super mutants and defending rangers. Once you've dealt with the super mutants, you can escort the group of mercenaries through the nearby elevator, but only after it's repaired with a fission battery, which can be found in the hotel on a broken Protectron. You fight through more super mutants until you reach the exit, then you can head back to Reilly's compound for a reward, either a minigun or their custom combat armor. Additionally, you can get paid by Reilly for discovering new locations within the DC ruins. There's nothing incredibly nuanced to say about Reillys Rangers questline. It is one of the more enjoyable battle quests though. In a game stuffed to the brim with super mutants, the Rangers seem to deal with some of the biggest groups of mutants you can possibly run into, and being able to fight your way out with your own group of mercenaries is satisfying. Not to mention that the reward of the armor set is very beneficial early on, especially since you probably can't wear power armor yet upon completing it. Speaking of power armor, let's double back to Underworld so we can talk to a ghoul by the name of Mr. Crowley. Crowley is the type of ghoul I mentioned earlier, overly but justifiably defensive due to the amount of prejudice they have received from bigots within their life. Crowley has learned to hate smoothskins due to the environment he lives in, and he believes you to be nothing but a bigot as well. In fact, if you insult him at all, I believe you completely lock yourself out of this quest line, and I don't know if you would actually be able to still reach the reward at the end of it. For the sake of the analysis, we're going to be friendly with Crowley, and he'll let us know that we're alright, not like those other humans out there who are bigots towards ghouls, people who believe them to be nothing but simple zombies that you can shoot in the head to kill. In fact, Crowley has a list of bigots he wants to have killed. He'll pay you for each hit and even pay you extra if you shoot them in the head as a form of karmic justice in his eyes. He also wants a key from their person as proof that you've killed them, which is a little suspicious, except for Alistair Tenpenny, as word would get around about his death, and one you may not be up for doing based on your karma or morals. Yes, these individuals may be bigots, but does that bigotry mean that you take justice into your own hands? Should you as an individual be seeking out and killing individuals not in defense but sheer offense? I'm not really asking, I don't want to know. If someone told me a bunch of bigots were running around, I don't think I'd let them get away with the act of harassing a marginalized or oppressed individual, but I also wouldn't seek them out to kill them either. Maybe you disagree with that, that's whatever, because it's not the point of this quest. No, there's more going on here than meets the eye. After accepting the job from Crowley, you can ask around about these so-called bigots. One of the men on the list, Dukov, is known to be a rude and vulgar individual, you know, a drunk, but not a bigot. In fact, he's never said anything about ghouls that anyone can recall. You can return to Crowley with this information, and he'll chastise you for looking too far into things, but he'll ultimately inform you that while these individuals may not be bigots, they do have something he wants, which are the keys we mentioned earlier. Except for Tenpenny, Crowley really just wanted Tenpenny killed because Tenpenny is actually a bigot, among other things. Since the cat is out of the bag, Crowley only cares about the keys and doesn't care if you kill the individuals or not. There's 3 keys we need to find. There's a key from a man named Dukov found in the ruins, one from Dave at the Republic of Dave, and one from Ted Strayer, who got his key from his father. Let's use Dukov as an example here, as this quest is going to have us running all over. Dukov can be found at Dukov's Place, a hotel in the DC ruins where he's staying to get drunk and have relations with 2 girls he protects and pays to be there. The girls seem to detest him to a large degree, but also like him somewhat. Dukov is the drunk and vulgar individual I described previously, but you can convince him to convey some information about Crowley once you bring up the key. Turns out that Crowley and the others were hired by Tenpenny to infiltrate Fort Constantine to find a rare weapon. During this event, Crowley ended up trapped in a room of feral ghouls that wouldn't attack him due to him being a ghoul himself. The rest of the mercs assumed he had died, and another merc, Terra, did die on the scene. You can get the location of Fort Constantine out of any of the individuals via a speech check, and once you have all the keys, you could head over there yourself without the need for Crowley. Alternatively, you can return all the keys to Crowley and follow him as he makes his way to the fort. But why would Crowley want to go back there? What could be waiting for him? Well, before we talk about that, let's talk about the rest of the keys. We can convince Dukov to give us his, and that's that. The same can be said for Ted Strayer in Rivet City, but I don't want to touch on that location just yet. Instead, let's talk about the Republic of Dave and Tenpenny Tower before doubling back to Crowley. The Republic of Dave is an interesting caricature of political systems within small communities, specifically monarchies and republics, as is in the name currently. Before the Republic of Dave, there was the Kingdom of Tom. Before the Kingdom of Tom, there was the Republic and New Republic of Stevie Ray. And before that, there was the Kingdom of Larry. The community has gone back and forth between the 2 forms of government. Tom of the Kingdom of Tom was the father of Dave and at one point exiled his son. Dave grew up as a mercenary within the Wasteland before returning and inciting a rebellion that led him to overthrowing his father. Dave's kind of an asshole. There's no better way to put it. When you first reach the Republic, his son is there to greet you. He takes you to meet Dave, and Dave informs you that you'll refer to him as a Mr. President or be executed. Dave's an asshole. He loves power and being in charge. Being president is his entire personality, and he uses his status to get and do whatever he wants. He even has 2 wives within the compound. Dave's also a bit of a moron. You can convince him that you are a representative of the Wasteland here to see Dave's Republic, and he'll actually give you the key to Fort Constantine as a gift and a show of good faith. Now, the interesting thing about the Republic is the unmarked quest Election Day. I haven't described unmarked quests yet, but they are side quests that don't show up on your Pip-Boy and don't reward EXP when completed. Although they usually have their own effects or rewards outside of that, the Republic of Dave is a republic. They have a president. They get to vote in elections, and Dave needs everyone to vote for who they want to be president, and he needs you to go around making sure everyone does so. This means talking to Jessica, Shauna, Rosie, and Bob, residents of the farmstead who all idolize Dave. Despite this idolization, you can convince both Bob and Rosie to also run for president if they want, which would be unprecedented within the history of Dave's rule. The voting box where the ballots are placed is locked and unpickable, but once Dave goes to count the votes, you can quickly access it and remove all ballots except for ones of those you'd like to win. When I hear about the Republic of Dave online, I often see a lot of people discussing how they got rid of Dave simply for disliking him. I think from a video game sense, that is perfectly justifiable. As I mentioned multiple times, Dave is an asshole. He's abusing his power to get what he wants and live the life he wants, while not taking the consideration of his followers and their feelings into account. But here's the thing, if we look at it from the perspective of someone living in the Wasteland, Dave's people are happy. No one is upset at Dave for the way he acts. There's some grievances, sure, such as Dave's first wife understandably being upset about the second wife, or Rosie being leaps and bounds more intelligent than Dave, but no one ever listens to her suggestions. Despite this, everyone loves Dave and everyone is relatively happy. The farmstead is prospering through agriculture and trade. The Republic of Dave is in all circumstances a community that has no reason for your intervention, but that doesn't mean you can't intervene, and I still believe it's beneficial to to the community to intervene. Whether it's your place to do so is another story. As I mentioned, Rosie is much more intelligent than Dave. She has experience leading her own group within the Wasteland, and she has ideas on how to grow the Republic and make it operate more efficiently for the betterment of everyone. The issue is that no one listens to her, and these kind of suggestions seem to intimidate Dave's authority to the point he puts his foot down and reminds Rosie that he is in charge fairly often. With Rosie in charge, it's possible the Republic could prosper more so than it already has been. If you rig the election, Dave will become furious and straight up leave the Republic to form another one in the town of Old Olney, which is infested by Deathclaws, so you can imagine how that goes. You can follow and save Dave if you want, but there's nothing that comes from it. The implication here, however, is that the Republic is all Dave cared about. All he cared about was power and being able to use it. He had multiple wives and children that he abandoned because he lost control in a democratic election he chose to have. Even if it wasn't the case at the moment, the Republic of Dave would most likely crumble in the future. But still, as an outsider, is it your place to make that decision? To rig that election for a group of people who are all happy with the way things were? Even if it was for the betterment of their people. There's no follow-up here. You can inform everyone that Rosie or Bob, if you went that route, won, and they will just ask what Dave is supposed to do now. It's a weird and interesting quest to look at from a more critical view. I chose Rosie, sure, because I believed Rosie was the best course for their community, but I also don't think it was my place to do so. There's many ways to get Dave's key. You can kill him, convince him out of it, or rig the election out of his favor. Once you have his key and the others, you can continue the quest for Crowley if you'd like, or head to Fort Constantine yourself. Tenpenny doesn't have a key, but Crowley would still like him handled due to his bigotry, so I'd like to stop there first, since there is so much about the tower to go over. Tenpenny Tower is an old hotel that has been fortified and repurposed as a settlement for those that Tenpenny deems acceptable. Now, if you know me, I'd usually delve into how these individuals made their money and how the game portrays them as villainous for their actions and their greed. It'd lead into a greater discussion around economic systems, mostly capitalism, and a critique and analysis on what Fallout 3 has to say about these concepts. Well, Fallout 3 does have something to say about these concepts, sure, but the world building of the game is so nonsensical at times that a lot of these messages and critiques end up falling flat. Tenpenny Tower is a perfect example of this. We have this tower of rich, wealthy people that we are meant to despise for being rich and wealthy. There's little to no explanation on how anyone within the compound has received their wealth, what wrongs or rights they did to get to where they are now. Instead, the game gives the majority of these individuals poor personalities. Not everyone, obviously, but a good portion of the residents are rude, holier-than-thou individuals who detest you and the poor despite offering no actual examples of their own wealth. There's nothing around these individuals that suggests their wealth outside of their attitudes. In fact, most of the rooms within the hotel are fairly barren, with little to gain from entering and stealing from them. How Tenpenny pays his security is unclear. How he continues to make money is unclear. How anyone affords to live within his premises is unclear, and so the game has created a bunch of nefarious rich losers who we are meant to detest, with no real commentary on the economics of the wasteland or how people abuse them to get what they want. To Fallout 3, these people are just a natural occurrence within the wasteland. The ball is fumbled here completely. Tenpenny residents are rich for the sake of being rich, so the writers can use them as a catalyst to do harm without actually saying anything else about them. The Tenpenny residents are rich, rude bigots, and that's all you need to know apparently. I mean, the bigots thing is pretty... You know what, that one's pretty justifiable. This is where a lot of the criticism of Fallout 3's writing and world building comes from. Sometimes the developers want to tell a story with an important message. They want to look into how the rich abuse their wealth. They want to look into racism and bigotry, and these are all commendable things to discuss and analyze. The issue is that that's as far as the writers get. They create the villains and they make them do wrong, but we never get to see what brought the villains to where they are now, what systems are in place across the wasteland that allowed this to happen, what parallels there are to the wasteland in our real world. Sometimes there's no world built for us to compare ourselves to. This is where Roy Phillips comes in, and oh boy, This quest, it honestly has a lot to say and it tries to do it well. I understand partially where the ghouls are coming from here, but it's such a messy endeavor. When you approach the tower, you will find Roy Phillips at the intercom by the closed security gate. Roy is currently in an argument with one of the security guards. He wants to get into the tower and Tenpenny doesn't allow ghouls, meaning Roy isn't allowed in. After some arguing, Roy runs off and you can get let inside by Chief Gustavo after some clarification due to him mistaking you for Roy. Gustavo is tired of dealing with the ghouls, to the point that you can agree to help him deal with the issue. Gustavo wants the ghouls that want to get into the tower dead, but there may be another way of dealing with this situation. If you head into the penthouse area of the tower and convince your way into Tenpenny's suite, you can discuss the subject with him. He's a comical, villainous capitalist with none of the depth or backstory that Mr. House was given in New Vegas. Tenpenny is just here to be evil. He's an old, rich white man who takes pot shots with a sniper rifle at anyone that comes near his tower. He's willing to kill for no other reason than he believes he can. He hates ghouls and he wants to wipe the wasteland clean of places like Megaton, as we looked into previously. It's boring, and you can kill him here and now for Crowley if you want, or you can inform him of Crowley and turn the tables, having Tenpenny pay you to take care of the ghoul. What you decide in regards to that doesn't matter right now. What does matter is the situation at hand, aka Roy Phillips. You can suggest to Tenpenny that he allows the ghouls to come live in the tower with everyone else, and he's actually willing to consider it for some reason. His only requirement is that you convince several tenants that are known bigots to allow them in as well. Some of them actually run shops and you can steal from their safes, which upsets them due to the lack of security. Now let me be clear here before I describe the rest of this quest, because I think it's going to sound a little weird. It's hilarious that the actual bigots within the tower can all be convinced to leave peacefully and safely. I don't know where they go, and they may die in the wasteland, but that's still a better chance than what's about to happen later. So let's say we convinced all tenants we were tasked with speaking to allow ghouls inside. We can return to Tenpenny and he'll give us the green light. Then we can head into the nearby metro tunnels and find a community of ghouls living in there, including Roy Phillips. By wasteland standards, I'd say Roy actually has it pretty good, but I can't blame him for not wanting to live in a subway station his entire life. Here's one issue though. Why does Roy want to live in Tenpenny Tower specifically? Because it's above ground? Because it's safe? No, he wants to live in Tenpenny Tower because he can't. This isn't about the safety of his people. This is purely a vendetta against Tenpenny. And while I can sympathize with the mindset, is this really the hill Roy wants to die on? It's not like he's trying to convince his way inside. Outside of arguing with security, Roy is planning on using a backdoor to send in an army of feral ghouls that will kill everyone inside. What is the game trying to convey here? That both sides are bad? That sure, bigotry is bad, but sometimes the oppressed are murderous individuals willing to take anything by force? It's weird, right? The politics and history behind power structures and oppression don't really align with the message that the game is trying to convey here. We have Tenpenny and his wealthy elite, and then we have Roy who hates smoothskins so much he's willing to kill any amount of them to get his way. But hey, we found a peaceful solution here. We've convinced the residents of the tower to allow the ghouls inside, and while shocked, Roy is willing to agree to said resolution and move his people in. This is where I mentioned it's hilarious that we got the actual bigots out of Tenpenny Tower already, because after a few days of a happy community consisting of smoothskins and ghouls, you can arrive at the tower to find it empty. If you enter a nearby room, you will find the corpse of every Tenpenny resident and security guard stripped of all their clothes and goods. Everyone except the bigots you convinced to leave the tower. Many of these people are innocent individuals. A doctor who didn't know enough about ghouls but was willing to learn. Herbert Daring Dashwood, for the love of God, the lead star of the radio play on Galaxy News Radio. He also has a ghoul manservant though, so maybe he's not as great as he plays himself off to be, but I don't know. There are a lot of obnoxious individuals within the tower, sure, but not all of those individuals deserve to be slaughtered. Many were willing and ready to allow ghouls inside. They wanted those people to be safe, to take part in their community, and to be accepted. And now all of those people have been murdered while the actual bigots, aside from Tenpenny, have been potentially allowed to leave scot-free. You can find Roy and he'll explain that a disagreement led to a bit more and his hand was forced, leading to the death of every non-ghoul resident within the tower. But that doesn't make sense. Everyone agreed for them to be there. The only people who didn't agree that were left were Susan Lancaster, who stays in the penthouses, and Gustavo, who takes his orders from Tenpenny. Even if you chastise Roy for all of the corpses, he'll show no remorse and even threaten to kill you next if you don't leave him alone. It's just such a messed up situation and says nothing of actual value. If we really want to break it down, what is the game trying to tell us here exactly? That in the face of bigotry, we should do nothing because it may lead to good, innocent people being murdered? Sure, I can get behind the idea that sometimes your good actions can lead to bad consequences, but what about when we are presented with the consequences of said actions? Why is it that Roy got to kill all of these people, show no remorse, and then threatens our lives, but when we retaliate on these actions, we gain bad karma? What is the game trying to tell us here? What message is being delivered? What commentary is being had? Is it bad to take the law into our own hands? Roy should get away with what he did unless we want to take a hit to our karma? The game doesn't give us any other means of dealing with Roy. We can't arrest him, so what are we supposed to do? Just leave and kick dirt over the fact that we allowed a bunch of innocent people to be murdered by ghouls despite the best of intentions? Again, I'm fine with good actions possibly leading to bad outcomes. It's similar to what I discussed with the Jedi and Knights of the Old Republic, how they are sometimes blind to their actions due to their overwhelming virtuousness. But the way Fallout 3 handles the situation here feels gross. Yes, we can see Roy is a bit of a scumbag. We may have been able to see this coming ahead of time, but what were we supposed to do? Kill him for Gustavo? Guess what? That leads to bad karma too. To the game, Roy Phillips is a good character, and we have taken the good karma action in getting him into the tower peacefully. It sucks. If you kill Roy, 3Dog will even call you out on it on the radio, calling it an act of prejudice. How is this prejudice? The man is dangerous. He killed a settlement predominantly made up of innocent residents and then killed Tenpenny and hid the body somewhere. The surprise of Roy's actions, in a way, is fine, but the aftermath and how the game handles his actions is pathetic in its shallow nature. It's as if no thought went into the outcome outside of shock value, which is just poor writing. This is something that often plagues Fallout 3, leading to its justified perception of being seen as shallow. Because it is very shallow at times, and it doesn't know what it wants to say with the content it has. Now we're about to get back on track for Mr. Crowley, but I want to discuss a small settlement you can walk through around the area of the tower before continuing. Near the tower is the town of Andale. I don't know how to describe Andale other than it's fairly on the nose. If anyone ever tells you that Fallout isn't political for some reason, or that the messaging of the game's political values are up for interpretation, please point them towards Andale, or even Liberty Prime when we get to it. This is because Andale is a settlement of incredibly patriotic, capitalist-loving, commie-hating right-wingers who hate liberals or anything left-leaning. They also turn out to be comically villainous cannibals. That's it. They're a bunch of right-wing cannibals that hate communism. This framing isn't new. Fallout frames the Enclave and its pro-patriotic stance and extremism as villainous. Other patriots are also framed the same. There's less nuance there than you may appreciate, but the political stance displayed by the writers in both this game and New Vegas, as an example, are not something I would consider open for interpretation, but rather displayed to you in big neon letters on a New Vegas billboard. Fallout makes fun of the patriotic mindset. It makes fun of those that fall for propaganda. It makes fun of the right. It makes fun of hating communism because that's what you've been taught to do. This isn't even a pro-communist rant, just that the game clearly wants you to understand that the blind vilification of a concept is a direct result of patriotism and American brainwashing. Fallout 3's on-the-nose messaging aside, we still need to deliver the keys to Crowley, or do we? Assuming you decide to return the keys and receive your payout, Crowley will walk off from Underworld and make his way to Fort Constantine, eventually coming out with a special suit of power armor. However, since it is possible to be given the location of the fort from one of the key holders, we can actually make our way over there ourselves. Crowley isn't owed the rewards of Fort Constantine. He was sent out to do a job, one that was successful after the loss of the mercenary Terra Fields, and the supposed loss of Crowley. Crowley found out about the armor in the fort somehow and became obsessed with it, to the point that he was willing to manipulate you into killing his past co-workers who, to be sure, had left him there, but only because they had assumed he had died. They didn't seem to be malicious intent behind their actions, yet Crowley had no issue having them all killed. You don't even get the key from Jeff Strayer, but from his son Ted in Rivet City, someone who is completely innocent within the scope of this questline. So Crowley is a bit of an asshole. I wouldn't feel bad betraying him. I don't feel bad about it, and heading to Fort Constantine becomes your reward as the player rather than Crowley's reward for his obsessive and murderous behavior. In order to make your way through the fort, you need to have the keys on hand, and each key opens a door towards the armor that can't be picked. You also need to find the body of Tara Fields and get her key as well. Once all is said and done, you'll enter the room that is housing the T-51B power armor, a set of pre-war power armor used in battle against China, especially within the game's first DLC. It's one of the only armor sets in the game with the highest DR rating, and if you want to learn more about DR, I suggest watching the New Vegas video, as I don't plan on going over general gameplay that I already covered in my previous video. There are a few things about gunplay I should mention, however, namely the lack of iron sights and the introduction of VATs. Fallout 3 drops another ball by lacking the ability to aim down the sights of your weapon, aside from something scoped like a sniper rifle. Instead, your vision zooms in slightly. It's not the worst thing in the world, but the effect of its inclusion in New Vegas was so impactful that it doesn't make sense as to why Bethesda didn't include it in the first place, especially with how well the gunplay in Fallout 4 turned out. I guess they learned their lesson there. And yes, I like the gunplay of Fallout 4. It's one of the game's only redeemable qualities. Maybe that's a bit harsh. I'll have more to say on Fallout 4 specifically if I ever decide to revisit it. As for VATs, a lot of individuals on my New Vegas video understandably believed that the system originated from Fallout 1 after I claimed that it was designed in Fallout 3. I say understandable because Fallout 1 had a similar system in place that did not go by the name Fallout 3 created. In both of the previous Fallout entries, turn-based combat had two modes of attacking an enemy. You could attack their general location, or you could spend additional AP to aim at specific body parts, with the possibility of additional effects. Fallout 3 took the idea of this and reworked it for a real-time first-person shooter. Since AP wasn't a factor in combat anymore, it got reworked for VATs specifically, and the system acted as a means for the player to slow down combat and use their stats to be more precise in attacking specific body parts. However, VATs are not a necessary mechanic. Any injuring of limbs can be done in real time or out. VATs and the system in Fallout 1 are very similar. It's a natural progression from turn-based to real time. The system itself is revolutionary in my eyes. You don't see many other games even attempt to utilize it because it's so deeply tied to the brand of Fallout now, and it's so effective at adding to the overall experience of a firefight. People that don't enjoy first-person shooters but do enjoy the various RPG aspects of a Fallout game have a crutch they can use to help them throughout their journey, and experienced players can use the system to overpower most situations. If you opted to take the armor without talking to Crowley, you can return to Underworld and confront him if you want, but he won't initiate dialogue with you. Instead, he'll plainly state that you stole what was rightfully his before continuing to ignore you. I'm not so sure about the armor being rightfully his after everything he put us through. The lies, the journey, and his murderous intent, but who knows. He did technically find it first, but this is the wasteland and not getting your pretty piece of power armor should be the least of your worries. If it was anyone else in this situation, Crowley would probably be dead by this point. All of this running around actually required us to stop by our next main destination in the search for our father, Rivet City, but I haven't talked about it just yet due to it offering a lot of content to go over. Now's the time to head throughout the DC ruins and make our way to a large aircraft carrier that's been repurposed into a settlement. Rivet City, like multiple other aspects of Fallout 3, doesn't make a lot of sense. That's something I see criticized a lot about this game. Sometimes things either don't make sense logically or are just too silly to be taken seriously. I ask then, why does this matter? Why does Fallout need to be steeped within realism? To take itself too seriously when the previous games in the series didn't do that either. Fallout 1 and 2 are games filled with humor, with situations and locations that shouldn't work in the real world but do within the game. It's a series where we have dual-headed cows running around with Protectron cowboys, and boxing matches in a city run by several mob bosses, all while taking place in a post-nuclear apocalypse. There's a suspension of disbelief that is expected within the series. It has parallels to the real world, and it uses said parallels to create a story, to discuss themes, and to deliver a message. But it isn't the real world. The world of Fallout sometimes takes itself seriously, but sometimes doesn't at all. So when you see a city that is entirely within an abandoned aircraft carrier, your first thought shouldn't be on the logistics of the city and why they don't build on top of the carrier as well in order to expand. It doesn't matter that Rivet City exists solely within the carrier and not on top of it. It's a set piece that is designed to wow you, to make you think how cool of a concept this is initially, while also attempting to explore the issues that may come up with this setup. That's what Fallout 3 is, a game to wow you, for better or worse, to live out your power fantasy, and there are criticisms to be had there. Fallout succeeds in creating situations that are interesting on a surface level, but then always seems to flounder when it attempts to have any depth. It doesn't need to have depth, that's not the criticism necessarily, but when it tries to have depth and fails at doing so, that's when you have to ask what is going wrong here. Tenpenny Tower had something to say, but it didn't come off well in my opinion. Rivet City doesn't hold itself back by considering how the city can be expanded, how real it needs to be. It's just there and cool for the sake of it, and sometimes that's okay. Fallout 3 does touch on the issues of living in a city like this, people experiencing lockjaw and various other medical issues due to prolonged exposure to the interior of the ship, plus getting cuts from rusty metal found all around, I'm sure. There's issues here, and some of them you can resolve and some you can't. The real criticism of Rivet City shouldn't be whether or not it is realistic. It should be a discussion on how awful the characters within said city are. Almost everyone you talk to in Rivet City is 1, rude to you, and 2, that's it. That's seriously it. People are rude to you and then have nothing else to say. Named characters who seem to have backstory will not have anything of depth to say. No quests to give, no knowledge to bestow. They're just there for the sake of it, which would be fine if they were named something like Rivet City Settler, similar to the no-name NPCs in Tenpenny Tower, but that isn't the case here. Rivet City tries to add depth but ends up lacking it completely, and what you are left with is this hollow shell of a city where no one really matters aside from a select few individuals who have quests for you. I want to talk about androids for a moment. They were conceptualized by Bethesda for Fallout 3, but underutilized. The concept of the quest A Replicated Man is a direct reference to the concepts within Blade Runner and the novel it was based off of. We've already discussed finding the holotapes about an android on the run from the Commonwealth, but we haven't found said android yet. This may surprise fans of Fallout 4 who haven't played Fallout 3, but there are only 2 actual androids within the game that I know of, and you wouldn't be able to tell them apart from real humans by any means. I think that's what's most interesting about the concept, is how one quest involving the Commonwealth and synthetic men turned into one of the main driving plot points of Fallout 4. There are clues to find throughout the wasteland, things that further point you in the direction of the individual who was hired to assist the android. There are ways to bypass this, such as what I did in the Underworld, where I bribed an individual to tell me who performed the operation, a man by the name of Horace Pinkerton, who just so happens to be found within Rivet City, though many believe that to be a legend. As a side note, this is around the time a member of the Railroad approached me while I was passing time using the game's wait mechanic. Now, if you have never played Fallout 3 or Oblivion before, this is the scariest thing that can happen within the game. You never know when it's coming. You'll be minding your own business, passing the time for whatever reason, and next thing you know, your camera zooms into conversation mode. First time it ever happened to me was when I was arrested in Oblivion. After getting out, I was randomly approached by a woman in the arena out of nowhere, and I visibly jumped. The Railroad is another concept that gets fleshed out more within Fallout 4. They're one of the main factions in that game. In 3, they are more of a concept that you don't get to see in action. The Railroad helps synthetic people escape the Commonwealth so that they can live their lives freely. You can ask around about Pinkerton and his location, and eventually learn that he is said to be living within the broken second half of the aircraft carrier. The easiest way to get inside is through an underwater entrance that requires you to quickly enter and swim around until you find a spot to surface and regain your breath. The area is full of mirelurks, and past that, full of traps set up by Pinkerton to keep intruders out. The man likes his privacy due to events that took place before your arrival. Pinkerton was one of the founders of Rivet City, but around the time Dr. Lee showed up, events led to him losing his research team and also getting kicked off of the city council, which led to him disappearing into exile. Dr. Lee, a friend of your father's, was working on Project Purity, which we are going to learn more about shortly. While Rivet City was growing, Lee appeared and many of the scientists there wanted to help with the project, leaving Pinkerton to work on his own research alone. This left the man bitter and eventually led to where we are now. A man living by himself in an abandoned aircraft carrier with no one even remembering that he existed. Once you reach Pinkerton, you can discuss the android with him and eventually convince him to divulge that he was the one to perform facial reconstruction surgery on the synth, as well as wiping his memories while replacing them with new ones. I assume because he could. According to a nearby terminal, he seemed to take on the challenge because it was a challenge. Said terminal also houses the history of Rivet City for the Wasteland Survival Guide if you haven't completed that quest yet. Pinkerton will inform you that the head of Rivet City security, Harkness, is actually an android. A321/Harkness's memories have been replaced with the idea that he was a man who fell into a coma and his wife had recently left him and disappeared into the wasteland. His memories haven't been fully removed though, just locked away, and Pinkerton can give you a passphrase that will unlock them. This leads to a moral dilemma similar to that of Lily from New Vegas, something a few people pointed out I was looking at from a wrong angle. Let's set the scene. There is a man from the Commonwealth looking for a runaway android. His name is Dr. Zimmer and he's in Rivet City. I didn't even talk to Zimmer in this playthrough, but if you do, he requests your aid in finding said android, aka Harkness, aka A321. So we're in a bit of a dilemma. If we want to help Zimmer, we have to turn that information in. I'm not going to get into the concepts of rational thought and what it means to be alive. In my opinion, synthetics are alive. They are people, like you and me, and they feel. They can suffer. To return A321 to what is essentially slavery is morally reprehensible. It doesn't make sense to do. The minute you give a creation free will, it stops being merely property. So helping Zimmer is off the table, but then we still have to deal with Zimmer if we want to help the android. This is where a moral and philosophical dilemma arises. Back in New Vegas, I talked about Lily's companion quest. Lily is a super mutant who has psychotic breaks from time to time in battle. She's on medication for it, but she only takes half doses because they make her forget things, specifically her past and her grandchildren who she loves and misses very much. When I looked at the quest in New Vegas, it was more from a mechanical standpoint than I realized. I assumed Lily taking her full dosage of medication was best because it helped stop her from suffering medical breaks. And I praised the quest for actually penalizing you for doing what I believed to be the right thing. You lose Lily's combat bonuses at the cost of her no longer having to deal with these issues. Many pointed out to me that it isn't as simple as that. Memories are what make up our identity as human beings. Lily cares about her memories, and by locking them away through medication, you may be wiping away a part of her identity against her will. Looking back, I can agree with the sentiment here. At the end of the day, it's Lily's decision to make. If there was a dialogue option for letting Lily decide what was best for her in this situation, I may be more inclined to let her choose it. Bodily autonomy is important, and having the ability to recommend what Lily does here would have been more beneficial overall. You are technically making a recommendation when you talk to Lily about this, but the phrasing in the questline itself comes off more as an order than a suggestion. I feel what the developers wanted here was for you to recommend a conclusion for Lily and for her to take it to heart due to you being her companion, but this seems to have been lost overall in the dialogue tree. So what does all of this have to do with Harkness? Well, Harkness has chosen to have his old identity wiped. He now has a new identity, and tampering with that would be to tamper with his sense of self. In a way, it seems morally unjust to go against his wishes and reactivate his old memories, but the game seems to want you to do that if you're going to go down a good karma path. Let's back up for a second. Remember that railroad agent? She gave us an android component and suggested showing it to Zimmer in order to convince him that his android had been destroyed. This is a means of completing the quest without interacting with Harkness. This allows you to respect his wishes at moving on with his life and allows you to not tamper with his memories. I think you earn about 50 karma here if you go this route. Now let's talk about what Bethesda considers would be the most good we could do here morally. If we approach Harkness and say the passphrase, he'll wake up to his old memories while retaining the new ones. He's shocked at the revelation and asks why you would do this to him when it isn't what he initially wanted. You can tell him this is due to Zimmer's presence, and then Harkness will consider killing Zimmer, having you kill Zimmer, or being convinced into arresting Zimmer and having him kicked off the boat. This gets you about 200 karma, and Harkness will reward and thank you for your effort by giving you his unique plasma weapon. He doesn't seem to be upset at your actions. He doesn't question if this could have transpired without waking him up, and he seems content in in finding a new identity that is an amalgamation of his real memories and the forgeries. It's a weird message to receive. We are glorified and rewarded for going against Harkness's wishes and manipulating his identity in life. Who he is as a person is permanently changed due to our actions, and this is considered the right thing to do, but is it really? I'm legitimately asking here. I personally think this is the wrong road to go down unless absolutely necessary. And as we know, it wasn't necessary at all. Harkness could have been left alone and at peace with himself, but we decided to take that away from him, similar to how we can force Lily to take her medication and lose part of herself in the process. The difference is that going down that route with Lily doesn't reward us. It's not necessarily the right or wrong thing to do. You're left wondering if you made the right call, and it leaves you thinking. That's the beauty of New Vegas and the failure of Fallout 3, where New Vegas can actually leave something up to interpretation to serve as a thought experiment. Fallout 3 wants you to insert yourself into people's lives, manipulate them, and be rewarded for it, even if it is against their wishes. Some smaller things you can do around Rivet City include convincing a man to not end his own life and dealing with a short political squabble. That doesn't sound so small, right? Helping an old man on the brink of jumping off the ship sounds like it would have more to it than that, more to explore, dissect, and discuss. But no, you can push him yourself, talk to him into doing it, or convince him otherwise via a speech check. That's it. Just a really weird and personal topic on mental health and depression to throw in while having absolutely nothing to say about it. On the political side, Seagrave Holmes wants Bannon's place on the city council, and Bannon wants you to find dirt on him to prevent this from happening. Seagrave seems to have it out for Bannon, but within the setting of the game, there is never really anything that points to Bannon having partaken in any misdeeds outside of having us collect dirt on Seagrave. Seagrave, meanwhile, is an ex-slaver turned merchant. Again, this is a concept that could have been more fleshed out and tried to actually say something about these people. Is Seagrave still a slaver? The letter you find implies he's cut ties with that part of his life. Should his past as a slaver matter now that he's a changed man? Yes, it should have. But the game could have at least posited the question. Does Bannon have any skeletons in his own closet? None of this is explored, and with the cards on the table as they are, it made the most sense to me to present this information on Seagrave to one of the security officials to prevent him from ever getting a seat on the council. Before we move on to the main storyline, there is one more individual of note here who actually has a quest for us. A man by the name of Abraham Washington. This man is apparently 45 years old, by the way. Washington runs a museum of American history within Rivet City as a means of keeping their history intact for future generations. You can help him in this endeavor by finding his holy grail, the Declaration of Independence. That's right, it's the National Treasure Quest. There's a whole aspect of this quest that I never experienced. I didn't even experience it on this playthrough and only found out about it upon looking the quest up for research purposes. The Declaration is said to be found in the National Archives, which is overrun by super mutants, just like everywhere else near the mall outpost. As you enter, there is a rotunda ahead of you, and I have never gone in there first. I always beeline it for the basement, which progresses the quest line. Apparently, if you head into the rotunda, there's an NPC mercenary by the name of Sydney, who you can bring along on the quest after dispatching some super mutants. She even unlocks a shortcut through the complex for you, which explains a lot because I always wondered why this elevator never worked for me. As you make your way into the complex underneath the archive, you will be attacked by a constant swarm of robots. On nearby intercoms, you can hear an individual rallying the troops, so to speak, as he attempts to defend the location from your intrusion. At the end of the long segment is a Protectron program to believe it is Button Gwinnett, former governor of Georgia, a founding father, and one of the individuals to sign the Declaration of Independence. Gwinnett believes he's protecting the Declaration from the British, and honestly, good on him for that. If there's one thing the British love, it's acquiring rare, expensive works from those that rightfully own them, sometimes by force. You can either take the Declaration by force or convince Button that you want to help trick the Redcoats, as he puts it. This involves getting ink from the Arlington Library, which is also another spot for the Wasteland Survival Guide, so I recommend killing two birds with one stone here. I don't know if I mentioned it, but Tenpenny Tower is near the Robco headquarters, which would be the final of the 3 tasks for the 3rd chapter, meaning that the major side quests I've mentioned so far would allow you to slowly chip away at the survival guide without going out of your way to do so. Once you have the ink, you can bring it back to Button and he will create a forgery of the document. It's up to you if you return the forgery or force your way into acquiring the real deal. Abraham won't know the difference, and it's probably more protected within the National Archives than within Rivet City. Then again, we are just one man and managed to work our way through the entire complex, but I do feel as though the Lone Wanderer is a special case. Do whatever you think is best in my eyes. I like Button and didn't want to kill him for a piece of paper I have no emotion nor historical ties to. Apparently, if you have Sydney with you upon returning the document, you can prod her for information on her past and about her father. You can find her father dead in the Statesman's Hotel where we found Reillys Rangers and inform her of this to receive a unique 10mm SMG. Again, I'm sorry I don't have footage of this. I legitimately didn't know this could happen, even after all my playthroughs. Finally, we need to do what we came here to do at the start. Find Dr. Lee and ask her about our father. When you do find Dr. Lee, she immediately recognizes you as James's son, not because she met you before, though I guess she did when you were a baby, but because the two of you apparently look similar. I don't agree really, but to the game's credit, it does hide James's face until after character creation, where it matches James's race to the one that you've chosen. A lot of pictures online only reference the Caucasian James, but he can be Asian, African American, and Hispanic as well. It's a nice touch for such a prominent character, and one of the places you can tell they put general thought in. Knowing Bethesda's track record so far with how much effort they put into various aspects of Fallout 3, this is something that they could have left unimplemented and I wouldn't have been surprised. Dr. Lee doesn't know where your father is currently, but she knows what direction he went in, to the Jefferson Memorial to look into their old research endeavor, Project Purity. The project is a water purification system set up within the memorial, with the goal of purifying the water of the Potomac River basin and filling the arid riverbed once more. Lee mentions that the death of your mother during childbirth seemed to break James, and with constant attacks from super mutants and the Brotherhood of Steel losing interest in protecting the scientists due to lack of results, James made the decision to abandon the project in order to protect you and bring you to Vault 101. When you arrive there, you'll not only find it overrun with super mutants, shocker, but you'll also find some holotapes of your father, discussing his reasoning for leaving the vault as well as where he plans to go next. When you entered the Overseer's office in Vault 101, you could look through the documents on the Overseer's terminal to learn about the GECK, the Garden of Eden Creation Kit, a device that's actually been around in the Fallout universe since Fallout 2, where it was a major plot element. Your father found out about this as well and believed this was the tool he needed in order to make Project Purity functional. In Fallout 2, the original GECK was, I believe, considered a terraforming device, but in reality it was a collection of seeds and instructions on how to farm and rebuild settlements, basically intended to get agriculture thriving within the wasteland again. It included some form of generator as well as water purifiers and a few other basic tools. So while small-scale water purification is nice, it shouldn't actually be able to terraform anything or fix the water crisis within the wasteland. In Fallout Bible 6, it stated that the GECK is to be a simple MacGuffin device used as a tool to allow the hero to complete their task with no real explanation as to what it actually does. The GECK within the universe of Fallout, since its inception, is a device that was designed to be plot magic. And that's exactly what it is in Fallout 3. Plot magic that will allow Project Purity to work without any real explanation as to what it's going to do to make this happen. I can't blame Bethesda for taking this excerpt so literally, but rather than making it truly magic, it would have been nice to have them at least come up with some extra functionality, so we knew why we needed this specific device in the first place. Activating the device later on in the adventure has it state the GECK will collapse all matter within its given radius and recombine it to form a living, breathing, fertile, virgin landscape and allow life to begin anew. So it seems like Fallout 3 did add some extra functionality to the concept for the sake of its plotline. You can find a fully detailed explanation on the conceptualization of the GECK as a plot device and what the device actually is within the world of Fallout 2 in Fallout Bible 6, and the excerpts can also be found on the Fallout Wiki. Your father's holotapes state that the creator of the GECK, Dr. Braun, was stationed in Vault 112 within the Capital Wasteland, and this is where he's headed to learn more about it, and hopefully find one in the process. Since that's where James is headed off to, it only makes sense that we would head there as well, to our first vault since leaving 101. If you watched my previous Fallout retrospective, you'll remember that the vaults are some of the main gimmick areas within the Wasteland and Nevada. Once the concept of vaults having various experiments was set, both Bethesda and Obsidian ran with it, creating locations that were explorations on social and scientific experiments. We had a vault in New Vegas that forced individuals to sacrifice someone periodically and would let them all go free if they stopped, as an example. Fallout 3 is the same, kind of. Every vault has a personality for you to explore so you can understand the experiment that was taking place. Vault 101 was all about isolation from the outside world. Vault 112, where we are headed now, was a practice in virtual reality and showcases some of the pitfalls that one may see with the concept. Vault 112 can be found near Evergreen Mills, a location that is overrun with raiders. If you head over there, you can fight your way through waves of them to save some prisoners and slaves, and fight one of the few super mutant behemoths behemoths in the game. The vault itself is hidden within an old garage out in the middle of nowhere. Entering it is simplistic, and you only have to deal with a set of mole rats on your way to the underground entrance. Within, you'll find a vault that is still fairly well kept and functional due to a set of robo-brains keeping everything orderly. There's not much to explore inside, unlike other vaults in the area, but exploration isn't the point of 112. The real point is the virtual reality system that has been set up. As you enter the main chamber of the vault, you'll find various pods with individuals locked inside. All of these individuals are currently perceiving a virtual reality, and according to one of the robots, this has been the case for over 200 years. So the question may then become, how are the individuals inside these pods alive? You may think to yourself, maybe they aren't alive. Maybe their minds have just been uploaded to the system that creates the world around them. But this doesn't seem to be the case, as we will soon learn once we find the failsafe to the experiment. No, everyone within these pods is alive, and have been for over 200 years. Somehow the pods here have managed to keep their bodies preserved and intact despite no explanation into how this is possible. To be fair, we don't get a great explanation on how Robert House of New Vegas managed to do something similar, but even Mr. House had to sacrifice his body and freedom in order to stay alive for as long as he did. When we find House, he is a husk of the man he once was. To expose him to the air around us is to doom him because his body can't take it and will expire sometime after. Mr. House is the super genius of the series. He is the man who saved Vegas from destruction during the war, the man who created an army of Securitrons, and the man who was able to extend his own life past that of what was possible at a great cost. So what is happening here within Vault 112? How are these individuals suspended in their pods for so long without any sign of deterioration? The explanation given by the game is that these are stasis pods stocked with liquid nutrients. The individuals within are kept in stasis and fed as to not expire. Anything past that in terms of explanation is unneeded by the game standards, and I'd knock it for that, but what else do we really need to know about the setup? Dr. Braun, like House, is a super genius. He is the creator of the GECK and had a hand in the creation of this vault, becoming overseer in the process. The man is technologically adept to the point that it'd be difficult to fathom, much like Mr. House. Why then was Mr. House's hibernation chamber set up in a way that left the man the way it did? Was it different technology from two different scientists? Was it the issues pertaining to missing the platinum chip and his new OS? It doesn't seem to be explained, but it also doesn't matter. When any form of media has interesting technology, it's always a bonus for the consumer when the creator goes into detail involving the science behind the setup. It helps bolster the setting and lore, but it isn't always necessary. A lot of technology in Fallout is nuclear magic. The GECK is a magical plot device. We are told from the start that the world of Fallout is technologically ahead of us in the present, while being culturally stuck in the past, and cryonic technology within the Fallout universe goes all the way back to Fallout 2 and the Sierra Army Depot, before it's explored further in Fallout 4 when your character is frozen at the start of the game. There seems to be many technologies that can extend human life, some that leave you in a coma for a time, or others that allow your brain to function throughout. It's an established aspect of Fallout, and while it would benefit from a deep dive into the history and technology of these systems, it also isn't necessary. A lot of the technology within Fallout requires the suspension of disbelief from the player. Much of it is just there for the plot, for the sake of it, and not everything needs to be explained in great detail because that's not necessarily the point of the game. If you look around the pods, you'll be able to find your father suspended in one of them. Luckily, your father should be safe within because he hasn't been in the vault nearly as long as the other residents here. One of the robo-brains will hand you a Vault 112 jumpsuit, which is necessary to equip before you jump into one of the pods in an attempt to save James. As you enter the pod, you'll be transported to an area known as Tranquility Lane, a location based on a pre-war town, where the majority of the individuals inside seem to have no idea that they are in a simulation. Anyone you talk to has no idea what you're talking about when you bring the concept up to them, and no one has any idea where your father is. Well, that is except for two people who we will meet shortly. In the center of the town is a little girl by the name of Betty. Betty in reality is actually Dr. Braun and has full control over the simulation. If you punch Betty, you'll be electrocuted and blown up instantly. Near Betty is Doc the dog, who can be interacted with but not in depth. If you talk to Betty about your father, she'll state she knows who you were talking about but didn't expect you to be his son. son. Despite knowing where your father is, Betty won't tell you unless you play a game with her. Betty wants you to commit a series of bad karmic actions. She wants you to make Timmy cry, then break up a marriage, kill Mabel Henderson in a creative manner, and then eventually kill everyone while wearing a slasher mask. I'm not going to go into great detail about this aspect of the questline, but the actions you take can be fairly creative. You can convince Timmy that his parents are getting a divorce, or convince him that he's going to military school, as well as other various options, such as beating the shit out of him. Manipulation and murder are encouraged, making this a playground for bad karma characters to inflict pain on others at Braun's behest. Now, there's one woman within the simulation known as Old Lady Dithers, and unlike the rest of the individuals within, she seems to have woken up. Dithers realizes you shouldn't be there, and there is something wrong. She knows of a failsafe that can be found in a nearby house and suggests you use that as a means to free all of them from the living hell they have been experiencing. Within the abandoned house, you won't find anything immediately, but there are sets of props that can make a sound when you interact with them. If you interact with the props in the right order, the failsafe computer will appear near the entryway, and you can learn a bit more about what has been going on for these 200 plus years. It turns out that this truly has been a living hell for the residents, with Braun taking the role of the devil. Braun has had multiple different settings he has used over this time, from a beach location to a ski resort. On the beach, he enjoyed watching one of the residents be eaten alive by a shark. On the ski resort, he applauded the random act of a woman accidentally impaling herself to death. The residents are manipulated, they're attacked, killed, brought back to life, and then have their memories wiped over and over until Braun gets tired of the location and tries something new. Tranquility Lane seems to be the last stop for Braun, as it offers him some form of nostalgic peace. But even that would eventually wear off if the scientist was left to his own devices without our intervention. I cannot stress enough how truly horrific this concept is. If hell is real, this is an example of what it could be. The inability to escape the confines of eternity while being tortured within it constantly. There may be no greater crime you could commit against an individual than to place them here essentially forever, longer than their human lifespan would typically last. These individuals are repeatedly broken over and over, forced to suffer with no end in sight because this is the only thing that is keeping Braun going. And at the end of the day, it's played for laughs. And because of that, it feels uncomfortable for sure, but it ultimately falls flat. Much like everything else in Fallout 3, it's a surface level examination on a concept that has so much depth and discussion to be had. A truly disturbing event is taking place, and we do little more than ride around its theme park for 10 minutes until the quest is over. No matter how horrific they try to make something come off, the game never seems to take itself seriously enough for it to have any real impact. Tranquility Lane should come off as uncomfortable. Watching what these people have gone through and feeling the weight of their suffering over the power of a man who couldn't care for them is an interesting topic to go over, and one that is ultimately wasted in a game like Fallout 3 that has nothing of actual value to say about it, and that seems to be unable to fully utilize it. The game doesn't take itself seriously, so things that are supposed to be serious, things that are supposed to make you feel a specific emotion, or make you feel uncomfortable, things that are supposed to make you think, often don't. They fail at what they are trying to do and instead focus on the humor and the humor only, even when it's not particularly funny. The rating of Fallout 3 is not comedic gold, if you get what I'm saying. They try to throw humor in everything, but all it does is muddy up some of the more serious aspects of the storyline and world. The failsafe was something Dr. Braun had installed in case he grew weary enough of the virtual world he trapped everyone within. A virtual invasion of Chinese soldiers will trigger, who will then murder all of Tranquility Lane's residents. This death will in turn kill the individuals within the pods. The issue is that there are safety measures in place for military and vault personnel, an oversight on Braun's part that prevents him from being killed alongside everyone else, meaning that if the failsafe was engaged, he would be left all alone within his hell as long as Vault 112 was operational. In a selfish act, Braun refused to use the failsafe for fear of being stuck within the chamber with no one to interact with or torture. Quite the fitting end for a man who has kept individuals trapped within for so long. There's a choice here. The failsafe is the good karma action in Fallout 3's eyes, and I believe I would agree with that. If we found a way to release the individuals from their pods, chances are the shock would be too much for them, or the bacteria in the air would eventually kill them, not to mention the potential trauma compounding on them as they're set free. Your options are to either torture these people for Braun, who will go on to torture them for eternity, or allow them to escape. The choice is yours, but I know that I wouldn't personally want to be left in such a state, and at the very least, Old Lady Dithers wouldn't want it either. The will of the people, as far as we can tell, is to be set free from torment, and so that's what we'll do. The action that seems to be the right thing to do in this situation. Once you initiate the failsafe, a group of Chinese soldiers will appear and begin murdering all of the residents, except for you, the dog, and Betty. I don't know why this is. Betty is Vault Tech personnel, so they're safe, but you and your father, who is the dog if you didn't put that together, shouldn't have this clearance and therefore should be attacked. Maybe I'm missing something there, and if I am, be sure to let me know. Until then, it seems like an odd oversight on the developer's part. Betty will be furious with what you've done and begin to go into a panic about being all alone. I don't really feel sympathy for them considering they're an old scientist role-playing as a little girl who has been torturing the residents here during the entirety of their stay. So excuse me if I don't shed a tear at his mental suffering. Betty will inform you that your father was the dog the whole time, duh, and a door will appear that you can use to escape the simulation. Once out, the pod will open and your father will approach you, finally allowing the two of you to reunite. There seems to be a misconception of Fallout 3 from an outsider's view, or potentially from someone who hasn't played the game in a long period of time. Many feel that, much like Fallout 4, the game is a story of searching for your family member. In reality, this is maybe half the tale. Finding your father makes up a large chunk of the game, yeah, acting as the catalyst that will allow you to reach the major locations within the Capital Wasteland. But it's not the end of the game once you find them. There's an entire journey to be had after the fact. Side quests to continue completing, storyline to discover, your parents' work to be finished, and the Enclave to be dealt with. I'm pretty hard on Fallout 3 in certain aspects, and it's only going to get worse as we get into this script. But in terms of the journey, the game really begins to grow into its best self once the journey to find your father is completed. The reunion with your father is nice, that's about it. He's happy to see you, but also disappointed that you left the vault. It isn't what he wanted for you, as he believed you would be safest inside the confines of 101. One of the reasons he abandoned the project was to get you to safety. Now you're here anyway, so it may feel like everything he did in Vault 101 was for naught. But realistically, you've grown to a point where you can handle yourself in and outside of the vault. Grown to the point where you can find your father in the wasteland, a needle within a radioactive haystack. You have combat experience, prowess, and potentially even lodging within one of the settlements. You've grown accustomed to the wasteland, even thriving in it, and your father seems to realize this, which allows him to be content with you being here. But not a lot of that is truly conveyed. In fact, Fallout 3 is pretty abysmal at conveying emotion or affecting you in any emotional way. It's good to see your father for sure, but the writers have a hard time making it seem like a big deal. It's just another box you checked off along the main storyline. Your father came here to gain information on the Gek from Braun's notes, and he believes he found everything he needed to prove its success when used in conjunction with Project Purity. Thus, James wants to head back to Rivet City, which is an insane journey for him across almost the entirety of the wasteland, in order to convince Dr. Lee and her team to return to the project. It's nice that Bethesda lets you make this journey with your father if you want, but also not limit you to doing it. You can go about completing side quests or fast travel to Rivet City, and your father will eventually catch up so that he can be reunited with Dr. Lee. Dr. Lee is happy to see James, but is hesitant at first to go work on the project once more. Dr. Lee has something tangible in Rivet City, work that is producing results and helping the people of the settlement. To drop all of that for something else would require a big leap of faith. But with James's assurance that he found a way to make the project function, and her respect for your father as a friend and scientist, she'll ultimately agree to come back along with her team. You can escort the team back to Jefferson Memorial if you want, or fast travel there as was true with your father earlier. Once there, your father will ask you to clear out the super mutants within as if you are the only one there with combat experience. And while it is true that you were the best man for the job at this moment, are you telling me James nor his team have managed to gain any combat experience within the wasteland at all? James specifically has been adventuring around the entirety of the wasteland. He's got to be getting into constant combat if our experiences are anything to go on. At the very least, he should have been a temporary essential companion that could help you clear out the area. It'd be a nice scene, father and son against super mutants, working together and helping each other, but you don't get anything close to that. No, Fallout 3 wants to keep things as simple as possible. You are the player and you need to do the tasks because that's how video games work. Now get in there and complete your quest. It's ridiculous to assume that this is the only viable option. Now everything that's about to happen is going to come at you fast. After clearing out the mutants, your father and the team will move in, and your father needs you to go into the basement to turn off the power to the flood control pump. In the basement and along your journey, you can find notes that are an audio journal of your father's own adventures as he looked for Dr. Braun. You can also find a tape of your mother attempting to work as James attempts to hit, which I imagine is a little weird weird and traumatizing for you as their child, you hit the power switch and return to the top to see your father. He will then comment on your actions in the wasteland in one of two ways. If you blew up or saved Megaton, he will comment on that, either praising you for your efforts or being appalled at your actions. I guess this is supposed to show that the developers took into consideration that your actions had consequences, but this is the only real meaningful example of that, and it's a short conversation that doesn't change the course of what is about to transpire. Additionally, if you didn't complete Megaton's questline, he will just comment on your karma level. To be fair, Fallout 3 does have a sort of rippling effect based on your actions. Specifically, it's based on your karma level, and it's incredibly lazy as well. Good characters will periodically get attacked by a group known as the Talon Company, and bad characters will get attacked by cowboy vigilantes known as regulators. That's the effect your actions have on the world. Who will attack you and who will leave you alone. Either way, you're going to get attacked. So better to just expect that it'll happen from time to time. Free loot is free loot, I guess, and Talon Company has some pretty good loot, so it wasn't all bad. So your father says this spiel about your actions, so Bethesda can say, aha, we took your actions into account, and then he hands you some fuses before sending you back into the basement. Once inside, you need to place the fuses in a nearby box to allow the door to open. Then activate the power to the station so everything comes back online. Before heading back up, there's a blockage and some nearby pipes you need to clear out, and this is where shit begins to hit the fan. As you are stuck in the pipes, you can see out into the wasteland. While you wait for whatever blockage there is to clear, you will see vertibirds begin to land at the memorial and Enclave soldiers begin to storm the location. You can follow the other end of the pipes back into the memorial, and then we'll have to fight Enclave soldiers back to Project Purity, where you will witness Dr. Lee watching your father within the machine's inner chamber. James and one of the other scientists are locked inside with a man by the name of Colonel Autumn. Autumn is set up in a way that you can't really see his face, and for whatever reason I have no idea why this is. Later on you'll see it and there's nothing surprising about it, so I'm not sure what the reasoning for this was exactly. Colonel Autumn wants the keys to Project Purity and demands James hand them over, but James insists that the system isn't functional. After some back and forth, Autumn shoots one of the other scientists to show that he's not fucking around here. James then caves and agrees to hand everything over. He heads to a nearby terminal and activates the chamber, which releases lethal doses of radiation into the area, killing James in the process and apparently killing Colonel Autumn as well. As James lays there dying, he insists that you run away. James's death comes at you fast. Depending on what you did in between finding him again, it's almost instant. To find your father and lose him again so quickly is a good way to create a sense of intense loss. But we haven't really had the time to develop this connection with James. We have the intro section of the game where we get to interact with James slightly, and then after that we never see him again until we rescue him from Vault 112. To kill James here doesn't seem forced necessarily, but the emotions that the developers are trying to get out of you do. The game wants you to feel bad about your father's death, but they haven't earned it. They haven't allowed us to develop any connection with him, to reconnect with him sometime after reuniting with him. That's why I was saying he should have been a temporary companion. We should have had more quests with James. He should have helped us here and there as Project Purity was being developed. We could have learned more about him and had our bond with him grow. Then when everything was close to fruition, that's when James could have been taken from us and earned emotional climax to James's story, not whatever Fallout 3 actually gave us. It's just unearned payoff after unearned payoff. Fallout 3 continues to have nothing of depth to say and then expects you to feel something just because they killed someone off who you as the player barely knew. You can talk to Dr. Lee afterward, and she'll state that there is a secret tunnel they used to escape in the past, and that all of the staff know about it, meaning all they have to do is reunite with everyone there. Once down there, Dr. Lee will task you with leading them to safety, since once again you are the only one who has combat experience. You'll fight through ghouls and Enclave soldiers as you make your way to the entrance on the other side. You'll also have to stop about halfway through due to one of the staff having a heart condition that prevents him from continuing. You can either be good and offer him stim packs to keep going, or be bad and convince Dr. Lee to leave him there. Riveting storytelling, guys. As a side note, I was so used to shooting Enclave soldiers in power armor that when I opened a nearby door to a Brotherhood of Steel member, I accidentally blasted him to death before realizing. As you reach the surface, you'll be in front of the headquarters for the Eastern chapter of the Brotherhood of Steel. Dr. Lee demands to be let in, but the guards at the door are refusing all civilians, no exceptions. Even if the individuals need help, the Brotherhood don't care about that, which seems pretty on brand for them here, sure, but also not quite for the Eastern chapter specifically. The reason the Eastern chapter and the Outcasts split off is because the Outcasts hold more true to the core Brotherhood values of securing old world tech. Elder Lyons is slightly more interested in helping the wasteland and ridding it of super mutants when possible. All the prejudice I mentioned previously is still there, obviously, but you'd think they'd at least be willing to help human civilians in danger, right? Apparently not. The Brotherhood of Steel seems to be flip-flopping in terms of their values based on Bethesda's writing. In fact, the only reason you even get access here is as Dr. Lee approaches the intercom and uses her history with Elder Alliance to demand access, allowing you to take your first steps into a proper introduction with the Brotherhood. The Brotherhood of Steel's main base of operations is situated within the ruins of the Pentagon, where they train initiates in combat in order to get them ready to face the world of the Wasteland, while also indoctrinating them in the teachings of their order. When you enter the base, you're met by Sarah Lyons and her father, Elder Owen Lyons, who was more directly related with helping Dr. Lee and your father protect the Jefferson Memorial. The interaction is simple enough. Dr. Lee explains how the Enclave attacked, and Lyons feels guilty for not being able to help. He recognizes you as James' son and vows to help your group deal with the Enclave, since the acquisition of Project Purity would give the US government too much power within the capital Wasteland and potentially all of the United States. With the Brotherhood now on your side, Dr. Lee will mention that she and her team need to rest while reminding you not to trust the Brotherhood entirely. Despite their willingness to aid, the people and mission of the Brotherhood comes first to their order, and Dr. Lee is aware of this. It's not untrue, but it is slightly misguided. There's more depth to the Eastern chapter than meets the eye to individuals who are familiar with the Brotherhood from Fallout 1 and 2. In Fallout 3, Elder Lyons can divulge the history of the Brotherhood to you and how the individuals who founded the Brotherhood back in the West are worried about how Lyons has potentially lost his way in terms of the Order's mission. This is true, as they are worried about Lyons' growing affection towards the people of the capital Wasteland, something that he confirms. Lyons has grown accustomed to the Wasteland and its people. He cares about helping them deal with the dangers of the surrounding area, especially that of the super mutants. It doesn't excuse the Brotherhood's prejudice towards people like ghouls, but it does show growth and change within their order, and helps explain why the Outcasts decided to split off from the Eastern chapter. The Outcasts want to focus on acquiring old world technology. They want to follow the original mission of the Brotherhood to a T. In this way, the Brotherhood, though not without their own problems, is shown to be growing into more of a heroic group of individuals within the Wasteland. Lyons will point you towards one of the scribes, since they may have information that pertains to the GEC. Even if your father has passed, it's still necessary to finish his research for Project Purity. Before that, you can ask Lyons to allow you the training to wear power armor. Since we originally met the Brotherhood, I've been holding on to power armor and eventually swapping it out for the T-51B we found back in Fort Constantine. Wasn't sure when I was actually going to make it to their base and unlock the perk I'm about to discuss. You aren't able to simply wear power armor in 3 in New Vegas. You have to earn a perk that will unlock the ability to equip it. Power armor isn't particularly well represented in Fallout 3, but at the very least it points out how difficult it is to wield, how you could essentially kill yourself in it if not careful, and why it requires training before equipping. Training you can receive from one of the paladins in the base. If you're feeling really adventurous, the Operation Anchorage DLC actually allows you to learn how to use power armor as early as when you exit Vault 101, if you feel up to completing the DLC that early. It's one of the features that adds to the role-playing experience. A feature that wasn't present in Fallout 1 and 2, which allowed you to equip power armor as soon as you found it. That's why it was surprising to me that they reverted this requirement in Fallout 4. Sure, the sole survivor may have had some form of power armor training from being in the military, but it's never explained, and almost anyone regardless of their history can wear it. Speaking of Fallout 4, I have to praise Bethesda for all of the callbacks they ended up fleshing out in the game's sequel. Oh, you heard mention of the Commonwealth in Fallout 3? Now you're in the Commonwealth in Fallout 4. Heard about synths in 3? Now they're the main focus in 4. Meet this snot-nosed little brat in the Pentagon? He's now the leader of the Eastern chapter in Fallout 4. A lot of things you may not remember or may not have expected to carry over end up having even greater purpose and lore once you reach the game's sequel. It shows that there is strength in the rating of the series and its ability to flesh out its world, even if it is few and far between all of the surface level side quests. As you go visit the scribe, you'll gain your first glimpse at Liberty Prime, one of the biggest and most in-your-face examples of American propaganda and exceptionalism that is the perfect example of this meme format. We'll get to Liberty Prime's themes and messaging when we're closer to the game's climax, but in the meantime, it's a super weapon a la the Iron Giant. Unlike the Iron Giant, however, Liberty Prime is a commie-hating, Chinese-hating death machine that will force democracy upon you no matter how much blood it has to spill to do so. See where I'm going here? The Brotherhood has an old but functional Vault-Tec computer, and said computer may have information about the GEC for you, as it contains info about the various vaults around the Wasteland. As is obvious by now, Vault 101 is isn't the only vault in the area. There was Dr. Braun's Vault 112, and there are several others we'll go over shortly, including Vault 87, which apparently has a GEC within its confines. If you look through the rest of the notes on the terminal, you can actually find information on Vault 76 as well, which would be used later for the release of Fallout 76. When you return to the scribe with the knowledge of Vault 87, he'll bring you to a large map that contains the location of all the vaults within the wasteland. Those being Vault 87, 92, 101, 106, 108, and 112. We've grown up in one and been to another one already, meaning there are 3 optional vaults to explore, plus the necessary Vault 87 to find the GEC. If you watch my New Vegas retrospective, you'll know that the appeal of visiting these vaults is to see how the developers designed miniature rundown amusement parks based on various experiments. What makes vaults appealing in a post-Fallout 2 world is the idea that you'll get to see what type of experiment took place there, how it messed with the people inside, and what led to its eventual downfall. New Vegas was particularly creative with these. The Death Room Vault is still one of my all-time favorite experiences within the series. I'm sorry to say that it should come as no surprise that the vaults in Fallout 3 fall flat in comparison to those that come after it. The concepts are there and at least somewhat interesting to explore, but they lack the depth that made the New Vegas vaults so great. A certain level of character is missing here, and while it tries its best, I think you'll see what I'm talking about as we explore. Before that, the scribe mentions that getting into Vault 87 will be no simple task. The main entrance is so heavily irradiated that there's no way of getting inside without a guaranteed death. However, there is a potential secondary entrance in the little Lamplight cavern, and you can make your way there to find said entrance and continue the storyline. This is where the game opens up a bit more. The world of the wasteland begins to fill with Enclave soldiers and vertebrates. Certain areas where you may have seen Talon Company fighting super mutants becomes the Enclave fighting the mutants instead. The areas of the capital wasteland are becoming a bit more chaotic, and while you have a mission to take care of, this is where I find it best to do some more freeform exploring. Let's discuss the optional vaults first, going in numerical order. Vault 92 was populated by some of the world's best musicians under the guise of preserving musical talent. Of course, not everything was as it seemed, and the experiment at hand was the use of white noise to manipulate individuals. The tests were contained at first, with the noise implanting subliminal messages into the minds of various musicians within the vault. By the time you reach the vault, it's semi-flooded and infested with mirelurks. This is due to it being under a nearby lake, and with no one to maintain it, it eventually fell apart. The experiment itself has a history of deceit. The true experiment by Vault Tech was to have the white noise played throughout the entirety of the vault in order to implant them with combat suggestions, creating trance-like human weapons. Only the Overseer was aware of the plan, but the main scientist behind it believed that they were performing controlled tests within specific soundproof rooms of the vault. This was incorrect, and slowly half the residents of the vault began to go insane to the point that they needed to be put down. The experiment seemed to make individuals hyper-durable, or rather their brains would not register being shot immediately. An individual could take upwards of 20 rounds to their body before succumbing to their wounds, leading to vicious super mutants that would tear each other limb from limb. While you're here, you can find an intact old world violin that can be returned to an old woman living by herself in the wasteland. She'll use it to play music on a radio station, which she'll give you the frequency to, meaning you'll have 3 stations total for general radio purposes. The vault is also located within the town of Old Olney, and I have a very hard time saying that, which is one of the must-explore locations of the game. There are several locations within Fallout 3 that are too good to pass up, usually due to the items they offer, their backstory, or just various events that happen around them. Old Olney is a Deathclaw nest. Coincidentally, it's also where Dave heads off to if you rig the election. If you do some searching around, you can find his body in an alley with a bunch of other dead wastelanders. The story of Vault 92 is an interesting one that I won't be delving into as much within the retrospective. The vault itself acts as a set piece to show you the failure of the experiment and its eventual downfall. It's a dungeon to explore, with set pieces being the music and sound rooms, as well as learning about what went wrong. But it's not as interactable or engaging as what we've seen later in New Vegas. Still, there's plenty of loot to be found here, including the aforementioned pre-war violin. That's going to be a trend going through these 3 vaults we explore. 92, 106, and 108 are overall not that interesting to explore. They have interesting backstories and lore potentially, but the actual journey through them is the same throughout, with 1 or 2 little gimmicks here and there that make it slightly more enjoyable. Take Vault 106 as an example. The vault is constantly spewing airborne drugs throughout the area's ventilation system. When you enter it, you get to learn more about the experiment, but more importantly, you will periodically succumb to the drugs as you have visions of your past in the vault, your father, and even the Vault 101 Overseer, all while fighting off other vault dwellers who have lost their mind by being trapped within. Conceptually, it's a cool premise, but the actual delivery is rather lackluster. You'll see things here and there, but overall nothing really really happens. You're just exploring a rundown vault until you find a bobblehead or whatever ammo and weapons you can scrounge together. And it's the same for Vault 108. Although this is probably considered the best out of the three, at least in my opinion. The experiment of Vault 108 is not what makes it interesting, it's what happened afterward. The initial experiment seemed to be about the devolving power structures within a vault community. Certain roles were assigned while others were at the discretion of the overseer, an individual picked due to his genetic disposition for a rare cancer that would kill him early into the experiment's lifetime. The vault lacked entertainment, was fitted with more weapons than was necessary, and the power was set to go out in 20 years, suggesting that this would all act as a catalyst to have the dwellers turn against one another, leading to an eventual slaughter, at least from how I understand it. What's interesting about the vault is that none of that backstory matters, not especially anyway. The real point of Vault 108 ended up being an experiment the scientists took part in within their free time, involving the cloning of a vault dweller by the name of Gary, repetitively. These clones are violent to any non-clones, and at some point within the vault's history, most likely when the power finally failed, the Garys took over. When you arrive, it's a race through the vault as you fight your way through hordes of numbered clones, all named Gary, all with the inability to speak outside of saying their own name. It's amazing. It shows how something so silly and simplistic can be enough to make a location a high point within an open world game like Fallout 3. One of the Garys was actually kidnapped by some of the outcasts and can be found in a DLC specific area later. The best way I can describe the vaults in New Vegas is character. Every vault exudes its own uniqueness and charm. Exploring them feels refreshing and worthwhile because you never know what you're going to find behind the next corner, through the next corridor. It's always exciting, especially on your first time exploring. In comparison, the vaults in Fallout 3 all feel the same outside of the small gimmicks they may place throughout. The biggest differences are the stories behind their experiments, and the majority of those are explained through holotapes and terminals rather than through the environment, leading to very sterile locations. In reality, this may be the more realistic approach to the concept, but Fallout 3 isn't a very realistic game, and it sees more success when it leads into its own absurdity, something that Obsidian was aware of and played heavily into. While the vault's general messaging, quest lines, storylines, dialogue, and world building within Fallout 3 may be generally lackluster, that doesn't mean everything within it is. There's still plenty to see and do within the world of Fallout 3. There's other settlements to stop by, the Oasis to find, the DLC to take part in, and more. Canterbury Commons is a settlement you'll hear about fairly regularly along your journey. It's popular because of its inclusion of a superhero known as the Mechanist, a mechanic of the town who turned into a buckethead superhero with his army of robots after an individual known as the Antagonizer began showing up to bother the residents of the town. Now, the Mechanist and the Antagonizer regularly fight one another in the streets of Canterbury Commons, which in turn begins to exhaust and bother the residents there, to the point that some of the individuals living there would rather you put a bullet in the heads of the two if possible. That being said, there is a peaceful option to get things to calm down. The Antagonizer can be found in a nearby cave or mine structure. The quest itself is fairly simplistic. It's more about the show of absurdity than anything else. The main choice you're making here is who you are going to side with. Are you going to deal with the Mechanist, the Antagonizer, or are you going to take them both out? I wouldn't be surprised if this was the choice most individuals made on their first playthrough, as this can allow you to get both of the characters' unique costumes. Additionally, the peaceful resolution for the Antagonizer isn't immediately apparent. If you head into the mine and confront the Antagonizer, you'll be forced to kill her and take her costume. However, if you ask around the town, you can learn the name of her true identity. Bringing this up with her within her lair will lead to a speech check that must be passed in order to get her to stand down. Alternatively, if you visit Huber's comics, you can find her inspiration for the character and mention this to her, leading to the same result without a speech check being necessary. This is where a game like Fallout 3 can be at its strongest, providing multiple avenues to complete a task the way you want to complete it, but not making it readily apparent how you would go about doing so. There's no quest marker telling you to get the name of the Antagonizer. You can just do it by your own volition and it'll benefit you later on. Similarly, we can convince the Mechanist to stand down as well by passing a speech check or using specific perks to convince him that he's been scaring the entire town. The outcomes and rewards for this quest vary drastically. You can earn their suits, you can earn unique weapons, and you can have random encounters later on with the Antagonizer if you let her live and continue with her superhuman identity. You can wear the suit of one and confront the other, making them believe that you are their enemy. You can join forces with one to stop the other. The options are fairly fleshed out and numerous. It's a surprising thing to see in Fallout 3 when a large portion of the quests within the game do not offer this level of freedom when it comes to the choices you can make, to the paths you can take to get to your desired goal. I think one of the reasons this quest is remembered so fondly is both because of its absurdity, but also because of how refreshing it is in terms of what we are allowed to do. The Superhuman Gambit is a gold star in terms of Fallout 3 questing, and a majority of the other quests within the game would have benefited by following its example. One of the more interesting quests in the game appears after the death of your father. When within the vicinity of Megaton, a radio signal will appear on your Pip-Boy. It's a distress signal from none other than Amada. She's looking for you and needs your help, as things have been getting progressively worse within the vault since your departure. Returning to Vault 101 for the longest time was something I didn't actually know was possible. Little did I know that it was possible to be reunited with the individuals you left in the vault and see the consequences of your actions, not just for leaving the vault, but for who you killed along the way. Characters like the Overseer and Butch could have been killed during the initial escape, and that will of course determine whether or not they are available to interact with as you make your return. Amada gives you a password to reopen the vault doors, so it's on you to make your way back there and see what's going on. As you enter the vault, you'll be met by Officer Gomez, assuming he's still alive. I don't know if you can even kill him, but the structure of the escape and the reunion quest would suggest to me that it is possible. There's a surprising amount of factors that affect the end of this quest, despite there only being 3 outcomes to choose from. Gomez will inform you that there has been an upsurge in rebels who would like to leave the vault, following yours and your father's example. There's unrest within the vault due to this, as the Overseer, who we left alive during the escape, is trying to keep control and keep people from heading out into the dangers of the wasteland. Exploring the vault, you'll find a majority of it barricaded or ransacked. Individuals are fighting with security, and security is fighting back, potentially even shooting at them, even if only a warning shot. You can talk to the various individuals in the vault, such as Amada or Butch, but who you really need to talk to is dependent on the outcome you want to achieve. For example, I want to convince the Overseer to open the vault and allow the individuals the option to escape. This can be completed in a number of ways. We can easily kill the Overseer, which is the quickest solution, but we can also convince him that the security is planning on attacking the rebels and killing individuals to send a message. This will disturb the Overseer and convince him to stand down. Alternatively, we can point out that there are only so many possible generations left within the vault before interbreeding would be necessary and they'd die out. That's 3 ways just to complete one outcome, and this is still dependent on whether or not you killed the Overseer during the escape. If you didn't, then Alan Mack is in charge. He was an individual blaming you for what was happening in Vault 101 during your escape, and he can't be reasoned with. He'll have to be killed if you want to take this route, and this is the route I decided to go with. Even if the wasteland is dangerous, I still believe it's best that the individuals within should have the option to leave and explore and live their lives, rather than being doomed to a depleting population within the vault. But what if we wanted to side with the Overseer? There's a few ways of going about that as well, such as ignoring the quest altogether. Once the quest does show up on your radio, it'll eventually disappear as well, making it impossible to complete and suggesting that the rebels were overtaken by security. You can also kill the rebels and Amada if you want, or you can convince Amada that the wasteland is too dangerous to traverse. This leads to good karma for a reason that I don't understand. Yes, you are keeping the individuals within the vault safe, but you are also dooming their population to eventually dying out. Vault 101 will be empty at some point in time. It's not going to last forever, and the time is coming fast. It's an inherently bad karmic action to convince the rebels to be content with the safety of the vault and the eventual end of their community when they could grow with the other communities of the wasteland, even if there are dangers to be dealt with. One of the ways you can convince Amada to stand down is with information that the Enclave has been trying to break in, suggesting that there is an immediate threat at their doorstep. But should we not also be able to convince Amada that we will have some hand in dealing with the Enclave, the individuals that killed our father? It's a weird decision to call this a good karmic action and limit it in such a way while allowing so many other options within the quest. The high point of this quest is how freeform it is, but it still manages to make some questionable choices along the way. I'm not asking for it to be perfect, but some more thought could have been put in overall. There's one final outcome: destroying the vault and forcing everyone out. There's a maintenance terminal you can hack into that will allow you to perform a flush operation on the vault water chip, which leads to a catastrophic failure. All of the vault dwellers will be forced out immediately, and if you talk to Amada about it, you can even convince her that it was her father's idea to do so. It's a particularly vile outcome, one that feels more effective and personal than something like blowing up Megaton in my opinion. If you do this, the Overseer will even stay behind and take his own life. Alternatively, you could tell Amada it was you and she'll threaten your life if she ever sees you again. This option had a surprising amount of thought put into it, as there are several interactions to be had after the fact. You can find Amada wandering the wasteland, and she's essentially doomed to being eventually killed by some sort of hostile out there, meaning you can eventually find her corpse somewhere within the game map. You can even find her being interrogated by the Enclave and eventually executed. If she knows you destroyed the vault, she'll even try to kill you for it. You can even find dead Vault 101 residents around due to being forced out. Regardless of if you convinced the residents to open the vault or you destroyed it, Butch will head to Rivet City and become a recruitable companion that requires neutral karma. As I mentioned, I chose to save the vault and allow the doors to be open, giving the residents the option to come and go. Regardless of if you you kept the vault closed or open, you'll be forced out forever. If you kept it open, Amada will congratulate you before quoting the Overseer from Fallout 1 stating, "I'm sorry, you're a hero, and you have to leave." Since there are too many individuals in the vault that still blame you for how this all started and the deaths of other vault dwellers in 101, I never knew that this was a reference to the original game and always felt a little bit slighted about the fact that there was no way to stay on good terms with the vault, so you could come and go as you please. But having played Fallout 1 now, it's actually a satisfying callback, even if I am a little disappointed I can never go back. This quest is particularly short if you know what you're doing, but what makes it an outlier from the majority of the quests and interactions within the game is how personal it is, how many options there are. It's 3 outcomes, but set up in a very free-form way where you can reach said outcomes however you please, and your actions will affect the relationships of those you grew up with, particularly Amada, less so Butch. This is where Fallout 3 is at its strongest. This is what New Vegas tried to do consistently with every quest in the game. The writing may not be the best, but the freedom displayed is a taste of what could have been overall. Fallout 3 had the opportunity to be a very engaging experience within its quests, and while the gameplay is still fine, returning to Vault 101 in Trouble on the Homefront is the shining example of what a missed opportunity this game truly was. Believe it or not, but we're only 2 to 3 quests away from completing the Fallout 3 main storyline. That being said, there's a few more must-see locations within the Wasteland, either because of side quests or due to how interesting they are on their own. There are only 17 actual side quests within Fallout 3 without DLC. There's plenty of unmarked quests, sure, but the quests that show up on your Pip-Boy and generally lead to an achievement are surprisingly few and far between. Fallout 3 may feel open, it may feel like a larger game in comparison to many others out there even today, but when boiling down all of the content, it's surprisingly limited, especially in comparison to some other Bethesda titles. I'm looking at you, Elder Scrolls. That doesn't mean there isn't reason to explore these other areas, however. Bobbleheads can raise your stats, rare weapons can be found around, and there's always your basic looting and scavenging. Plus, you can read the various terminals around the Wasteland for backstory and lore on the setting of the series. Let's talk about the Dunwich Building for a moment. If there's one location within the Wasteland that any fan of Fallout 3 will tell you to explore, this is one of them. The Dunwich Building doesn't have a quest directly tied to it until one of the DLCs, but even before that, it's an amusement park ride of eldritch horror. As you enter the building, it's normal enough, just like every other abandoned building in the Wasteland. There's loot to find and ghouls to kill if you're up for it. To start things off, there are several audio logs from a man named James that can be found around the vicinity. James' story is, in some ways, a parallel to your own. He's on the hunt for his father, and that journey has brought him to the Dunwich Building after tracking said father here. You'll begin to notice that things are off here. James's mind starts to deteriorate within his audio log. You'll hallucinate a section of the building as being pre-war. A door may open for you by itself. Objects may fly around the room. You may hear footsteps even when no one is there. You may think to yourself, there has to be an explanation for this, right? And there might be, but not one steeped in logic and sound reasoning. Rather, it seems as though the Dunwich Building may be haunted. Not with ghosts necessarily, but with some sort of otherworldly entity. The building must be irradiated as James slowly sounds to become ghoulified, and the location is already overrun with ferals, but is it radiation or something else entirely? James references Alhazred, and I don't remember if I'm pronouncing that properly, the fictional author of the Necronomicon, conceptualized by actual author H.P. Lovecraft. In fact, the Dunwich Building is a reference to one of Lovecraft's stories, the Dunwich Horror. And believe it or not, as you make your way further into the depths of the building, eventually ending up underground, you will find yourself within a ritual chamber with a unique obelisk in the middle. Within the chamber is a ghoulified James, driven mad by whatever supernatural forces have taken hold here, and he will be seen summoning ghouls to the location, which shouldn't be possible by normal means. Upon being noticed, James will attack you, and he can be killed for good karma, ending his suffering in the Dunwich Building. The location is still praised as one of the most interesting to explore within the Capital Wasteland, and for good reason. There aren't many areas that lend themselves to the supernatural in Fallout. That doesn't mean there aren't any, however. Even back in Fallout 2, magic seems to exist. A shaman is able to communicate with you over great distances, as an example. It may sound odd at the moment, but in reality, magic and the supernatural are as much a reality within the Fallout series as science and radioactive mutants. The Dunwich Building can leave you feeling uncomfortable in a game that doesn't normally leave you feeling much of anything at all. Bethesda has strength in cosmic horror, it seems. Fallout 4 would go on to have a similar location to Dunwich, and both Oblivion and Skyrim touch on the concepts. What makes the Dunwich Building so unique and memorable is both how it succeeds at making you uncomfortable and the amount of character it exudes. I can't reasonably ask for every location within an open world to have the level of depth and detail that the Dunwich Building did, of course. To have every location take you on such an elaborate ride is impossible from a development standpoint, but the Dunwich Building should be seen seen as a crowning achievement for the development team, a concept that should be strived for within every aspect of the wasteland, even if they won't all meet it. And for that reason, it's one of the locations I can't recommend exploring enough. We'll be revisiting Dunwich during the Point Lookout DLC, but for now, we'll move on to another musty location in the wasteland: the Oasis. And one of the northernmost points of the wasteland is a location known as Oasis. If you need the location on your map, one way of doing so that I only found out during this playthrough is to kill the Drifter in Dickerson Tabernacle Chapel. You get a unique sniper rifle as well as the coordinates to Oasis on his person. As you approach the coordinates, you'll begin to see something foreign to the wasteland. Patches of grass, trees with leaves, life growing around the area that shouldn't currently be possible due to all of the radiation and waste from the Great War. At the entrance is Tree Minder Tree Father Birch. The Tree Minders are a religious group who worship the creator of the Oasis, an individual we're going to meet shortly. Birch waves you in, stating he has been expecting you, although who he is left up in the air for now. You can discuss how you've never seen a place like this before and then head on inside with Birch so you can meet the creator. Before the Tree Minders will let you see him, however, you need to take part in a ritual where you drink some special sap that will knock you unconscious, and apparently quell the negative and toxic aspects of your mind, removing any potential threats to the great tree. As you awake from your drug-induced slumber, you'll be facing the back of a large, unique-looking tree. As you make your way around the tree, you'll come face to face with none other than Harold. Now, if you don't know who Harold is, I'm not going to blame you. He's a recurring character from Fallout 1 and 2, a man that was turned into a mutant via the FEV and the Master. If all of that sounded foreign to you, I recommend taking the time to blast through Fallout 1 as it's a relatively short experience. The FEV will be more prevalent within Fallout 3 later on as we make our way to Vault 87. The Master is mentioned more in passing due to him no longer being around. He was the main antagonist of Fallout 1 and the creator of the mutants in Western America. Harold here used to live in a town called the Hub before moving to a ghoul neighborhood known as Gecko. The Vault Dweller of Fallout 1 can meet Harold in the Hub, and then the player character's ancestor, also known as the Chosen One, can meet him in Fallout 2. Between the events of Fallout 1 and 3, Harold eventually has a tree sapling begin to take root and grow inside of his head. He has seeds that sprout from the saplings, which are so durable they can apparently thrive in the wasteland. Thus, the explanation for Oasis becomes clear. The sprouts within Harold's head have grown to a point where it has fully encased Harold's body. It then continued to grow while spreading its seeds and created the area now seen before us. Now, Harold's a pretty down-to-earth guy. When you talk to him, he asks if the Tree Minders made you take part in that stupid ceremony before laughing. He finds a lot of their actions amusing and easy to make fun of, but also tiring. The Tree Minders worship him for reasons Harold doesn't care about, and he finds it exhausting trying to talk to them. They are individuals who listen to him, but don't hear what he has to say. Anything Harold says or wants, no matter how clear, gets twisted into some religious or philosophical mess by the Tree Minders. The only person Harold actually enjoys talking to is the one kid within the Oasis, because she actually allows Harold to talk about what he wants to talk about. So Harold has been stuck here for 2 to 3 decades. He's tired of the people around him, he's tired of not being able to move or explore, and all he really wants to do is die. As a mutant, it isn't as simple as waiting for old age, because Harold doesn't seem to age at all. Instead, he's doomed to this place until the intervention of someone else. Harold has the ability to see and sense the surrounding area through the tree inside his head. When he saw you approaching, he had the Tree Minders greet you because he has a job for you. Harold wants you to kill him. He's tired of this life and is ready to move on, but he can't do so himself. Now, we'll talk about the moral implications of this in a moment, but first we need to discuss how this would take place. Harold hasn't just been consumed by the tree, many of his organs have also moved from his body and been placed around the area. His heart, for example, is deep underground, and that's where he wants you to go. Harold wants you to head to the location of his heart and destroy it, an action that would kill him painlessly. So I'm not going to get into the morality of assisted euthanasia. I will say that there is a certain point where I believe we have to accept the will of the individual. As an example, thinking about the terminally ill or those unable to properly function without assistance anymore. Some pretty extreme cases are what come to my mind, and I think Harold would count as an extreme case here. He's been alive for an extremely long time, and within that time, potentially 30 years of them, he's been stuck, unmoving in the same place as people worship him, but do not listen to him. Do not treat him like a human being. In a way, Harold has already died. To put him out of his misery would be respecting his wishes and performing a legitimate favor for him. Now, that doesn't mean I think you should have to kill him. While it might be morally sound to assist him in this endeavor, it's also morally sound to refuse. As an individual, it may not be within your comfort zone to take the life of someone else in that fashion. There's nothing wrong with that if you can't do it. Where things get iffy is when you are willing to do it but are convinced to go against the wishes of the individual in question. As we make our way towards the cave that is housing Harold's heart, 2 of the Tree Minders are arguing about what to do in regards to the Oasis's growth. Tree Father Birch wants you to coat the heart in the same sap concoction you drank earlier. It would allow the Oasis to stay green and full of life, but at the same time stop its Harold's growth outward into the wasteland. In Birch's mind, this would prevent others from finding out about the Oasis, thus protecting their settlement and Harold from outsiders who may look to do him harm. Meanwhile, Leaf Mother Laurel has a lineament that would accelerate the growth, allowing the wasteland to be covered in decades rather than centuries. So those are your three choices. You can either respect Harold's wishes and kill him, or you can leave him in agony for the rest of his life while either protecting the Oasis or allowing it to potentially save the wasteland. It sounds like the game finally found an interesting moral dilemma for us to mull over, that the developers put genuine thought into how to make a difficult decision for you, but that's actually an unfortunate illusion. Let's first consider Birch's option. Birch wants to close off the Oasis to outsiders and make it as difficult as possible for them to find the settlement. While the wasteland is dangerous, the importance of the Oasis and its growth would better the lives of potentially the entire world. Life could be brought back to the wasteland and its people if the Oasis was allowed to grow. Yeah, there's dangers, but is Birch not being selfish here? He cares about the safety and security of his people, yes, but not the wishes of them. Not the wishes of Harold, who doesn't want either Birch's or Laurel's options. He wants to die, and justifiably so. In a way, Birch is taking away something from two parties. He's taking away Harold's agency, and he's taking away life from the wasteland. It's a non-starter to apply the sap, as it could never be considered a morally sound choice. You may think that Harold is committing a selfish act by wanting to die, but I'd ask you to live through his hell for as long as he has and not feel justified in ending things. The cost of allowing the wasteland to prosper is the cost of leaving a man in his own personal hell potentially for all of eternity. It's what Dr. Braun did to the residents of Vault 112. It's what we did to Dr. Braun when we freed said residents by killing them. It's what you can do to Harold for the betterment of the wasteland. This feels like the true choice of the quest. Do we respect Harold's wishes and free him from his torture? Or do we save the wasteland? Well, it's unfortunate to say this, but this is actually a non-issue, and you'll realize that after your first completion of the quest if you apply the sap or lineament. You'd imagine that if you went against Harold's wishes, that upon return he would be disgusted with you, realizing he is forced to be tortured for God knows how long until another wastelander comes along and frees him. You're the first to get this far in 2 to 3 decades, so it would make sense that Harold would lose all hope here. In committing the act of saving the wasteland, you have doomed Harold, right? No. If we apply the lineament on the heart to accelerate the tree's growth and then return to Harold, he will ask us why we did what we did. There's a few dialogue traces, but they mostly boil down to his people needing him and it being better for the wasteland. You'd think this would lead to Harold's suffering, but no. He sort of accepts the idea. In fact, Harold believes that he was the selfish one in this scenario and gains a new lease on life, looking forward to growing through the wasteland and living with his people, despite the fact that he's stuck in one spot for all of eternity. It's a complete cop-out of the moral dilemma that was presented to you. Something we should have expected by Bethesda at this point. The egg is really on my face for this one. Let me be clear, Harold changing his tune could happen, but something we need to understand is that something being a possibility and being used in a game or a storyline doesn't mean it was the best decision to utilize it. Certain outcomes, even if possible, could be detrimental to what the game is trying to do, the message it is trying to convey. Oasis is all about the moral dilemma surrounding Harold, but as you weigh your options, you boil it down to potentially 2 actions that make sense. It's insulting that there is no moral or karmic payoff for your actions here. If you kill Harold, you respect his wishes, and the people in the settlement mourn his loss. If you don't kill Harold, you can allow the capital wasteland to grow and Harold won't care. It's like the writers were so close. Just about there. We could have had something good for the majority while hurting an individual in the process. We could have had a scenario that made us think about our actions and how they affect people, if we truly did the right thing. But realistically, there's no doubt about it here. If you let Harold grow, hell, even if you stunt his growth so that the Oasis can't be found, you've basically done the right thing since Harold doesn't care and the settlement is happy. It's such a wasted opportunity for such a fantastic quest. So much potential flushed down the toilet for no good reason. I want to really hit home with this concept. I want it to be clear that while I think Fallout 3 is a good game, potentially a great one, the amount of times it drops the ball, trips over itself, or falters in its messaging and themes is so often that it's no wonder so many individuals look back on Fallout 3 and see it as a game with some of the most atrocious writing in the series, because they're right. While it's not always as obvious through generic dialogue, a lot of what Fallout 3 wants to say to you, the player, through its messaging is garbage. I'm not trying to be harsh on Fallout 3 as a whole, but more on this specific aspect because it drags all of the good quality content down with it. For every good quest in Fallout 3, for every good message they have managed to convey, the developers then ruin it by having 2 or 3 other examples of their writing being lackluster. Anyway, let's talk about ants that breathe fire. 3Dog will mention that there is a town near the DC ruins that's gone quiet. This is Grayditch, and when you arrive, you'll be met with an army of fire-breathing ants. I'm sure the Ant Agonizer would have loved this. As you clear some of the ants out, a child will approach you asking for help. The town was attacked by these ants, and he hasn't seen his father for some time. He'd like you to check on his father in their house nearby while he hides out in a public shelter. Yes, there are small bomb shelters throughout the ruins, and yes, you see that right. They cost money to operate. Take a moment to let that sink in. There are people out there who believe that Fallout isn't political, that it has nothing to say on politics as a whole or on the blind worshipping of capitalism and the greed that it breeds. A preservation shelter requiring money to save your life from nuclear disaster definitely says nothing about our current economic system. So the kid's house is nearby and you can check it out. Inside are a few ants and the corpse of the kid's father. You can find a key to the nearby shack, which turns out to be the lab of Dr. Lesko, who has been experimenting on ants as of late. He's moved his laboratory underground nearby and you can fight your way through several ants to find him. Lesko's not a bad dude. When you meet him, you may think that he released those fire-breathing ants on purpose, but the truth of it is that he's just been genetically modifying ant eggs so that they grow to be a smaller size. His heart is in the right place. He's just been making terrible mistakes and wasn't aware that the ants had made it up to the surface. Now, I'm not excusing the deaths he's caused, mind you. He's at fault for those, but this is a Fallout game and this is kind of the norm for science around here. At least Lesko is trying to fix the issues he caused. Lesko will inform you that he is attempting to stop the ant queen from breeding any more of the fire-breathing ants, but he can't get close to her due to her ant guardians. He asks you to go kill them while not hurting the queen, and you can agree before heading further underground to deal with them. You have 2 choices here. You can either kill all of the guardians and the queen, or leave the queen alone. If you do kill the queen, you can pass a speech check to convince Lesko it was for the betterment of mankind, and you even receive good karma for doing so. Realistically, I think it's up in the air on whether or not the queen should be left alive or not. Having a lone scientist working on something so dangerous outside of a controlled environment led to the deaths of an entire town. You're better off working on this again in the future with an actual team. In the meantime, it's better to keep the wasteland safe. As a reward, you can get a serum that will either give you +1 strength or perception. It's up to you and a pretty awesome reward for such a short quest. You're not quite done yet though. The kid you met in Grayditch is orphaned now and you can agree to help him find a new home. The kid has an aunt in Rivet City who is willing to take him in, but if you wanted to, you could sell him to slavers or convince the kids of Little Lamplight to let him in. It's up to you at that point. I personally chose Vera in Rivet City as she seemed the most willing to give him a good life. Speaking of Little Lamplight, it's finally time to progress through the main storyline quests again. At this point, we're on the final sprint to the end of Fallout 3, although the storyline will continue thanks to Broken Steel's DLC. Since the entrance to Vault 87 is irradiated, we have to use Little Lamplight to bypass it. The issue? Little Lamplight is run by a group of children, and only children, to the point that if you reach a certain age, they kick you out and send you to Big Town. Get it? Finally, Big Town, Little Lamplight. Real payoff. That's about as clever as the writing gets in this game. There's plenty of ways to have the guard at the gate let you into Little Lamplight proper. You can convince him, use the Child at Heart perk, or help them by saving some of the kids from slavers at Paradise Falls. I actually preemptively did this since I didn't plan on completing the side quest involving a bunch of slaves and sending them to a slave camp. I actually just helped a bunch of runaway slaves take over the Lincoln Memorial, so it'd feel a little weird to betray them like that. It's nice that you can head to Paradise Falls whenever you want to save these kids. You may not even realize it'll benefit you in the future. Again, it's one of the strengths of open world Bethesda games, things coming back to have an impact later on. So it's easy enough to get inside. Upon first entry, you'll find the kids having a birthday for one of them who is now too old to be there. They call adults mungos, I assume as a play on the term humongous. You can actually escort the man to Big Town as an unmarked quest if you want. You may be asking yourself at this point, how does a tribe like this function? If Little Lamplight is a settlement of children and they kick out kids as they age into adults, how is it that a tribe still exists at all? The most likely explanation would have to be that Little Lamplight functions as a sort of orphanage. Kids from the settlement go out and find more kids along their travels, allowing them to come back to Little Lamplight. It requires a suspension of disbelief to be sure, expecting a tribe of children to successfully live within the wasteland while keeping their population as high as it is. But in the world of Fallout, and Fallout 3 specifically, I believe weirder things have happened. Little Lamplight is a silly concept, but Fallout is a silly series. It fits in. This was one of the options for Brian, the kid from the Fire Ant questline, showing it's an established concept to send kids there. Little Lamplight is directly directly connected to Vault 87 via its tunnel system, making it possible to enter safely. Well, safer than deadly radiation. You still have plenty of super mutants to worry about, that populated area connecting the two locations known as Murder Pass of all things. Luckily, you can bypass that area as well if you have the science skill to do so, by using a nearby computer to open a door into the vault. It's up to you. I prefer taking the shorter route through the computer door rather than fighting through hordes of super mutants. I haven't talked about it much yet because we haven't reached the DLC, but when you install Broken Steel, it adds new tiers of certain enemy types. Super mutant overlords start showing up as an example, and the majority of these enemies are bullet sponges requiring you to use either your best weaponry or wasting a Fat Man nuke to prevent the depletion of your ammo and time. It's an annoying inclusion within the Wasteland before the events of the game's finale, and I don't know why they were designed to show up before that, especially since they can show up before you hit the game's old maximum level cap of 20. But you may begin to see why I wouldn't want to risk Murder Pass, as there may be a chance to run into a super mutant overlord or two, which would cost me armor durability, weapon durability, and ammo. In fact, I don't know how to pinpoint this, but everything in Fallout 3 feels more exhausting to fight than in New Vegas. Maybe it's the abundance of super mutants and the ability to run into the highest tier of enemies so early, but the mobs that you get in contact with seem to be so strong and have so much HP that even I found I was sometimes scrounging to fix my equipment and gain ammo. It's a good thing I boosted repair to 100 early, otherwise I'd be paying an arm and a leg to repair all of my equipment and have to constantly fast travel back to civilization to find someone with a decent repair skill. The Wasteland is a harsh place, sure, but I don't remember the game of Fallout 3 being this harsh, especially in comparison to New Vegas that never made me feel that way. That could be due to New Vegas focusing more on human enemies than mutated ones, but I digress. So we're bypassing Murder Pass, but that doesn't mean there aren't plenty of super mutants and other FEV creations to deal with. Vault 87 is potentially one of the more interactable vaults for you to experience, most likely due to it being a requirement for the main questline. It is one of my favorite vault segments that we'll discuss shortly. Making your way through 87 feels like making your way through any of the other vaults within Fallout 3. It's dark, dreary, and without any character whatsoever. What makes up for it is your involvement within and its relation to the main questline, in effect obtaining the GEC. As you make your way through the super mutants, you'll come to a locked room. Within said room is a sentient super mutant named Fox. Is sentient the right term here? He's more aware and intelligent than your typical super mutant, rather than seeming to be more instinctual than not. Fox can be reasoned with and can converse with you. He speaks to you through an intercom and asks you for help in releasing him, as the super mutants have kept him locked in the vault for some time. In return, he's willing to help you acquire the GEC, which is in a section of the vault that is so heavily irradiated that it would kill you before you made it to the device. It is at the very least possible, I believe. They give you the option to attempt it, and there's even an advanced radiation suit nearby that will alleviate some of the rads. So popping a few Rad-X and wearing the suit should potentially get you through. So we're gonna free Fox for the sake of it. He's the most interesting companion in the game anyway, so we might as well. I also accidentally got the Paladin companion killed earlier in my playthrough, so she's gone forever. In order to free Fox, we need to set off the fire emergency system, but doing so will open every experimentation room, freeing the mutants inside. What I love about this vault is that you can take the time to stop by each room and hack into the terminal attached. By doing so, you can kill the mutated creatures effortlessly and prevent yourself from being ambushed once all of the locks are released. I believe I mentioned it before, but Vault 87 was the experimentation center for the forced evolutionary virus within the capital Wasteland. Back in the West, the Master used the FEV to create an army of super mutants. In the East, the mutants are using the vault as a means of creating more mutants and ever expanding throughout the ruins of DC. They kidnap individuals, mutate them, and then set them loose. You can actually find an individual in one of the chambers named Sid. You reach him before the mutants have had a chance to change him, but all of his friends seem to have been mutated already, leaving Sid hostile and mentally unstable. Learning the source of the super mutants in the Wasteland, you can optionally bring this information back to the Brotherhood of Steel for an experience reward, suggesting they will deal with the vault at some point in the future. With Fox free, he'll be able to grab the GEC for you. Again, alternatively, you can grab it yourself if you are sufficiently prepared, but I've never tried to do this. Fox will then say his goodbyes to you here. Even though he's a recruitable companion, he isn't willing to join you currently out of fear he will cause you danger by being near the presence of a super mutant. Understandable reasoning that gets thrown out the window later on, showing that this was just an excuse by the developers due to what happens next. Specifically, as you make your way out of the vault, you will be hit by some sort of stun grenade that knocks you to the ground and eventually unconscious. Who greets you as you lie on the ground? None other than Colonel Autumn from the scene back in Project Purity. Somehow he managed to survive the radiation that killed your father within the experiment's main chamber. How? Plot armor. No, I'm serious. The wiki says that he managed to survive by injecting himself with a mysterious unknown agent that protected him from the lethal dose of radiation. An unknown agent. I get the Gek is supposed to be a MacGuffin device that can do anything, but you're telling me they couldn't come up with a reasoning and backstory revolving around an agent that protects the individual from lethal doses of radiation upon injection immediately? He's the antagonist of the game. Moreover, you're telling me Colonel Autumn just had this on hand, ready to go. It's an unearned plot twist that it shocks you, sure, but in a way where you're wondering how they got away with writing this atrociously, obnoxiously bad. They really couldn't have put in even a little bit of thought or explanation into this concept, alluded to it in any way during your interaction with the Enclave. Why even kill Colonel Autumn if you're just going to bring him back for no reason? It doesn't make any sense, and now we're on our way to the Enclave base because the developers decided this dude needed to stay alive. The following section is a mess. As you awaken in the Enclave base, you'll find yourself trapped in one of their energy cells and face to face with Colonel Autumn. Autumn is ready to interrogate you, but you can be as belligerent as you want to him because he's immediately interrupted over an intercom by President Eden, who calls for Autumn to come meet him. The reason for this is President Eden wants to talk to you privately. He has heard of you and believes you have the ability to complete a job that he can't trust his own people with. So instead of using any member of his group, he's going to ask you, the man whose father he effectively killed, to do it for him. For some reason, this makes sense to him. You're released from your cage and you can find literally all of your inventory in an unlocked locker in the same room. All of your armor, your weapons, your stim packs, your miscellaneous items, close to 300 pounds of goods all left within reach for you. Meaning, should you have broken out somehow, you'd have no problem effectively slaughtering the entirety of the Enclave base. Not a very secure facility, if I'm being honest. As you leave your confinement, you're immediately interrogated by an Enclave officer who asks why you are out of your cell. You, a man decked out in power armor with a unique plasma rifle in your hand. You can convince him that you're supposed to be out of your cell, which is hilarious to me, and he'll call President Eden to confirm. Eden will reprimand the man for bothering him and then announce to the entire facility that you are to be left alone. Again, he had to get Autumn out of the room in order to privately tell you to come meet him, and now the entire facility is aware of your presence and the fact that you are walking freely, including Autumn. To make matters worse, Colonel Autumn is somehow able to get on the intercom and inform everyone to disregard the orders of their president, an individual who has higher rank and power than he does, and they all listen to him. The president just said to let us walk around freely. Why would the colonel have the authority to order other individuals to disregard the orders of the president of the United States of America? In what narrative does any of this make sense? No one checks in on the two. No one decides to listen to the president instead of the colonel. Everyone turns against you here, and the entire facility becomes hostile. Thank God you had literally every weapon available to you previously back in your inventory. I will point out that it's at least humorous and a nice touch that the king bootlicker Nathan Vargas from Megaton can be found trapped in a cell, claiming that the Enclave is not who they said they were. He was an individual who was constantly filleting the metaphorical dick of the Enclave to you whenever you talk to him, so it's hilarious to see him in this situation now, eating his words. That being said, I would have still saved him if I could, but the game doesn't give you the ability to do so, and this entire facility is gonna blow up in a minute, so rip to my man Nathan, I guess. So get this, we're running through the heart of the Enclave, blasting soldiers and scientists alike until we reach President Eden, who is a computer. It's not surprising Autumn never trusted the guy, and you can confirm this by reaching the colonel's room. You can even find a self-destruct code that will cause Eden to destroy himself. Why would the colonel have this? I understand the motivation, but how did he get it? Why does it exist? Why do they even have a computer president to begin with? Apparently he became self-aware at one point and then somehow rose to power with the destruction of the old Enclave base from Fallout 2. So why did Eden even release you to begin with? Turns out that the crazy AI robot is genocidal. That's probably the thing that makes the most sense during this entire endeavor. Colonel Autumn wants the Purifier so they can attempt to unite the Wasteland with the Enclave as its saviors. Meanwhile, Eden believes a fresh start is in order and wants to infect the Purifier with a modified FEV so that it would cleanse the Wasteland. Not that I have many nice things to say about the Colonel, but at least he was, against genocide. Autumn won't listen to Eden, so you're his last-ditch effort to rid the capital Wasteland of irradiated life. Whether you agree to the plan or not, you have to take the FEV with you in order to continue, but don't worry, it can be disposed of later. What matters here is how we deal with Eden. If we agree to the plan or lie to him, he'll allow us to leave and the facility will remain intact. However, we can use a high science skill to convince Eden that he's stuck in a circular logic loop, causing him to self-destruct, or force him to self-destruct using the sequence that Autumn had in his bedroom. If you have a high speech skill, you can convince the genocidal AI that it's just really stupid and should blow itself up for being so dumb. I'm not joking. This entire area is the land of incredibly awkward and illogical interactions. Like I said, Fallout 3 is a funny, silly game. Not everything needs to be steeped in realism, but there are points when the game tries to take itself seriously and expects you to take itself seriously in the process. The issue ends up being that whenever this is happening, the events that unfold are so ridiculous that we can't take them as anything other than a joke. And if not a joke, poor writing. Poor attempts at trying to create a smart and engaging narrative. Nothing is earned in these revelations. Nothing is foreshadowed. Fallout 3 is just a roller coaster on a straight set of tracks, and every 5 minutes you're presented with some new bit of information that you just have to accept even if it doesn't make any sense. And whenever you have to make a choice, there's no real moral implications behind them. Nothing of value for the player at all. It's hollow and in a way insulting that Fallout 3 thinks of itself as being smart, clever, and revolutionary, only to fall this hard on its face. It's embarrassing for both you and the writers. Anyway, I convinced Eden he was a dumb little robot and absconded from the scene as Eden's security robots fought off the Enclave soldiers for me and the entire facility blew up as I escaped. Who was there to come save us? Why, Fox, of course. He felt he owed us for saving him and attempted to save us as well. Even though he was effectively useless during the entirety of the segment, he only shows up when we don't need him, and of course, since we are not going to get kidnapped again, suddenly all of his reasoning for not being a companion is thrown out the window and he is perfectly happy joining us on our way back to the Brotherhood of Steel, who do not even acknowledge the dude. The Brotherhood of Steel do not care about Fox. They don't talk about Fox. They don't even seem to realize he exists. The Brotherhood of Steel, the ghoul haters, the dudes at war with the super mutants. How is there nothing to say about this? I will say, to give some credit, Fox will apparently comment that people trust you enough to not attack him. But the fact that it's shrugged off and no one at least asks you about it, that there's not a discussion to be had about it, an intelligent super mutant is a very big deal. So here we are at the end of the game. I think by this point in the script for New Vegas, we were just starting out helping the Van Graffs in Freeside. In many ways, Fallout 3 is more simplistic than its sequel by Obsidian, and it's understandable why. Obsidian had more experience writing for Fallout games, and they had a development base to work off of, even if on a tight timeline. They know what they're doing and how to do it well. While New Vegas may feel as though it is unfinished in certain areas, the overall product feels complete and rich with content. On the flip side, Fallout 3 ends up feeling barren. In a game as open as 3, you'd expect it to be full of things to do within the wasteland, well-designed and thought-out quests to take part in. Like I said, there's only 17 quests to take part in, and once you do, the world of the Capital Wasteland begins to feel empty. Like there's no actual life, both mutated and human, to interact with. You'll see the odd settler here, a gang of super mutants there, but after you've completed the small amount of content there is to do, what's the point in going further in your exploration? There's only so many levels to gain. The bobbleheads are worth getting, sure, and maybe a unique weapon, but what else? What character does the world of the Capital Wasteland have? It's a barren playground for you to feel powerful in while sprinkling in some content here and there. That'd be fine if it wasn't obvious Bethesda thought that their game was more than that they marketed it as more than that. Fallout 3 truly is not only a wasteland of empty setting, but also one lacking of gameplay and sense of general fulfillment. The game simply fails at trying to be what Bethesda wants us to think it is. But this isn't truly the end. Bethesda is known to release content to bolster the experience of the game. DLC are expansions that add to the overall product, released after the fact. While the third in the release order, Broken Steel will allow the continuation of the storyline past this finale. It acts as a means of allowing the player to continue their adventure during a time where finishing this quest here and now would end the game permanently, unless you revert a save. And what an ending it is. At least to discuss, as I don't have a lot of great things to say about it. When you return to the Brotherhood of Steel, Sarah is pleading with her father to let her team launch an assault against the Enclave at the Jefferson Memorial. Colonel Autumn has betrayed Eden and had his forces set up security around the area. Elder Lyons will agree after you inform him that the Gek is in the hands of the Enclave, and he'll okay the use of Liberty Prime, the walking, talking, anti-communist death machine that throws nukes like footballs. No, he really does that. What follows is Fallout 3's most on-the-nose example of political commentary within the universe of the game. It's so blatantly obvious what they tried to convey to you with Liberty Prime that it is still absolutely incredible people refuse to believe that these games are political, that what they are saying within the game in no way reflects our real world. The assault on the Jefferson Memorial is an attack on the concept of American patriotism. The Enclave is the face of American patriotism, meant to show the flaws that blindly loving your country creates. Being proud of your country for the sake of it, believing you're better than others and using that as justification to force their hands. The Enclave is America, and America can be evil. Nathan's blind American patriotism got him locked up by the exact people he idolized, and those individuals then went on to try to either wipe out all life in the wasteland or take control of everything by force. The Enclave are genetic purists. They're American patriots. They're nationalists. They're Nazis. They're meant to show the parallels between these groups in the real world, how easy it is to fall to prejudice, bigotry, and fascism, despite claiming the contrary. Despite discussing the concept of freedom, it seems the Enclave has no idea what freedom actually is. It's one of the more nuanced aspects of Fallout as a whole, one that Fallout 3 gets to play off of, but would probably never be able to come up with on its own. And before we get into the comments, I am not calling American Nazis. Don't go into the comments saying I called Americans Nazis. That's not what I'm saying. I'm talking about a specific subset of individuals, not Americans. This is not a brushing statement. This is a huge disclaimer. Do not come into my comments with this shit. I swear to God. Liberty Prime, meanwhile, represents American militarism and might, its ability to fight and oppress its enemies. Fitted with a voice module, Prime will also spew propaganda while terrorizing the enemy and any obstruction in its path. Again, the fact that it throws nukes like footballs should be a self-explanatory example of America's willingness to decimate its enemies using nuclear warfare in the past. It's not framed as a tragedy or a war crime, it's framed as sport, as something as American as apple pie. Liberty Prime is a caricature of America at the time of the Great War. Its enemy is both China and communism. It wants the American people to hate communism as well. It's important to the American government that you love capitalism and hate communism, that it's vilified, and what better way to do that than to frame communism as an attack on the American people. Liberty Prime says communism is a temporary setback on the road to freedom. You are being told that freedom and communism are mutually exclusive. You are being attacked by this concept, and therefore said concept is bad. You, as an American, must fight against it. In reality, freedom is the least of the government's worries. The government at the time, and even now in the real world, is a system that yearns for control and power. They vilify what threatens them. Liberty Prime continues with quotes like, "Democracy will never be defeated," and "Embrace democracy or you will be eradicated." There is nothing more American than saying, "Embrace our political systems or we'll kill you." Terms like the Red Menace are used. "All communists will be killed. Death is a preferable alternative to communism." Like, come on, man. It's some of the most basic and blatant propaganda, and it's being played for a laugh to show how absurd the concept of American patriotism is, and how absurd vilification of other political and economic structures is. Cool robot, make Enclave go boom, and for some reason that's all a lot of individuals who played the game ended up seeing. Keep in mind, this isn't even me critiquing capitalism. I'm not critiquing America. I'm pointing out what the game is trying to show you, the themes and messages that it is trying to convey that are so on the nose, but somehow a large portion of the community can still miss overall. You tell some Fallout fans that Fallout is political and they will get aggressively mad at you. Tell them that the game critiques capitalism and suddenly you're a communist. You're talking to the people that the game is making fun of and they don't even realize it. All of this to say that while Fallout 3's writing has proved time and time again to be somewhat abysmal, it does have messages and themes that are present within the game, things the developers want to reflect onto the real world for comparison, to say something about our current society. Even if it hits you in the face like a truck, it's commendable at the very least. The battle itself is meant to be a display of action. There's very little you need to take part in until you reach the Jefferson Memorial, but I would recommend grabbing as much Hellfire armor as you can carry along the way, assuming you're wearing power armor in your run. It has some of the highest damage reduction in the game and one of the easier to repair in endgame on like T51B. So here we go. What comes next is potentially one of the most notorious events within Fallout 3. If you ask any individual who has completed 3 what the most disappointing moment of the game was, they would probably say it's this ending, and that's for a good reason. Let's break down what happens as we discuss why the ending of 3 is so terrible. As you approach the Jefferson Memorial with Liberty Prime and Lion's Pride, you'll only head inside with Sarah Lyons specifically. That is, unless you have a companion with you, and we do. We have Fox with us because he is crucial to the main criticism of this ending. As you approach Project Purity, you'll come face to face with Colonel Autumn. Here's the first of the major issues surrounding the finale. In Fallout, there is almost always a way to end the game with minimal conflict. You can talk down the Master in Fallout 1, you can pass a speech check or a barter check on Legate Lanius in New Vegas. This isn't true for Colonel Autumn. In a game where we build up our skills to be persuasive, there is no reward for doing so right here and now. In a game of choices and open-endedness, there is no way to finish the final conflict without Colonel Autumn in combat, thus limiting our options as we head into the final steps of the questline. In fact, the main issue with this ending is the complete lack of choice, both through mechanics and rational thought. Autumn dies and we learn that there has been damage done to the purifier during the battle that will cause it to become unstable if left unchecked. It can be fixed, but someone needs to enter the chamber in order to do so, and they will be hit by a lethal dose of radiation, meaning either Sarah or yourself need to make the sacrifice to save everyone else. Except we have a big, intelligent super mutant here with us who is immune to radiation. So logically, we should be able to ask Fox to go in there for us, right? Correct. The developers were kind enough to give us this option. Here's the issue though. Fox will refuse to do it, claiming it's your destiny to head in there alone even if it kills you. And before you start running into my comments to correct me, play the game without the Broken Steel DLC, as it changes how Fox will respond to you. We'll get to that though. Why was Fox not an option originally? Because the developers, for whatever reason, did not want you to be able to keep playing and exploring after the end of the main questline. I have my own thoughts on the concept. I much prefer when open world games allow you to continue progressing and working on side content after the big bad has been dealt with. Oblivion did it perfectly in my opinion, as you still have full freedom after the attack on the Imperial City. And yes, even New Vegas had a similar experience as Fallout 3 where you were not able to continue after the end of the game. Not something I commented on in the initial retrospective, but still a decision I think is ultimately unnecessary in this day and age of open world popularity. Still, the concept of Fox not willing to do this for you as an excuse to stop you from continuing after the end makes no sense, since you can send Sarah Lyons in there instead. So what was the reasoning here? Why can we sacrifice Sarah at the end of the game but not send Fox in? The super mutant immune to radiation. This is such an odd decision that it ended up being changed with the release of Broken Steel. With the add-on, Fox would agree to head in, considering it is the most logical thing to do that leads to the death of no one. It's the de facto correct answer to the ending of Fallout 3, and it took the developers 3 DLC to finally make it an option. As if to add insult to injury, by performing the most logical and beneficial action in the ending, the final narration chastises the player for not following in their father's selfless footsteps, saying something along the lines of allowing a true hero to venture within. I can't do a Ron Perlman impression. A true hero? Yes, I am appreciative of Fox for performing this task for me, but why is the game implying that my actions are negligible because I didn't want to off myself? It feels like the developers are trying to complain about the fact that they had to throw this option in, upset at the criticism of their inability to provide any choice at all within the ending, let alone choices of actual value. This isn't the case though. Rather, it's just an unfortunate example of the developers' lazy attempts to appease said criticisms. As if you send Sarah Lyons in instead of you, it's the same ending dialogue. Yeah, if Sarah was sent in, I could see the narration making you feel somewhat guilty for the choice and also glorifying her actions. But Fox? Why should I feel bad about that? If I send in Sharon the Ghoul or RL3 the Robot, why should I feel bad about that? Could they not get Ron Perlman to record new lines? Like most else within Fallout Fallout 3, things with weight feel unearned, or downright insulting to the player. There's nothing you can do in the ending of your own accord. You have to storm the memorial, you have to kill Autumn, you have to perform a sacrifice. The last one would be fine if your choice actually mattered, but of course it doesn't. This is Fallout 3. Nothing matters. You're a superhero in the wasteland until it's time to die, and if you have broken steel, we merely move on to the next power fantasy. And so that's what happens. We send Fox into the purifier, he activates it, and of course, as we already knew, he's fine. There's a bright light as you are consumed by the ending segment and shown a brief slideshow of your actions. Unlike Fallout New Vegas, there isn't much to say here. It's mostly just slides without any context, followed by the game chastising us for not killing ourselves. As the slideshow ends, you're shown a picture of you as a child alongside your father, meant to show how all of this began, while also reminding us how little development there was between you and said father. How little development there was within any aspect of Fallout 3. Within the entirety of the Capital Wasteland. Everything is bland. Everything is surface level. Nothing is earned. You don't need to think. It's honestly no surprise that individuals can't see the themes and messages of a game when the game trains you to not pay attention. So that's the end of Fallout 3. Until it wasn't. 2 DLCs were released before Broken Steel, and Broken Steel looked to continue where the final quest left off. As the slideshow ends, there's no credits to roll. Instead, you wake up in the Brotherhood's infirmary. Despite your actions and having Fox enter the chamber for you, you still managed to get knocked comatose for around 2 weeks. The same has happened to Sarah Lyons, who is still not awake, and I'm pretty sure if you send her in to do the deed, she still ends up in this state anyway. It's not like she dies. No one dies anymore. It's not a sacrifice. So if you want to give your character a hero complex and have them revered, knowing full well they won't die, feel free to send them in there. Why not? No choice matters in this game. The one thing that causes noticeable change in the environment is whether or not you inserted the FEV into Project Purity, but since they don't want to lock you out of the DLC, you won't actually notice any major differences in the world due to said virus. Ron Perlman will mention that a small percentage of the population will survive, but this is over a long period of time. And the purified water as an item will offer detrimental effects rather than just healing you, so there are at least some repercussions for your actions, even if they are incredibly minimal. I think Underworld has some ghouls in the infirmary, but I didn't really go check. We'll return to discussing Broken Steel, but I want to discuss each DLC based on its chronological release order. So with the Wasteland's new water supply operational and our ability to explore said wasteland restored, it's time to meet the outcasts and start the first expansion of Fallout 3, Operation Anchorage. What is there to say about Operation Anchorage as a DLC? Honestly, not much. Out of all the DLC releases in the game, it is potentially the most lackluster. Fun for what it is, but lacking any real depth that we may expect out of downloadable content from Bethesda. Sure, Bethesda were the ones who introduced the notorious Horse Armor DLC, but they also created the Shivering Isles. Operation Anchorage falls perfectly between those two examples. It offers something of value, but how much value is up for debate, while saying absolutely nothing during the process. When I say there's little to discuss, I truly mean it. Operation Anchorage starts with a radio signal from the Brotherhood Outcasts. Like most DLC in the game, you'll receive the signal as soon as you leave Vault 101 for the first time, and you can head over whenever you want. In fact, considering how simplistic the DLC is, I usually complete it ahead of time, as the rewards are incredibly powerful for early in the playthrough. When you reach the Outcasts, they are in battle with a group of super mutants, mirroring when you ran into Lion's Pride on the way to GNR. But we're not headed to a news station this time. Instead, we help the Outcasts fight their way to an underground compound known as Virtual Strategic Solutions, where soldiers could enter virtual reality pods and take part in military exercises to better prepare them for war. Defender Sibley will greet you as you enter and take you to the leader of the group, Protector McGraw. The Outcasts are interested in you specifically as they want to strip the compound of all the equipment it has stored, but said equipment is locked behind a door they can't open. In fact, the only way to open the door is with a Pip-Boy, and the individual wearing a Pip-Boy needs to complete a simulation event in a pod nearby. You're not the first person they asked to do this for them. In a nearby room is one of the Gary clones from Vault 108. Gary 23 was kidnapped by the Outcast and brought to the compound in order to be used within the virtual reality pod. However, since the Garys are openly hostile to non-clones, he was of little use to them. They tried to get the Pip-Boy off his arm, but they're apparently hermetically sealed, and this meant cutting off the arm entirely, thus killing him. Apparently, Pip-Boys are only functional as long as the individual they are attached to remains alive. So here you are, a known ally of the Brotherhood of Steel, basically a hero, now helping the Brotherhood outcasts with the task of opening the armory door. The agreement is that you can take whatever you find inside, as there is plenty for everyone, and that's what we will do. We get set up in a suit, we enter the pod, and off we go to Anchorage, Alaska. The Battle of Anchorage is a real event within the history of the Fallout universe. Alaska was invaded by the Chinese, followed by a decade-long conflict between them and the US, who were attempting to regain control. The major turning point of the battle was the deployment of the T-51Bs, a power armor variant we found back at Fort Constantine. The DLC of Anchorage is straightforward. There's a bit of freedom later on, but for the most part, it's expected to be played linearly, which is a refreshing aspect to experience within an open world game. As I've said before, there's nothing wrong with linearity when done well, just like any other aspect of game design. Anchorage is fairly linear with the illusion of choice, and that's not a bad thing. The real problem stems from Anchorage not knowing what it wants to be exactly. As you start the simulation, you're high up on the cliffside of some Alaskan mountains. You and your partner are getting ready to assault a Chinese compound and destroy various artillery guns that are pounding your forces back near the front lines. What follows is a segment that you can go into guns blazing, but are encouraged to take stealthily. You don't have to, since you may not have the required stealth skill to do so effectively, but the entire map is designed for it up until you destroy all of the artillery guns. What Anchorage is strong at is emulating the old school Call of Duty experience. It wants to have you go through a typical mission in a typical FPS while utilizing the RPG skills you've built up to this point, and it does it well, while not limiting you to any playstyle in particular. Since you're using weapons and armor given to you within the simulation, you can find only small amounts of weaponry throughout the area, and you heal at various points in the map rather than using stim packs. It's a new and refreshing experience, one that I enjoy taking part in despite it not being as in-depth as some of the other content. Depth is great in the core Fallout experience, but Operation Anchorage is meant to be a ride, and while there is a lack of messaging and theming, it is still there. You are fighting the Chinese, sure, but they are overly vilified within this expansion. Your teammate has a personality. He talks to you and expresses himself throughout the journey, but all of the Chinese enemies are faceless individuals with no real depth. They are designed by the simulation to be vilified, and therefore designed by American soldiers to be vilified. They are faceless enemies that the American government wants you to get used to defeating, wants you to see them as evil. It's truly the Call of Duty experience with American exceptionalism and indoctrination all bundled together. You can find a bunch of holotapes from individuals that may have taken part in the battle proper. It sounds like it's less actors for the simulation and real comms from the real Anchorage, and you'll see propaganda both from the US and the Chinese throughout. Unfortunately for the American government, the Chinese troops come off as cool as hell, since half of them are essentially ninja assassins wearing stealth suits that can turn them invisible, and don't worry, you are rewarded with this armor after completing the simulation. Exploration through the linear areas is encouraged, as you can find various pieces of intel within suitcases. There's 10 in total, but collecting all of them leads to a rather lackluster prize, specifically a perk that boosts a few of your skills slightly. If you take part late into your playthrough, it may be an effectively useless perk overall, but I do believe it leads to an achievement if you care about that. That's all there really is to Operation Anchorage. Experience the Call of Duty mindset, take part in propaganda, vilify an entire people, win one for American patriotism, and become a good little soldier. Once you complete the first set piece, things open up a little bit more for you. You get to build a strike team using a currency system, but it's bare bones at best. You and your partner can have a few other units with you as you travel to 3 separate locations to destroy the Chinese systems that are preventing the military from pushing forward to the Chinese compound. You have to disable a lookout post, disable the factory that creates their tanks, and then disable a minefield so that everyone can advance. Once all of the camps are destroyed, you move in for the final battle with winterized T-51Bs backing you up. You meet the Chinese general and can even convince him to stand down, which leads to him offing himself in front of you and ending the simulation. That's about it for the simulation. It's a set of first-person shooter missions to take part in, and then it's over. Once it's over, Protector McGraw will come to meet you as you exit the simulation pod, and you can head over to the locked door and open it up, revealing an assortment of unique items and armor available to you, including the winterized T-51B, as well as the Chinese stealth armor. You can also get the unique energy weapon known as the Gauss rifle, which is a single-shot sniper with the ability to launch enemies away using its concussive force. It really helps trivialize the rest of the game due to how powerful it is. Defender Sibley expresses disgust with the idea of taking some of the equipment despite your agreement with the outcasts, and a fight breaks loose between the individuals within the compound. You can save McGraw and another outcast member and they'll stay within the compound, with one of the members being able to repair your gear at a skill of 100. That's it. You've completed Operation Anchorage. It takes maybe about 2 to 3 hours to complete if you want to collect all of the intel, and it costs around $5 USD at the time. So I'd say it's more than worth it considering you get to take the unique gear and bring it back with you into the wasteland. In fact, all of the expansions were around $5. Not every aspect of Fallout 3 needs to be incredibly in-depth and have a lot to say. Sometimes it can just be a fun roller coaster ride similar to other games in the FPS genre. That's what Operation Anchorage tried to do, and it did it well within the Fallout 3 engine. Luckily, the next DLC is arguably just as short, but also tries to do a bit more in the process, with a new location that you can return to after completion. Let's talk about the Pitt. The Pitt is probably the most stylized DLC to be released for Fallout 3. It's self-titled off of the DLC setting Pittsburgh. You get a distress signal from an individual known as Werner, a runaway slave, apparently. When you approach Werner's location, he's under fire by a group of Pitt raiders who are looking to take him back. Once you save Werner, he'll ask you to travel with him back to the Pitt so that you can take part in saving the people there. Pittsburgh has become a haven for slavers. It's controlled by the Pitt raiders and their leader, a man named Asher. Controlling a large colony of slaves, they make use of the city's industry to produce a large quantity of steel for various reasons. To expand their own empire, to work on the railroads, etc. They even build ships according to Asher, though Pittsburgh seems like a weird location to build something like that. You can follow Werner to an old underground railroad and free some runaway slaves while you're at it. The slaves look worse for wear. This is due to the Pitt being heavily irradiated to the point that it causes illness to anyone that stays for a prolonged amount of time. However, the slavers apparently have a cure, and it's Werner's goal to acquire it as leverage to free those trapped within the city. It's recommended, although not required, to grab a slave outfit at this point as a disguise to enter the city more easily when you get there. You can enter without the slave costume, but it plays out relatively the same, as we will see shortly. Nothing matters in this game. Werner will take you and only you to the railway station just outside of the Pitt, which means no companions, and you'll end up in an altercation with various raiders in the area. Werner will suggest that you start making your way to the city proper, as he has to use a back route to get in quietly. He promises to get your gear back for you, and you can also obtain a concealed weapon from him so that you are protected as you explore downtown. Entering the city goes one of two ways. You either dress as a slave and get stripped of all your equipment while heading in without much fuss, or you can fight your way in, or ask for a job only to be incapacitated by some raiders as you enter. How they manage to incapacitate a superhuman vault dweller in power armor is beyond me, but that's what happens. You then have the ability to explore the downtown core proper. What you witness is a city of oppression. Slaves work for the slavers while living on the streets below. Meanwhile, the raiders live in Uptown in both the literal and figurative sense. A good portion of Uptown is above downtown on rafters and within skyscrapers set up by the raiders. It sets the stage for the two factions you'll have the ability to choose between in the upcoming quests, of which there aren't many. As with Anchorage, there isn't a large amount of core content to take part in. Instead, the Pitt tries to extend its lifespan by adding in 100 collectible steel ingots for you to find around the area known as the Steel Yard. To reach the Steel Yard, we first need to meet with Werner's collaborator, Medea. Medea will pull us into her home and suggest we try blending in with the rest of the slaves until whatever she has planned is ready to go. This is really just an excuse to introduce you to the Steel Yard before taking part in the actual main quest line. It's rare to have anyone come back from the Steel Yard. This is due to the radiation ghoulifying individuals into a rare mutant subspecies known as Trogs. Trogs infest the area and often attack those that explore it, including slaves and other factions known as Wildmen. Wildmen are not important. They're just there as a human threat, so you aren't constantly fighting Trogs. You only need to collect 10 ingots to progress the storyline, but the Steelyard is arguably the most interesting location within the DLC. It's an open explorable area, both vertically and on the ground. You can climb up incredibly high, fight off Wildmen, and explore as you make your way back down, collecting ingots along the way. There's 100 total, and every 10 you find will earn you a new reward from one of the slavers. It's crazy to me to say that the high point of this DLC is exploring what is essentially an optional area. And you're only in said optional area because you are participating in a very bare bones collectathon. This isn't Spyro the Dragon. You aren't completing tasks to earn eggs. You're checking out every nook and cranny within the general vicinity until you stumble upon ingots to grab. Some hidden so well that there's a good chance you will never find them without a guide. And there are exactly 100. So you have to find all of them in every location they're supposed to be in. It's an exhausting endeavor, but one where the reward is well worth it. However, the process will leave you yearning to leave the area despite how interesting the layout is. I'd have rather seen them use the set piece of the steel yard more often throughout the DLC. You do have to head there one more time during the ending of the main questline, but it's not for very long and doesn't add anything extra. I said that the steel yard is the high point of the DLC, and I mean that. When you return to Medea after turning in the ingots, she'll inform you that the Pit is opening their periodic arena. The winner of the arena gets to join Uptown, freeing themselves from slavery in the process. They also get an audience with Asher, so you may be thinking that that sounds pretty cool. If Oblivion was anything to go off of, then the arena system could work really well and help flesh out the DLC overall. Maybe adding in some optional fights, maybe letting you progress further than you need to for greater challenges and rewards, but that's not the case. No, the arena in the Pit is garbage. It's 3 fights, all of which last a couple seconds at most. You run in, the arena announcer briefly introduces the combatants, you fight for a few seconds, and then you're out of there. No B-plot, no additional optional quest lines, just 3 fights and you're off to Uptown to meet Asher. It's not gratifying, it's just there to say, hey, did you play Oblivion? Remember how cool the arena was? Us too. Here's something else. So we are officially a free man and can make our way to Uptown. Next to the Steel Yard, Uptown is potentially one of the more unique and interesting locations to explore in the DLC due to its vertical design, plus the inclusion of Asher's headquarters. Haven is where Asher resides. It's a skyscraper with a giant sculpture of a man outside of it. Apparently a lot of the design of Pittsburgh in the DLC was centered around the Burning Man festival, and I'd say this is the most obvious example of it. So why are we talking to Asher anyway? The cure. The entire reason we're in the Pit currently is to find the cure and bring it back to Werner. Well, as it turns out, Werner used to be the right-hand man of Asher. He was never a slave looking to end the oppression of the slavers. Instead, he wanted to use the slaves to overturn the current hierarchy so he could take over. After originally failing to oust Asher, Werner was run out of town. Now he's using anything at his disposal to take out Asher and make the Pit his. That doesn't mean he's evil. Werner is still the good karma option between him and the slavers. You're still freeing the slaves by helping him after all, and he does seem to listen to Medea when she makes requests of him later on. Where things get a little murky is when Asher agrees to show us the cure if we agree to work with him. He has to run off to deal with Werner, a planned event that allows you to check on the cure alone, and what you run into is a doctor, the wife of Asher, and the cure is none other than an honest-to-God baby, just sitting out there stewing in radiation. But here's the kicker, the baby is apparently immune to the ill effects, and is the key to creating a cure that will prevent the others from transforming into trogs or dying. So this is the big choice of the DLC. There's a child and its mother, but the mother is the wife of a slaver and seems to have no problem with the oppressive rule over the people of Pittsburgh. Meanwhile, Medea and Werner want the baby so that they can continue the research themselves and create a cure to ransom their freedom from all of the slavers. It's implied in dialogue that the mother of the child takes good care of it, that her research is slow but safe and doesn't hurt the child in any way. It's also implied at one point that when you hand the child to the slaves, you're effectively doing something dubious. I suppose because there is no guarantee that the slaves won't cut corners and put the child in danger in order to reach a cure for the radiation. The game actually chastises you for it when it rewards you with the booster shot perk. It says something along the lines of, medical research from the Pit has improved your life. Just try not to think of what it may have cost others. Cost who? The slaver parents that were working an entire group of people and feeding them to the trogs? Cost the child, who is now an orphan, but effectively adopted by Medea, who is said to be taking the most care of it out of all the slaves? At the end of the DLC, you can return with toys to be rewarded by Medea as she wants them for the kid. Clearly, the child is safe. If you want to think about who this cost, it's the slaver individuals who are about to be put in the ground anyway, and honestly, good riddance. I would rather be a city of free individuals individuals than a hierarchy of suffering, and it's weird that the game would try to make you feel guilty about that. They want you to feel bad about objectively good karmic choices. Even when they award you good karma, they cheekily ask, haha, but was saving the slaves actually a good call? I am very intelligent. Not to grill the writers too hard here, but no, they aren't. In fact, it's obnoxious how up their own ass they tend to seem. So we have the baby and we can bring it back to Werner, but we aren't done just yet. Werner wants us to hit up the local power generator and overload it, turning off the floodlights that keep the Trogs from overrunning the city. Doing so leads to a scene of the slaves fighting off the slavers and the Trogs beginning to overrun uptown. While you have effectively freed the slaves from the rule of Asher, there's apparently slavers roaming around the wasteland that return periodically, to the point that the slaves could lose their freedom at any time, hence the need for the cure, which they plan to use to ransom their freedom permanently. For now though, it's a time of peace, and Werner will congratulate you, but not really care about how you feel about the task of stealing a baby and giving it to someone else. It's meant to show him as a cold and ruthless individual, but honestly, I feel the same way. This kid is in better hands with people that want to be free and do good. So that's the Pitt. You may notice that it's an improvement over Operation Anchorage, and that's going to be a running theme up until Mothership Zeta, which I personally found to be a flop. Not to spoil that section too much. There's a few perks you earn at the end, such as being able to use the town's ammo press for your own needs, as well as getting rewarded for bringing children's toys. Overall, it isn't the worst DLC you could experience for $5, but it follows the trend all DLC in Fallout 3 seems to have. It leaves you expecting more, not wanting or yearning for more due to how good it is. No, you are left confused as to how it's already over. Was the majority of my time in the Pit really spent collecting 100 steel ingots? Is this really all the DLC had to offer? I am excited to say that the next DLC, Broken Steel, is an even better experience, although it somehow still feels bare bones in the process. The next two DLC packs are overall better experiences than the last two we just covered. Not without their own issues, of course, but Broken Steel and Point Lookout show the potential that is there, but underutilized. To make matters worse, we're going to be ending on the flop that is Mothership Zeta. Broken Steel is the continuation of the main storyline. We already covered this, but we woke up after the activation of Project Purity. Elder Lyons has greeted us, Sarah Lyons is in a coma, and the Brotherhood of Steel is pushing back the Enclave as we speak, with Liberty Prime leading the charge. In fact, Broken Steel acts as an epilogue of the game, one that wants to show that despite your victory, there are still struggles to be had. Fixing the water didn't fix the wasteland. The Enclave is still there, and even with the distribution of fresh water, there are now people looking to exploit it for their own gain. I think Broken Steel is where the developers finally realized that they needed to flesh out their DLC with content of actual substance. What this meant for Broken Steel was adding in 3 side quests on top of the main storyline, and get this, they aren't collectathons. They're actually side quests where you need to interact with individuals and perform investigations. Incredible. I don't know. There's something exhausting about reaching this point in the retrospective because I've been a firm believer that Fallout 3 is a good game, a good experience. I still feel that way, but time and time again it tries to prove me wrong. Only now with Broken Steel are things starting to get fixed. It's as if they're picking up their stride, and we will see the culmination of that once we reach Point Lookout. For now, we have to deal with the remnants of the Enclave forces, now that Colonel Autumn and President Eden have been defeated. This was also the only expansion to raise the level cap. Unlike New Vegas's max level of 50, it actually takes a bit more time to reach the max level of 30 in Fallout 3. This is without perks that boost experience gained, meaning that if you took part in the Pit and Operation Anchorage before finishing the game, you may not even find yourself at level 20 yet unless going out of your way for every side quest and encounter. This means completing the extra content is crucial in leveling up at a decent pace. Also, as a side note, I completed the DLC out of order as I thought I wouldn't be talking about them chronologically. By the time I reached Broken Steel as my last DLC to complete, I had just hit level 30 during Mothership Zeta. Still, if you have been playing these DLC in order, don't worry, as Broken Steel will be providing the most combat out of any experience in the game. There's plenty of Enclave to take out throughout the story beats, and surprisingly, there are a few new locations to explore despite it taking place in the capital wasteland. We definitely retread ground here and there, but for the most part, we will be experiencing entirely new content and locations. Remember how I said Broken Steel adds in new tiers of recurring mobs. You'll mostly be running into feral ghoul reavers within this DLC on top of Enclave soldiers, and reavers are some of the tankiest enemies in the game, usually fought in locations where you can't make use of something like a fat man to better handle them. No matter how high your energy weapon skill is, no matter how strong your unique laser rifle can be, these enemies still take an obnoxious amount of damage to kill. Even the Enclave Hellfire Troopers, the strongest of their forces, are not this durable and dangerous, meaning that there are times even before the DLC kicks in that you are obliterating your ammo count on top of your weapon's durability, forcing you to either repair your weapons yourself with similar ones or to pay for the service. A service that is one of the biggest money sinks in the game and doesn't seem to get much better with a higher barter skill. You'd think they'd save these enemies for once you get to level 20 plus, but they show up during your journey along the main quest line, and yet even at level 30 you're going to have an obnoxious time with these guys. Challenging content at max level is gratifying, but the challenge here is to work your way through a set of bullet sponges or find a way to shoot a mini nuke at them from a safe distance. There's no in-between or nuance to Fallout's combat, so when you arbitrarily raise the difficulty through increased health values, what we get is less a challenge and more a trial of patience. It's a slog. What are we doing within this DLC anyway? As mentioned, we are working through the remnants of the Enclave forces, and leading the charge is Liberty Prime, at least temporarily. When you enter the first scene in battle against the Enclave since the attack on Project Purity, it's backed by Liberty Prime. Unfortunately, there is an orbital assault soon after that ends up destroying Prime and removing him from the equation. The assault is quick and unexpected. Missiles fall from the sky, obliterating the area, and Paladin Tristan, who has been commanding you, has no idea what's going on and is shocked at the outcome. This doesn't mean that the Brotherhood is lost, rather it means that they need to push forward harder than before in order to keep their advantage. You head into the Enclave outpost to grab some encrypted data, fighting through waves of soldiers as you progress, and then eventually bring the data back to Scribe Rothschild, who laments over the loss of his prized death machine. Now that's the start of Broken Steel, and we'll continue talking about it in a moment, but let's first discuss the side quests that there are to take part in. There are 3 major side quests in total. Each of them revolves around the purified water that is being delivered throughout the capital wasteland. Returning to Project Purity after waking up from your coma will show that it is fully operational. Water lacking radiation is finally being provided to the people of the wasteland for free through the help of the Brotherhood. Caravans from Rivet City will come and pick it up for themselves, and other groups will deliver to areas like Megaton. But it's not a perfect setup. The Enclave sends hit squads periodically to attack those working at the purifier. Water is going missing, caravans are dying, cults are being formed, and more. In the middle of all of this is Scribe Bigsley, the individual in charge of water distribution, and a man that openly resents you for putting him in said position. He doesn't want the stress of the job, and he makes it known to you at every available opportunity. Bigsley will inform you of issues surrounding the aqua pura they are delivering around the wasteland. Rivet City is losing Caravaneers, Megaton is apparently not receiving their water, and if you press him about it, there's a ghoul at Underworld who is selling the water rather than giving it away. All of the side quests involve looking at the cultural shifts surrounding the wasteland once water has become available, how despite this resource being provided for free, there are still individuals out there looking to capitalize on it. Let's discuss the Rivet City caravans first. Officer Lepellier just outside of Rivet City informs us that every single one of her caravans is attacked when sent out. There's a caravan out right now, and you can catch up to them if you hurry. Doing so brings you to the scene of another attack. Luckily, there's a few dead raiders, and one of them has instructions on where to find the rest of the group. It's a group of bandits who want to harass the caravans to the point that they are in dire need of support. They then plan to offer their services as protection to make a profit. If you head over to where they are located, you can ask the leader, Split Jack, to let you join. After joining, you have to find a way to deal with Splitjack, and the main way of doing so is to challenge him for his title as gang leader. This leads to a melee fight with weapons provided by Jack, and he has a surprising amount of HP, making the fight drag on longer than you might expect. With Jack dead, the quest is basically complete. The bandits will say that while you won, they don't want a leader anymore, and you should head back to the officer to try and get the protection contract. If you do, the bandits will split the earnings with you. There's 2 choices here. You either return to the officer and tell her that the gang leader has been dealt with, or you extort her. There's no other outcomes or paths to go down here. Since I don't feel like extorting Rivet City, I killed the bandits here and now before reporting back. The officer can't pay you herself, but you can head back to Bigsley later for a reward. Next, we need to investigate Megaton. When you arrive, you'll be handed a pamphlet from a resident about a new religious cult set up just outside of the town in Springvale. I don't know what it is about Megaton and cults, but they seem to be a magnet for them. If you don't talk to the residents about the water, you can actually find a pamphlet posted on the door of your home, which I thought was a nice touch. Now, before moving on, you may be asking what would happen if Megaton was blown up, and the answer is that the quest wouldn't be offered at all, considering there is no city in the area to begin with. When you reach the site of the new cult, it seems that they, like the children of Adam, are worshipping Adam and radiation as a godly concept. In fact, the guard in front of the monastery won't talk to you until you drink from their heavily irradiated water. Turns out that they have been taking the aqua pura for themselves and blessing it with radiation. The leader of the cult then feeds the water to her flock, none of whom are aware that it is contaminated. The reason for this? She wants to help the people ascend to immortality by ghoulifying them. You can either be let into the monastery after heavily irradiating yourself, or you can sneak in by passing a very hard lockpick check. Once inside, you can talk to Mother Curie III and convince her that tricking people into irradiating themselves won't lead to enlightenment. Or as a more interesting step, you can irradiate yourself to the point that Curie will believe you are a prophet of Adam, or you can just kill everyone. But that's not how we're doing things on this channel, not yet anyway. As a very nice touch, you can technically accept the quest and blow Megaton up afterward if you haven't completed the nuke questline yet. This will actually ghoulify the monastery characters, leaving them feral just outside Megaton. Very nice touch on Bethesda's part. Adds a lot of character to a set of quests that are essentially little one-off tasks. Finally, we have a ghoul con man in a wig trying to sell aqua pura to the residents of Underworld while calling it aqua cura. The premise is that the water will cure certain aspects of ghoulification, but on closer inspection, you can see that it is just normal irradiated water from the wasteland. Apparently, Griffin here has been paying Bigsley for shipments of water under the assumption that he would be delivering them to Underworld. In reality, Griffin stores the aqua pura for later use and instead sells irradiated water as aqua cura. You can find his bottling operation and force him to confess to the individuals he's been selling it to, which leads to a firefight and Griffin's death if you don't save him. I don't think the dude deserves to die for this, but saving him doesn't lead to any different scenario. It's like he's meant to be murdered. Alternatively, you can blackmail Griffin or convince him to sell the real aqua pura to the residents. As much as I hate to say it, this is potentially the only way to get aqua pura to Underworld residents, as no one else will deliver it to them. However, since radiation doesn't affect ghouls, aqua pura is useless to them. Either way, I think killing Griffin kinda sucks, but it's also our only way to prevent him from scamming people. So those are the side quests of Broken Steel, and as you may have noticed, they are fairly short and inconsequential. Despite this being after the events of Project Purity and the main questline, no quest was designed to have as much impact on the wasteland as something like Oasis or blowing up Megaton. Rather, it's a series of mini epilogue quests meant to show that no matter how good things begin to get, there will always be those trying to take advantage. People like you are required to intervene and help keep things in check within the wasteland, else individuals will try to ruin a good thing for their own personal gain. In a way, it follows the motto of Fallout as a whole: war never changes, but also the wasteland never changes either, at least not completely. There will always be those who look to take advantage of others, to make use of something good and turn it into something bad. With the side quests out of the way, it's time to finish up this DLC. I'm going to break it down real simple for you. There's two quests we need to complete. One is getting a Tesla coil, the next is murdering all of the Enclave. That's it. Tristan wants to get a Tesla coil for the scribe, so he sends you off to the paperworks in Old Olney. Olney is infested with death claws, so there's a device you can grab from a scribe that will allow you to control the Enclave death claws that have been captured and stored in some sort of crate, if you want. It's a cool mechanic, but I found it effectively useless in my eyes. You barely get the opportunity to use it, and then when you do, the death claws die soon after and aren't really controlled by any means. They just don't attack you personally. You make your way into Olney, into the paperworks, and through the area into a Deathclaw nest. The nest eventually takes you to a chamber full of electricity, and you have the ability to grab a Tesla coil here, which you can bring to the scribes who will create a weapon for you in the final battle. With this task out of the way, we are somehow already in the final battle against the Enclave. This is the most interesting and involved out of all of the quests and takes you on a short adventure through the presidential metro towards Adams Air Force Base. You work your way through a set of ghouls that I mentioned earlier, you convince a robot that you're an ally, and you take a train to the base. Once there, you're in a unique map with 3 key points, including the entrance you arrived at. Close to your left is the reason you completed the last quest for the Tesla coil, a new weapon known as a Tesla cannon that shoots high-power electrical attacks that can also deal damage over time. It's a great weapon for sure, but arguably feels underwhelming during this segment due to how many Enclave soldiers will be attacking you at any given time. You're in the heart of their base. There are waves and waves of soldiers to work through, and a weapon that needs to reload after every shot is not going to be particularly effective here. I tried to make it work anyway, but it was a bit of a grueling process and really made the weapon seem less effective than it actually is. It can blow up vertibirds though. Turns out the Enclave is working out of some sort of mobile base, which has the ability to call down those orbital strikes we saw earlier. You work your way through the Enclave forces into the base and eventually reach a terminal that allows you to decide where you will fire an orbital drop. This is the big karma decision of the game, which is hilarious because it has no reasoning or build up to this point. For whatever reason, they give you multiple targets to choose from. Those targets are as follows: the Citadel, Project Purity, Megaton, Rivet City, and the mobile platform we are on right now. That's a decent amount of options. Not sure why we would have any reason to choose any of them, but they're there and they must make a big impact on the wasteland, right? Oh, you sweet summer child, of course not. Out of all of those options, only 2 can be selected, either the Citadel or the mobile platform. It's Megaton Part 2, baby, and it's just as nonsensical as the last time. Choosing to destroy the Citadel leads to 1,000 negative karma, and the entirety of the Brotherhood will turn against you. But you can find some nice goodies in their armory, apparently. I wouldn't know, as I would never see any reason to choose this option. Even if you helped President Eden at the end of the game's main questline, you were still fighting the Enclave throughout the DLC, killing countless Enclave soldiers. There's no point within the DLC where you are deceiving the Brotherhood. To betray them here is a truly nonsensical choice that is only there for the sake of it. Much like the rest of Fallout 3's content, many choices in the game are not there to matter. Rather, they are there to make you feel powerful. The issue is that when there is no reason to make some of these inane destructive choices, there's no real emotional impact for doing so. Blowing up the Brotherhood is a silly choice. You feel silly for doing so because it made no sense to do in the first place. All you've done is become some sort of supervillain with no motivation for doing so. Say it with me, everyone. It's surface level, and another prime example of Fallout 3's greatest failing, attempting to provide choice and purpose while having no purpose for the choice. Obviously, we blew up the mobile platform. As we do, Sarah Lyons greets us in a hijacked vertibird, having woken up from her coma. We escaped from the scene and watched the fireworks before heading back to the capital to be congratulated by the Elder for our hard work. And that's it. That's the end of Broken Steel. No epilogue for the epilogue. Just a thank you for your service, and then every NPC walks away to go back to their respective tasks. In effect, doing nothing for the rest of the game. Honestly, when I beat the DLC again for this video, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe how lackluster this ending was. Elder Lion says, "Thank you, please feel free to collect goodies and kill super mutants for us, and we will reward you for your efforts." That's it. There's something so magical about the New Vegas DLC. Each entry starts with an introductory cutscene to set the scene for you. It runs you through the setting, the themes, the general feeling you'll experience within, and then once you beat it, you are given an epilogue that shows how your actions affect everything, how the NPCs involved grew, or didn't, what this says about the real world, about our politics and our society. It's like tucking you in at night. Each DLC in New Vegas allows you to end it comfortably. You're sad that it's over, but you feel validated that enough was done. Meanwhile, Fallout 3 says, "Thanks, loser," and throws you to the curb. That doesn't change in the next DLC we're about to talk about either, but at least it's the best DLC of Fallout 3. Finally, some good content. Point Lookout is by far the best entry within the expanded content of Fallout 3. I mean, technically, Cube Experimental is the best expanded content in Fallout 3, but that's also a community mod, so I'm not going to count it. Point Lookout offers a brand new open location to explore. It's a fairly large map, although not nearly as large as the capital wasteland, and it has various unique areas to explore, all of which within decent walking distance of one another, making it incentivized to stop by all of them at least once. The entry suffers from everything the previous DLC did, a lackluster main questline and short side quests. But to its credit, some of these side quests are particularly interesting, and one even makes a callback to the Dunwich Building we explored earlier in the retrospective. There's a riverboat near the Arlington Library. Beside it, a woman looking for her daughter who ran off in search of treasure. She took a ride on this riverboat to Point Lookout, and now you're being asked to do the same. Tobar owns the riverboat and will allow you to travel on it if you buy a ticket from him. You'll need several depending on what order you plan on completing some of these quests, so a higher barter skill is recommended. He has one that can be pickpocketed, but I had a sneak skill of 100 and he found me out every time I tried, so I don't know if it's actually possible to take it. I believe Point Lookout is surrounded by a swamp. It has swamp people, so I guess that's an accurate description of the locale. As you arrive, you'll see some of these people walking around, and all of them are unique enemies based off of the backwater redneck incest babies you'd see in something like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I also don't know if it was my hardware or what, but having experienced no issues with lag or frame drops beforehand, Point Lookout would sometimes slow my game to a crawl. Maybe due to all the fog effects around the map. I'm unsure, but it was one of the worst experiences of technical issues I had since starting the playthrough. Tobar will mention some points of interest to check out and then mention how he saw smoke near a local mansion along the way, setting your sights on your first quest point, although I don't recommend heading there immediately. It's not necessary, and the main quest line is so short that you get more out of exploring the entirety of the map first. There's a lot of sights to be had. There's a broken lighthouse that you can fix for literally no reason at all. There's various cabins full of swamp people, there's a Christian missionary on a beach, and there's Blackhall. Starting with Blackhall, you'll enter the estate and be chastised by an old man in a wheelchair for breaking into his home. Despite this, he'll ask you to complete a job for him. There's a book he wants, and it's been taken by the swamp people to a ritual chamber nearby. You can agree to get it back for him, but as you exit the estate, the Christian missionary I mentioned earlier will appear and suggest that you don't bring it to the man, due to the evil Lovecraftian goodness it contains, and asking you to bring it to her instead. You can head off to collect the book and be attacked by waves of swamp folk in the process. The ritual chamber is a mess of cut up flesh and gore, suggesting that the book has some sort of power or influence over others. If you attempt to bring the book back to the missionary, you'll be ambushed by mercenaries and find her dead within her tent. The mercs were most likely hired by Old Man Blackhall. You'll find a holotape of the woman's last words where she pleads for you to take a pilgrimage to the Dunwich Building to dispose of the book. This means doubling back to the capital wasteland, entering Dunwich, returning to the creepy haunted obelisk, and pressing the book against it, which will destroy it on touch, leading to the quest being completed and good karma being achieved. Alternatively, you could bring the book to Blackhall. Mechanically, it's the better option as it leads to a 1000 cap reward on top of the quest experience, but you're also potentially dooming individuals to the demonic forces within. Are they demons? Is Cthulhu a demon? Regardless of your choice, Blackhall won't change in any meaningful way. I personally chose to kill him and put an end to the weird Cthulhu-ass events taking place there. The quest, like many others I've talked about, is fairly short and without anything to really say. It's more of a ride, and that's okay sometimes. The full effect of the quest is best felt when you've never experienced the Dunwich Building and end up heading over there due to the quest. Then the exploration and discovery of the obelisk are all laid on top of the creepy narrative surrounding the book, leading to a haunting experience that makes Blackhall one of the more memorable quests in the DLC. Now I'm going to be real with you, there's 4 other side quests, but only one of them is particularly interesting. There's one that wants you to unlock a safe by getting security access through searching various discovery sites where they were researching the gases that appear to be generating underneath Point Lookout. There's another quest where you learn how to make moonshine, or rather get all of the ingredients to make it. Probably one of the worst quests in the game, to be honest, as the amount of items you need to complete it is rather obscene in my eyes. And I cured vampirism in Oblivion, so I know a lot about collecting ingredients in Bethesda RPGs. Next is Plix Safari. A ghoul has set up an arena of feral ghouls for you to head in and fight at your leisure for your pleasure. There's nothing more to it really. You pay 1000 caps to head into the arena, kill a ton of ghouls, and then receive a unique melee weapon in the process. I think you can take part in the fight again after a few days if you want, but it's not really worth spending money to fight a bunch of ghouls when you can do that literally anywhere else in the game. The real shining example of fun quests in Fallout 3 is the Velvet Curtain. It can be started a few ways. You can either observe a wanted poster for a Chinese spy, enter the motel of the spy and access her terminal, or you can head far north to a military compound and find out about her within a terminal there. Either way, you begin the investigation into finding Agent Yang, another spy who died in the area some time ago. The terminal gives you the location of a key and the location to the locker it unlocks. You head to the locker and get a holotape that has a code to open a safety deposit box in a nearby bank. This mechanic is really well thought out and used twice in the bank. There's an intercom that is used as the lock for the safety deposit boxes. You need passwords to open them, which you can usually get from holotapes. But even if you get the password and use it, the intercom won't recognize your voice. The trick is to activate the holotape message in front of the intercom so the individual on the other end says the password, causing the lock to be lifted. I love little touches like that. New Vegas did something similar with Dog and God and Dead Money. Turns out our mission is to cause a Chinese submarine to self-destruct as to prevent it from reaching enemy hands. We can find the self-destruct codes in a false tooth on Agent Yang, and Agent Yang can be found in a morgue near the military compound I mentioned earlier. You can find the body and take the tooth. Once you have the codes, a map marker is added for the sub. You head into the ocean and make your way to the sub underwater and somehow enter it. I don't know a lot about subs, but something tells me water pressure would prevent this from being possible. I don't know though, I could be wrong about this. Once inside, you can enter the code and begin the self-destruct sequence, then run from the scene as you watch the Chinese submarine blow up in front of you. All that's left to do is return to the hotel for additional orders. Apparently there's a Chinese satellite still in space that tracked the destruction, and this in turn triggered the advancement of the spy's mission. You're given a special set of glasses which are within the tank of the nearby toilet and sent to the mansion I mentioned earlier but that we haven't explored yet. If you wear the glasses in a nearby location, a set of vases on pillars will show special markings that are used to represent numbers. The terminal in the motel gave you a sequence of said numbers, and by interacting with the vases in said order, you will unlock a hidden bunker, which is just so gratifying. It's incredible how simple a quest can be, one where you interact with 0 NPCs and the concept is just so unique and engaging that you don't care. Inside the bunker is a literal mountain of ammo as well as some mini nukes and weaponry. You head to a terminal within the bunker and a door will close behind you. The terminal congratulates you for completing the mission, mentions funds have been transferred to your next of kin, and then proceeds to try and gas you to death. You can escape via a nearby tunnel or by stopping the sequence with a science or repair check. Either way, that's the end of the quest. You have successfully completed a 200-year-old Chinese spy mission to blow up a submarine and live to tell the tale. This is by far the most unique and engaging quest in not only Point Lookout, but potentially within the entirety of the game's DLC selection, maybe in Fallout 3 entirely. Another shining example of what the content of the game could be like with more thought and care put in. So this leaves us with the main questline of Point Lookout, one that is, again, not particularly long, but at the very least it's more unique and engaging than what we have experienced thus far. As I mentioned, you are pointed towards Calvert Mansion as you arrive in the locale. Once you head inside, you'll witness a ghoul being attacked by a large swarm of tribals. He'll ask you to help him, and what proceeds to take place is a long battle that forces you through the various halls of the building. You fight your way through wave after wave of tribal, and even have a section where you fall through the rickety floorboards into the basement, forced to make your way back up to clear out the rest before a final assault takes place. It's a grand affair, handled better than any interactions with the Enclave. While the ghoul Desmond is appreciative, he's rather crass and essentially informs you that you will be working for him in return for a big payout. Desmond wants you to investigate the tribals. He knows why they're attacking him, but he wants to know more about them so he can work on a countermeasure. This sends you to a nearby chapel that has been taken over by said faction. Turns out they are worshipping some sort of god, or at least something that they believe to be a god, and are willing to let you in if you prove yourself. Now, in order to do so, you need to go to an area on the map where you can find a mother punga fruit, a fruit native to Point Lookout within the setting of Fallout. Within the sacred bog, you will find the mother punga, and interacting with it will put you through a drug-induced walking sequence where you hallucinate various bobbleheads as a voice tries to guide you back to the entrance. Funnily enough, New Vegas had a similar experience in Honest Hearts, but I believe Fallout 3 actually handles it better with more creative and interesting hallucinations, such as areas of the map being turned upside down. We don't actually know yet who performed the surgery, but we'll get back to that. When you return to the chapel, the tribal will believe you completed the rituals and welcome you in as a member of their flock. Further into the chapel, you can find Nadine, the daughter of the woman who sent you here to begin with. She seems to be the most sane out of anyone there. Turns out everyone took part in the ritual, and many of them seem to have been left worse for wear, either through the surgery or through constant access to punga fruit. Nadine informs you that she went through a similar experience and is planning on leaving shortly. She'll even remove the scar for you, somehow, so that's nice. She isn't willing to go home to her mother right away though. The entire reason she came out here was to earn a fortune, and she's not leaving until she figures something out. Talking to Nadine will get you a key to the chambers of the tribal leader, and you can head down to the cliffside to meet Jackson. Once inside the cave, you'll hear Jackson talking to someone. As you make your way up to him, you'll find him conversing with none other than a hologram of a brain. Turns out the brain is that of Professor Calvert, a pre-war scientist and rival of Desmond's, though I'm not sure why exactly. Jackson isn't particularly upset to see you, and what you learn is that the reason they are attacking the mansion is because Desmond set up disruptors which are preventing the psychic waves of the professor from reaching the rest of Point Lookout. The professor is happy to see you as he believes you are exactly what he needs to deal with Desmond. Turns out he's in a similar situation as Harold during the Oasis questline, where people worship him but they don't hear him. They interpret everything he says incorrectly, and he needs an outsider to deal with Desmond for him so he can take control of the area. Bringing this news to Desmond won't shock him. In fact, this is exactly what he expected, and he's been hunting Calvert down for a long time. Not for justice or anything, they just hate each other, and you're the lapdog they are trying to use in order to get to the end goal they desire. Desmond wants you to install a device on the nearby Ferris wheel that will further block the brain's ability to transmit itself to individuals. When you arrive, you will actually be contacted by the brain via a psychic link. I told you magic just exists in this series. He wants you to instead dispose of the device, and this is where you have to make another choice that doesn't matter. Nothing matters in Fallout 3. If you install the device, you'll be attacked by some tribals as you leave the scene. If you dispose of the device and head back to Desmond, nothing will change. You just won't be attacked. Approaching the mansion, you will witness a scene of it blowing up in entirety, leaving nothing but a safety bunker left over. If you sided with Desmond, you'll find him within the bunker, and the two of you can go on an assault near the lighthouse to take out Calvert in his hidden bunker. If you sided with Calvert, Desmond will already be gone, and you can find him near the same area by the lighthouse. He can be convinced that you did what you did to fool Calvert, or you can just kill Desmond right then and there before making your way to Calvert. I personally sided with Desmond and left him alive to help me reach the professor. Once the two of you reach the brain, you're giving another meaningless choice of who to side with. Again, I personally chose Desmond because the professor will betray you regardless, meaning they'd both die anyway. Even if you didn't know that, the professor's just kind of a prick. That being said, I ended up killing Desmond after taking out Calvert because I was tired of how Desmond was treating me. Hey, I know I talk a lot about morality in these games, but sometimes I even like to let loose a little bit. The reward for completing the mission is the microwave emitter, a strong energy weapon that ignores damage resistance, making it particularly powerful overall. As you make your way back to the riverboat, you'll find Nadine, who has locked Tobar up in the engine room. She finds out that he had been the one taking out pieces of everyone's brains. You learn that Tobar was supplied with punga fruit, that he would sell in the wasteland in return for returning the individuals within the sacred bog back to the entrance. Taking out part of their brain seemed to just be a bonus as he kept them all as souvenirs within the ship. You can confront him about this and he'll turn hostile, leading to his death. Retrieving the piece of your brain he took earns you a perk in the process. Nadine now owns the riverboat and will let you ride for free. She's ready to go back home, having now found her treasure within the boat and its cargo, meaning that you have successfully solved a large conflict within Point Lookout while also completing the original task that brought you here. Again, it ends fairly abruptly. You're back and that's it. At the very least, Point Lookout looks like an overall more satisfying experience. It had everything it needed to succeed. A new location to explore, a lack of a collectathon. Just kidding, if you did the Moonshine quest, you basically took part in one. And it had various side quests that were overall some of the more interesting to take part in within Fallout 3. All of this together makes Point Lookout one of the best and most popular experiences in this entry. In fact, it's so popular that individuals recreated the DLC in its entirety for Fallout 4. That being said, it's with great sadness that I have to say this retrospective will not be ending with a bang, but instead with a whimper. We're going from the highest of highs this game could offer to utter mediocrity. A DLC that is only made up for thanks to its location and setting, with everything else being fairly lackluster. Let's talk about Mothership Zeta. Look, I want to like this one. Mothership Zeta is a hilarious concept for a DLC. The idea of taking the lone wanderer and throwing him into space sounds like an adventure with a lot of potential. While Point Lookout was about open areas, unique quests, and overall freedom, Mothership Zeta looks to take the approach of Operation Anchorage, a more linear experience that will have you fighting your way to freedom after getting abducted by aliens. What should be a fun foray into a unique concept such as aliens turns out to be another test of patience as you continue to combat bullet sponge after bullet sponge. As you wait for doors to be unlocked and you work your way through tight corridors, Mothership Zeta wants you to wait. It wants to keep you in each of its set pieces as long as possible, and it rewards you not in engaging gameplay, but instead in tangible rewards. Weapons, ammo, items that repair all of your weapons, unique armor. That's what Mothership Zeta is all about. There's plenty of random encounters in the wasteland, one of which is the crash landing of an unidentified flying object. Around the area, you can find a unique alien weapon known as the Fire Lance, as well as very limited ammo for it. This may leave you not wanting to use the weapon for an extended period of time due to there being a chance you'll permanently run out of ammunition. Well, fear not, because while Mothership Zeta does have its own ammo type that you'll find in abundance, you can still pick up alien power cells here and there. Hell, I think the Enclave even have some alien power cells around their base in Broken Steel. You'll find an alien blaster at an unmarked location known as the Alien Crash Site. There's a body of an alien with the weapon in its hand as well as several power cells around the area. This is arguably the strongest weapon in the game due to it being guaranteed to score critical hits with every shot. For that reason, I recommend grabbing it before starting the DLC, but this may prove difficult as the inclusion of Mothership Zeta also made this the area where you trigger a forced abduction sequence that locks you into the DLC until it's completed. I'm trying to understand the reasoning behind this, since every other expansion in this game had an opt-in process that warned you of potentially being stuck in a new area for an extended period of time. Mothership Zeta instead just throws you into the fray, and I guess this is to emulate the idea of being abducted. I think New Vegas handled this way better with Old World Blues by still allowing you to opt in, but to be fair, it did have the gift of hindsight at that point, being a sequel to Fallout 3. After your abduction, you awake on an experimentation table with a bunch of literal aliens looking down at you. Yes, aliens are real in the Fallout universe, although I'm not sure if they have had any encounters in past games. You fall unconscious once more and wake up in a cell with another character named Soma. Make no mistake, these aliens are not your friends. They have been continually experimenting on humanity for hundreds of years, and you begin to learn this as you read through the various audio logs of captives aboard the ship. There's tapes found throughout the entirety of your adventure, and a good majority of them show sheer suffering at the torturous hands of the alien captors. Some of the tapes are actually more unnerving than anything else within Fallout 3, and it was so wild to see that they were presented in a DLC about blowing the heads off of little green dudes with stun batons. Still, it adds to the overall character of the DLC, and I promise you that that's the only reason you're actually playing it. It's unapologetically a ride from start to finish. That's probably its greatest strength. You make your way through some areas that are fairly elaborate for something like Fallout 3. The issue is that they are few and far between other areas that are similar looking bland corridors full of enemies. I should also use this as an opportunity to mention that there aren't any side quests here either. You're on track from your cell to the captain's quarters, and there's very little extra content to do along the way. Linearity is one thing, but a complete lack of content within is another. In order to break out of your cell, you need to get into a fist fight with Soma in order to trick some of the guards to come in and break the two of you up. Once the guards enter, you and Soma can take them out and pick up some stun batons as temporary weaponry. You've been stripped of all your gear, but you get it back fairly quickly as you exit into the map proper. As you begin the breakout, you'll find a girl named Sally who is also locked within her own cell. You can break her out by overloading a reactor, a slow and annoying process that you are going to have to do several times as you traverse the spaceship. Each reactor has 3 coolant tanks you have to interact with, so you have to wait for the reactor and the tanks to activate, then interact with each tank, and then wait for it to overload over and over again. There's even a room that has 4 reactors at one time, and you have to slowly activate each one of them while fighting off enemies, one after the other. You don't get to activate them all at the same time. Like I said, there's a lot of waiting around here. Sally is a crucial aspect of that. She's a small child and has the ability to circumvent security by entering various vents in order to open doors for you. There's a few interesting examples of this, such as her helping you sneak by enemies on your way to the next location, and adding a bit of suspense as she tries to get a door open for you before you're spotted, and it takes an obscenely long amount of time to do so, to the point that the suspense actually wears off. After that though, Sally is nothing but a means of elongating the experience. If a door is supposed to be opened by her, you're going to be waiting a while. If she wants you to do something, it usually involves reactors, which means waiting some more. It is so disappointing that the best way I can describe an entry where I'm running through an alien spaceship is boring. There's just so many aspects of this journey that aren't fun in any capacity. Enemies take too many hits. Too many mechanics slow me down. I'm cramped within corridors that all look the same. It's a sterile mess. To continue your escape, you need to reach the top of the ship, but the elevator Sally brings you to has been disabled, meaning the only way up there is from the outside. Luckily, Sally knows where to find a spacesuit, and she takes you to a set of cryopods that have several abductees in stasis. There's Paulson, who is a rancher from pre-war times. There's Elliot, who was a US soldier during the war. There's a fucking samurai. And finally, there's Colonel Hartigan, an astronaut, and the individual capable with the suit we need. Luckily for us, waking everyone up seems to have some adverse side effects on Hardigan, and he winds up dead, meaning we can take the suit for ourselves. Everyone else is incredibly confused, especially Toshiro over here, since he can't speak any English, making communication with everyone fairly difficult. In order to get the doors to the outside open, there's 3 locations that you need to, you guessed it, have their reactors blown up. The game opens up a bit more here, and what's nice is that you can bring all of the NPCs with you depending on the locations you visit. Well, not all of them, just Soma, Paulson, and Elliot really. Soma will follow you into the robot assembly area, Elliot into the cryo lab, and Paulson into engineering. Each of them will be a benefit to you in some way. For example, Elliot can allow you to create cryo mines and grenades, as well as allowing the restoration of 2 soldiers Elliot was stationed with. Each area is unique in some way. The robot assembly area is full of drones for you to destroy, but the cryo lab and engineering were the most interesting in my opinion. The cryo lab has ghouls and super mutants you can release to cause a bit of chaos, and engineering has this weird mechanic, which is effectively a mini game where you bounce the crashed ship from earlier around electrical pylons that will cause shockwaves to instantly kill the hordes of aliens coming to assault you. There's a lot of charm within these areas. They make up the strongest aspect of Mothership Zeta and show a level of care and detail that should have been applied to the entirety of the location. It's also nice to see the hub area you return to in between reactors get updated as you return. The survivors begin to create makeshift cover, kill various aliens, and even consider taking one hostage before Paulson executes him. I'd almost feel bad for them, but these guys are committing some of the craziest atrocities I've ever seen. And as far as I can tell, none of them care about the suffering they cause to their human prisoners. There are some friendly aliens, and by friendly I mean non-hostile. There are worker units who run away from you and cower. They will never attack you, and killing them leads to a karma loss. Once all of the reactors are taken care of, you can head to the depressurization chamber with the suit on in order to head out onto the surface of the ship. That's right guys, Bethesda sent me a copy of Starfield early to show off to you, and I gotta say the graphics are blowing me away here. There's 3 panels you have to interact with in order to get a beam to generate that will lift you into the upper levels of the ship. From there you can activate a teleporter that will allow the rest of your crew to meet you there. Once everyone arrives, you are met with the holographic projection of an alien. I'm not sure who exactly, I think it's the captain of this specific ship, and you'll see the hologram of another captain later. The captain shows that the ship is armed with a powerful laser and has the ability to essentially nuke any location on the planet. He is showcasing this to you as a threat, but it effectively motivates you all to push forward and dismantle it. As an interesting tidbit, it seems like you can see an area known as the Glow from this point on the ship. What's funny about the giant death gun is once you reach the weapons control room, the room I mentioned previously that has 4 separate reactors, you can actually aim the laser at Earth and fire it for no reason. There's no effect on the game. There's no karma loss. I don't think anyone comments on it at all. You get to nuke an area of the planet for no other reason than you can, for the sheer spectacle of it. That's the point of Fallout 3, as we already know. To do things because we can, not because we have anything of value to learn. At least they're being blatant about it now. After you overload all 4 reactors and destroy the guns, you can continue your way through the ship to the bridge. I should mention that along the way you'll get to see some of the experiments that the aliens have been working on. Specifically, I'm talking about the abominations, which seem to be a cross between the alien species and humans. They're just little guys, but what's terrifying about them is that they point and wail once they notice you. I always get a sinking feeling when one of them spots me and then extends its long, lanky ass arms towards me while opening its gaping mouth. You release these things on the rest of the ship as you progress, so abominations begin wreaking havoc on the rest of the aliens as a distraction to help you reach the death gun and the bridge. Finally, at the bridge, you can kill the alien crew and their captain to obtain his unique alien pistol. Another hologram shows up and seems to berate you before a ship appears in front of your window. If everyone is still alive, they'll show up to help you fight off aliens while you enter a weird little Pokemon battle between your ship and the enemy one. You essentially choose how the power gets routed between your shields and your weapons, which will determine how much damage you take or deal towards the enemy ship. After firing on the enemy several times while fighting off aliens, you'll witness the ship blow up and float away into the distance. From here, you've completed Mothership Zeta, and your reward is the ship for yourself. That's right. The Lone Wanderer is an individual who is the captain of his very own spaceship. Doesn't get much crazier than that. The rest of you will go your separate ways from here. Well, Soma and Paulson anyway, who go back to the wasteland, never to be seen by you again. Sally decides to live on the ship, at least for now, and Elliot will stay to help with weapons and maintenance. Toshiro also stays in the living quarters. I believe at some point during your journey, you could even find his samurai sword to return to him. If there is one thing I can say about Mothership Zeta, it's that it provided spectacle at the end. For a bite-sized DLC that could be completed in one sitting, I suppose that's all I can really expect of it. Overall, I was disappointed going into Zeta due to how impressed I was with Point Lookout. It felt like the team was going backwards in a way, like no progression is being made in development, but maybe I'm looking at the development wrong. It's like I expect each DLC to be bigger and better, but who knows what teams were working on what and what their goals were. I suppose I compare Fallout 3 to New Vegas to a detrimental level sometimes. Obsidian has more experience with the series overall and also had the ability to look back at the DLC designed for 3 before making their own, all of which I believe attempted to be grander and more elaborate with each release. Except for Lonesome Road maybe, but that too had its own unique strengths. Still, looking at Fallout 3 solely as its own unique product, I can't shake the feeling that Mothership Zeta was overall the most disappointing release they could have made for the game's final DLC. If anything, Point Lookout should have taken that spot and allowed Bethesda's first foray to go out in a bang. Instead, we're left with a bit of disappointment as we make our way back into the wasteland. Everything there is to do of value now completed. In a way, it feels lonely, but you can always return to the Pitt, the spaceship, or even Point Lookout if you want to. It's so weird to be reaching this point in the script because I knew I was going into Fallout 3 with the idea that it is not necessarily as good as I remember, but nowhere as disappointing as people make it out to be. I'm sure I've said this already, but there's a large amount of individuals online who see this as one of the weaker entries overall, to the point that some outright hate it and chalk it up to awful design and poor writing. I do believe that Fallout 3 is a great game despite some of these aspects, but damn if it didn't try to make me feel otherwise. Like any other Fallout entry, Fallout 3 has its share of thematic messaging, at least here and there. It seems it's at its best saying something when it's either purposefully on the nose or when they didn't mean to say anything at all. Anything else in the game feels incredibly shallow in its topics and dialogue. I was disappointed to see how many quests had nothing to say or didn't matter at all, how little content there actually is in the game. The focus on making you feel powerful rather than making choices that are difficult. Fallout 3 is more focused on you being a god among the wasteland rather than putting you into situations where you have to consider your actions. And that's fine sometimes, but I think we can all agree that we expect a little more out of something with the Fallout title. At the time of its release, I truly believe that this game was revolutionary, but looking back now with sequels and new series that do it better, Fallout 3 feels like it hasn't aged well at all. Clunky combat and controls that aren't made up for through the rest of the game's features, bland characters with bad dialogue, nonsensical consequences to our actions, unearned payoffs, the expectancy of emotional reactions from an audience you haven't built a relationship with. It feels boring, it feels lazy. There's still good in there, but it's almost hard to find at this point. Fallout 3 is a good game, but the replay left me wanting more, since we live in a time where I can expect more from my games. Even so, looking back at the earlier games in the series, things like questlines and writing are still overall better in design. The storyline of Fallout 2, the depiction of the Enclave, the conversations had and the locations explored, all of those are more interesting to me than what is presented to me in Fallout 3. So while I don't see the game as a complete failure for the series, I understand why fans of the past entries would be disappointed with this one. Still, I think Bethesda cares about the series at least somewhat. I may not be the biggest fan of Fallout 4 or Fallout 76, which is yikes, but I do believe there was at least love and effort put into them, especially 4, which did fix things like gunplay and even had callbacks to Fallout 3 that I never picked up on. I never realized that one of the kids from Little Lamplight grows up to be a companion in Fallout 4, that Maxon in 3 becomes the Elder in the Commonwealth later on, that when they removed Madison Lee from the game in Broken Steel and claimed it was because she went off to the Commonwealth, that she would show up again as a member of the Institute. That was crazy to me. How did I miss that? I think the best way to look at Fallout 3 is to do what I've been doing throughout the entirety of this retrospective, and that's comparing it to Fallout New Vegas. It's hilarious to me that at this point in the retrospective, I was 144 pages in. Meanwhile, here we are and I'm having trouble scratching 100. Sure, the writing process is different here and there, but I think that this says something important about Fallout 3, that there isn't much to talk about. You can't dive into the shallow end of a pool and expect there to be depth, and that's what Fallout 3 is. It's the kiddie pool of modern open world RPGs. It was revolutionary for Fallout, sure, but it was also already behind the times in terms of other Bethesda products. Oblivion was, in my opinion, a bigger and more interesting experience with more to do, and that was a game considered to have less content and depth than its own predecessor, Morrowind. The design of Bethesda products was shifting at this point, and Fallout 3 was a great example of the direction they were taking. Take long quests with many mechanics and simplify them, make them bite-sized and allow the character to feel powerful faster, gratify them as soon as possible, and don't worry about how we get there. Also make them feel guilty for literally no justified reason at all. I feel bad ending the video like this, but what else is there to say that I haven't already? I do think Fallout 3 is better than people think nowadays, but at the same time, I don't think it's by much. This game has glaring flaws and issues, many of which Bethesda doesn't fix on their own, but takes from entries like New Vegas. Then, games like Fallout 4 are rife with their own problems as Bethesda continues to try and modernize certain aspects of RPGs to reach a wider audience. Adding in more crafting, adding in Radiant quests, ruining the uniqueness of their RPGs in the name of more content. Quantity over quality is the Bethesda motto, and Fallout 3 really feels like the catalyst to that, which is funny since it seems to be lacking in the sheer number of things to do as well. It's a game lacking both quantity and quality. That's rough to say the least. Fallout 3 is better than you think, but it isn't by much. Thanks for watching, everyone. Thanks so much for making it to the end of the video. This is the Patreon section where I thank all of my patrons, as I think the name would imply. I am going to shout out all of the G rank patrons, all the G rank tiers, and all the high rank tiers and G rank cheers should be here. You can probably hear my dog in the background. And yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and shout these people out. So Will Martin, Wooly, Ralcar, Triton8, Prime XD, and Ashtray, thank you so much for the G rank tier. I really appreciate it. Disparity, Beyond the Time, Nolan Brookman, Moal Kasemi, Captain Zeba, or Zyba, I never remember, and Cyberworm, thank you so much for the G rank tier. Kathleen Medjuk, Crunchy Cowru, Jonathan, Strange Lee, Rosaleo, and Mr. Janky, thank you so much for the G rank tier. I really appreciate it. Some of you guys have been doing that for a long time. Very nice of you. A lot of sounds happening right now. Mabel says hello. Say hello, Mabel. Say hello. Say goodbye. Goodbye. Thank you.